Chapter 9. The Experiments of Sir William Crookes. The learned chemist, Sir William Crookes, member of the Royal Society of London, the author of several discoveries of the first rank, among which should be placed the discovery, in 1861, of the metal thallium, and of ingenious experiments on radiant matter, published his first researches on the subject we are here considering in a review of which he was the editor, the Quarterly Journal of Science. I had the honor of contributing certain astronomical papers to this journal. 62 I will first lay before my readers an extract from Mr. Crookes's article of the 1st of July, 1871, entitled Experimental Investigation of a New Force, in which he describes his studies with Home. I also had occasion myself more than once to hold conversation with this medium. 63. 12 months ago in this journal, July 1, 1870, I wrote an article, in which, after expressing in the most emphatic manner my belief in the occurrence, under certain circumstances, of phenomena inexplicable by any known natural laws, I indicated several tests which men of science had a right to demand before giving credence to the genuineness of these phenomena. Among the tests pointed out were, that a delicately poised balance should be moved under test conditions, and that some exhibition of power equivalent to so many foot-pounds should be manifested in his laboratory, where the experimentalists could weigh, measure, and submit it to proper tests. I said, too, that I could not promise to enter fully into this subject, owing to the difficulties of obtaining opportunities, and the numerous failures attending the inquiry. Moreover, that the persons in whose presence these phenomena take place are few in number, and opportunities for experimenting with previously arranged apparatus are rarer still. Opportunities having since offered for pursuing the investigation, I have gladly availed myself of them for applying to these phenomena careful scientific testing experiments. And I have thus arrived at certain definite results which I think it right should be published. These experiments appear conclusively to establish the existence of a new force, in some unknown manner connected with the human organization, which for convenience may be called the psychic force. Of all the persons endowed with a powerful development of this psychic force, and who have been termed mediums, upon quite another theory of its origin, Mr. Daniel Dunglass Home is the most remarkable, and it is mainly owing to the many opportunities one have had of carrying on my investigation in his presence that I am enabled to affirm so conclusively the existence of this force. The experiments I have tried have been very numerous, but owing to our imperfect knowledge of the conditions which favor or oppose the manifestations of this force, to the apparently capricious manner in which it is exerted, and to the fact that Mr. Home himself is subject to unaccountable ebbs and flows of the force, it has but seldom happened that a result obtained on one occasion could be subsequently confirmed and tested with apparatus specially contrived for the purpose. Among the remarkable phenomena which occur under Mr. Home's influence, the most striking, as well as the most easily tested with scientific accuracy, are, 1. The alteration in the weight of bodies, and, 2. The playing of tunes upon musical instruments, generally an accordion. For convenience of portability, without direct human intervention, under conditions rendering contact or connection with the keys impossible. Not until I had witnessed these facts some half-dozen times, and scrutinized them with all the critical acumen I possess, did I become convinced of their objective reality. Still, desiring to place the matter beyond the shadow of doubt, I invited Mr. Home on several occasions to come to my own house, where, in the presence of a few scientific inquirers, these phenomena could be submitted to crucial experiments. The meetings took place in the evening, in a large room lighted by gas. The apparatus prepared for the purpose of testing the movements of the accordion, consisted of a cage, formed of 2 wooden hoops, respectively 1 foot 10 inches and 2 feet diameter, connected together by 12 narrow laths, each 1 foot 10 inches long, so as to form a drum-shaped frame, open at the top and bottom. Round this 50 yards of insulated copper wire were wound in 24 rounds, each being rather less than an inch from its neighbor. The horizontal strands of wire were then netted together firmly with string, so as to form meshes rather less than 2 inches long by 1 inch high. The height of this cage was such that it would just slip under my dining table, but be too close to the top to allow of the hand being introduced into the interior, or to admit of a foot being pushed underneath it. In another room were 2 Grove cells, wires being led from them into the dining room for connection, if desirable, with the wires surrounding the cage. The accordion was a new one, having been purchased by myself for the purpose of these experiments at Wheatstones, in Conduit Street. Mr. Home had neither handled nor seen the instrument before the commencement of the test experiments. In another part of the room an apparatus was fitted up for experimenting on the alteration in the weight of a body. It consisted of a mahogany board, 36 inches long by 9.5 inches wide and 1 inch thick. At each end a strip of mahogany 1.5 inches wide was screwed on, forming feet. One end of the board rested on a firm table, whilst the other end was supported by a spring balance hanging from a substantial tripod stand. The balance was fitted with a self-registering index, in such a manner that it would record the maximum weight indicated by the pointer. The apparatus was adjusted so that the mahogany board was horizontal, its foot resting flat on the support. In this position its weight was 3 pounds, as marked by the pointer of the balance. Plate 12. Cage of copper wire, electrically charged. Used by Professor Crookes in the home. Accordion experiment. Before Mr. Home entered the room the apparatus had been arranged in position, and he had not even the object of some parts of it explained before sitting down. It may, perhaps, be worthwhile to add, for the purpose of anticipating some critical remarks which are likely to be made, that in the afternoon I called for Mr. Home at his apartments, and when there he suggested that, as he had to change his dress, perhaps I should not object to continue our conversation in his bedroom. I am, therefore, enabled to state positively, that no machinery, apparatus, or contrivance of any sort was secreted about his person. The investigators present on the test occasion were an eminent physicist, high in the ranks of the Royal Society, 64 a well-known sergeant-at-law, 65 my brother, and my chemical assistant. Mr. Holmes sat in a low easy chair at the side of the table. In front of him under the table was the aforesaid cage, one of his legs being on each side of it. I sat close to him on his left, and another observer sat close to him on his right, the rest of the party being seated at convenient distances round the table. For the greater part of the evening, particularly when anything of importance was proceeding, the observers on each side of Mr. Home kept their feet respectively on his feet, so as to be able to detect his slightest movement. The temperature of the room varied from 68 degrees to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Mr. Home took the accordion between the thumb and middle finger of one hand at the opposite end to the keys, CPL. 12a, to save repetition this will be subsequently called, in the usual manner. Having previously opened the bass key myself, and the cage being drawn from under the table so as just to allow the accordion to be pushed in with its keys downwards, it was pushed back as close as Mr. Holmes' arm would permit, but without hiding his hand from those next to him, PL 12, cut B. Very soon the accordion was seen by those on each side to be waving about in a somewhat curious manner. Then sounds came from it, and finally several notes were played in succession. Whilst this was going on, my assistant went under the table, and reported that the accordion was expanding and contracting. At the same time it was seen that the hand of Mr. Home by which it was held was quite still, his other hand resting on the table. Presently the accordion was seen by those on either side of Mr. Home to move about, oscillating and going round and round the cage, and playing at the same time. Dr. A.B. now looked under the table, and said that Mr. Holmes' hand appeared quite still whilst the accordion was moving about emitting distinct sounds. Mr. Holmes still holding the accordion in the usual manner in the cage, his feet being held by those next him, and his other hand resting on the table, we heard distinct and separate notes sounded in succession, and then a simple air was played. As such a result could only have been produced by the various keys of the instrument being acted upon in harmonious succession, this was considered by those present to be a crucial experiment. But the sequel was still more striking, for Mr. Home then removed his hand altogether from the accordion, taking it quite out of the cage, and placed it in the hand of the person next to him. The instrument then continued to play, no person touching it and no hand being near it. I was now desirous of trying what would be the effect of passing the battery current round the insulated wire of the cage, and my assistant accordingly made the connection with the wires from the 2 Grove cells. Mr. Home again held the instrument inside the cage in the same manner as before, when it immediately sounded and moved about vigorously. But whether the electric current passing round the cage assisted the manifestation of force inside, it is impossible to say. After this experiment, the accordion, which he kept holding in one hand, then commenced to play, at first chords and runs, and afterwards a well-known sweet and plaintive melody, which was executed perfectly in a very beautiful manner. Whilst this tune was being played I grasped Mr. Holmes' arm, below the elbow, and gently slid my hand down it until I touched the top of the accordion. He was not moving a muscle. His other hand was on the table, visible to all, and his feet were under the feet of those next to him. Having met with such striking results in the experiments with the accordion in the cage, we turned to the balance apparatus already described. Mr. Home placed the tips of his fingers lightly on the extreme end of the mahogany board, which was resting on the support, whilst Dr. A.B. and myself sat, one on each side of it, watching for any effect which might be produced. Almost immediately the pointer of the balance was seen to descend. After a few seconds it rose again. This movement was repeated several times, as if by successive waves of the psychic force. The end of the board was observed to oscillate slowly up and down during the experiment. Mr. Home now of his own accord took a small hand bell and a little card matchbox, which happened to be near, and placed one under each hand, to satisfy us, as he said, that he was not producing the downward pressure, see figure 3. The very slow oscillation of the spring balance became more marked, and Dr. A.B., watching the index, said that he saw it descend to 6.5 pounds. The normal weight of the board as so suspended being 3 pounds. The additional downward pull was therefore 3.5 pounds. On looking immediately afterwards at the automatic register, we saw that the index had at one time descended as low as 9 pounds, showing a maximum pull of 6 pounds. Upon a board whose normal weight was 3 pounds. In order to see whether it was possible to produce much effect on the spring balance by pressure at the place where Mr. Holmes' fingers had been, I stepped upon the table and stood on one foot at the end of the board. Dr. A.B., who was observing the index of the balance, said that the whole weight of my body, 140 pounds, so applied only sunk the index 1.5 pounds. Or 2 pounds when I shook it. Mr. Home had been sitting in a low easy chair, and could not, therefore, had he tried his utmost, have exerted any material influence on these results. I need scarcely add that his feet as well as his hands were closely guarded by all in the room. This experiment appears to me more striking, if possible, than the one with the accordion. As will be seen on referring to the cut, Fig. 3, the board was arranged perfectly horizontally, and it was particularly noticed that Mr. Holmes' fingers were not at any time advanced more than 1.5 inches from the extreme end, as shown by a pencil mark, which, with Dr. A.B.'s acquiescence, I made at the time. Now, the wooden foot being also 1.5 inches wide, and resting flat on the table, it is evident that no amount of pressure exerted within this space of 1.5 inches could produce any action on the balance. Again, it is also evident that when the end farthest from Mr. Holmes sank, the board would turn on the farther edge of this foot as on a fulcrum. Figure 3. The arrangement was consequently that of a seesaw, 36 inches in length, the fulcrum being 1.5 inches from one end. Were he, therefore, to have exerted a downward pressure, it would have been in opposition to the force which was causing the other end of the board to move down. The slight downward pressure shown by the balance when I stood on the board was owing probably to my foot extending beyond this fulcrum. I have now given a plain, unvarnished statement of the facts from copious notes written at the time the occurrences were taking place, and copied out in full immediately after. Respecting the cause of these phenomena, the nature of the force to which, to avoid periphrasis, I have ventured to give the name of psychic, and the correlation existing between that and the other forces of nature. It would be wrong to hazard the most vague hypothesis. Indeed, in inquiries connected so intimately with rare physiological and psychological conditions, it is the duty of the inquirer to abstain altogether from framing theories until he has accumulated a sufficient number of facts to form a substantial basis upon which to reason. In the presence of strange phenomena as yet unexplored and unexplained following each other in such rapid succession, I confess it is difficult to avoid clothing their record in language of a sensational character. But, to be successful, an inquiry of this kind must be undertaken by the philosopher without prejudice and without sentiment. Romantic and superstitious ideas should be entirely banished, and the steps of his investigation should be guided by intellect as cold and passionless as the instruments he uses. Apropos of this, Mr. Cox wrote to Mr. Crookes. The results appear to me conclusively to establish the important fact, that there is a force proceeding from the nerve system capable of imparting motion and weight to solid bodies within the sphere of its influence. I noticed that the force was exhibited in tremulous pulsations, and not in the form of steady continuous pressure, the indicator rising and falling incessantly throughout the experiment. The fact seems to me of great significance, as tending to confirm the opinion that assigns its source to the nerve organization, and it goes far to establish Dr. Richardson's important discovery of a nerve atmosphere of various intensity enveloping the human structure. Your experiments completely confirm the conclusion at which the investigation committee of the Dialectical Society arrived, after more than 40 meetings for trial and test. Allow me to add that I can find no evidence even tending to prove that this force is other than a force proceeding from, or directly dependent upon, the human organization, and therefore, like all other forces of nature, wholly within the province of that strictly scientific investigation to which you have been the first to subject it. Now that it is proved by mechanical tests to be a fact in nature, and if a fact, it is impossible to exaggerate its importance to physiology and the light it must throw upon the obscure laws of life, of mind and the science of medicine, it cannot fail to command the immediate and most earnest examination and discussion by physiologists and by all who take an interest in that knowledge of man, which has been truly termed the noblest study of mankind. To avoid the appearance of any foregone conclusion, I would recommend the adoption for it of some appropriate name, and I venture to suggest that the force be termed the psychic force. The persons in whom it is manifested in extraordinary power psychics, and the science relating to its psychism as, being a branch of psychology. The preceding article was published separately by William Crookes in a special brochure which lies before me, 66, and which contains, in addition, the following study. Not less curious from the human and anecdotal point of view than from the point of view of the experimenter in physics. When I first stated in this journal that I was about to investigate the phenomena of so-called spiritualism, the announcement called forth universal expressions of approval. One said that my statements deserved respectful consideration, another expressed profound satisfaction that the subject was about to be investigated by a man so thoroughly qualified as, etc. A third was gratified to learn that the matter is now receiving the attention of cool and clear-headed men of recognized position in science. A fourth asserted that no one could doubt Mr. Crookes's ability to conduct the investigation with rigid philosophical impartiality, and a fifth was good enough to tell its readers that, if men like Mr. Crookes grapple with the subject, taking nothing for granted until it is proved, we shall soon know how much to believe. Those remarks, however, were written too hastily. It was taken for granted by the writers that the results of my experiments would be in accordance with their preconceptions. What they really desired was not the truth, but an additional witness in favor of their own foregone conclusion. When they found that the facts which that investigation established could not be made to fit those opinions, why, so much the worse for the facts. They try to creep out of their own confident recommendations of the inquiry by declaring that Mr. Home is a clever conjurer, who has duped us all. Mr. Crookes might, with equal propriety, examine the performances of an Indian juggler. Mr. Crookes must get better witnesses before he can be believed. The thing is too absurd to be treated seriously. It is impossible, and therefore can't be. 67, the observers have all been biologized. And fancy they saw things occur which really never took place, etc. These remarks imply a curious oblivion of the very functions which the scientific inquirer has to fulfill. I am scarcely surprised when the objectors say that I have been deceived merely because they are unconvinced without personal investigation, since the same unscientific course of a priori argument has been opposed to all great discoveries. When I am told that what I describe cannot be explained in accordance with preconceived ideas of the laws of nature, the objector really begs the very question at issue, and resorts to a mode of reasoning which brings science to a standstill. The argument runs in a vicious circle. We must not assert a fact till we know that it is in accordance with the laws of nature, while our only knowledge of the laws of nature must be based on an extensive observation of facts. If a new fact seems to oppose what is called a law of nature, it does not prove the asserted fact to be false, but only that we have not yet ascertained all the laws of nature, or not learned them correctly. In his opening address before the British Association at Edinburgh this year, 1871, Sir William Thomson said, "Science is bound by the everlasting law of honor to face fearlessly every problem which can fairly be presented to it." My object in thus placing on record the results of a very remarkable series of experiments is to present such a problem, which, according to Sir William Thomson, science is bound by the everlasting law of honor to face fearlessly. It will not do merely to deny its existence, or try to sneer it down. Remember, I hazard no hypothesis or theory whatever, I merely vouch for certain facts, my only object being, the truth. Doubt, but do not deny. Point out, by the severest criticism, what are considered fallacies in my experimental tests, and suggest more conclusive trials, but do not let us hastily call our senses lying witnesses merely because they testify against preconceptions. I say to my critics, try the experiments, investigate with care and patience as I have done. If, having examined, you discover imposture or delusion, proclaim it and say how it was done. But, if you find it be a fact, avow it fearlessly, as, by the everlasting law of honor, you are bound to do. In this part of his work Professor Crookes recalls the experiments of Count de Gasparin and of Thury, detailed above, on the phenomenon of the movement of bodies without contact, a thing proved and demonstrated. We need not recur to that. He adds that the ectonic force of Professor Thury and psychical force are equivalent terms, and that the nervous atmosphere or fluid of Dr. Benjamin Richardson also belongs here. Professor Crookes sent his observations to the Royal Society, of which he is a member. The Society refused his communications. The evidence goes to show that it had only approved of the gifted chemist's mixing in heretical and occult researches on consideration of his demonstrating the fallacy of all those prodigies. Figure 4. Figure 5. Professor Stokes, the secretary, refused to consider the subject at all, or to inscribe even the title of the papers in the Society's publications. It was an exact repetition of what took place at the Academy of Science in Paris in 1853. Professor Crookes scorned these arbitrary and anti-scientific judgments and denials and answered them by publishing the detailed description of his experiments. The following are the essential points of this description. Figure 6. On trying these experiments for the first time, I thought that actual contact between Mr. Holmes' hands and the suspended body whose weight was to be altered was essential to the exhibition of the force. But I found afterwards that this was not a necessary condition, and I therefore arranged my apparatus in the following manner. The accompanying cuts, figures 4 and 5, 6, explain the arrangement. Figure 4 is a general view, and figs. 5 and 6 show the essential parts more in detail. The reference letters are the same in each illustration. AB is a mahogany board, 36 inches long by 9.5 inches wide and 1 inch thick. It is suspended at the end, B, by a spring balance, C, furnished with an automatic register, D. The balance is suspended from a very firm tripod support, E. The following piece of apparatus is not shown in the figures. To the moving index, O, of the spring balance, a fine steel point is soldered, projecting horizontally outwards. In front of the balance, and firmly fastened to it, is a grooved frame carrying a flat box similar to the dark box of a photographic camera. This box is made to travel by clockwork horizontally in front of the moving index, and it contains a sheet of plate glass which has been smoked over a flame. The projecting steel point impresses a mark on this smoked surface. If the balance is at rest, and the clock set going, the result is a perfectly straight horizontal line. If the clock is stopped and weights are placed on the end, B, of the board, the result is a vertical line, whose length depends on the weight applied. If, whilst the clock draws the plate along, the weight of the board, or the tension on the balance, varies, the result is a curved line, from which the tension in grains at any moment during the continuance of the experiments can be calculated. The instrument was capable of registering a diminution of the force of gravitation as well as an increase. Registrations of such a diminution were frequently obtained. To avoid complication, however, I will only here refer to results in which an increase of gravitation was experienced. The end, B, of the board being supported by the spring balance, the end, A, is supported on a wooden strip, F, screwed across its lower side and cut to a knife edge, see Figure 6. This fulcrum rests on a firm and heavy wooden stand, GH. On the board, exactly over the fulcrum, is placed a large glass vessel filled with water. IL is a massive iron stand, furnished with an arm and ring, MN, in which rests a hemispherical copper vessel perforated with several holes at the bottom. The iron stand is 2 inches from the board, AB, and the arm and copper vessel, MN, are so adjusted that the latter dips into the water 1½ inches, being 5½ inches from the bottom of I, and 2 inches from its circumference. Shaking or striking the arm, M, or the vessel, N, produces no appreciable mechanical effect on the board, AB, capable of affecting the balance. Dipping the hand to the fullest extent into the water in N, does not produce the least appreciable action on the balance. As the mechanical transmission of power by Mr. Home is by this means entirely cut off between the copper vessel and the board, AB, it follows that the power of muscular control is thereby completely eliminated. There was always ample light in the room where the experiments were conducted, my own dining room, to see all that took place. Furthermore, I repeated the experiments, not only with Mr. Home, but also with another person possessing similar powers. Figure 7. Experiment I. The apparatus having been properly adjusted before Mr. Home entered the room, he was brought in, and asked to place his fingers in the water in the copper vessel, N. He stood up and dipped the tips of the fingers of his right hand in the water, his other hand and his feet being held. When he said he felt a power, force, or influence, proceeding from his hand, I set the clock going, and almost immediately the end, B, of the board was seen to descend slowly and remain down for about 10 seconds. It then descended a little farther, and afterwards rose to its normal height. It then descended again, rose suddenly, gradually sunk for 17 seconds, and finally rose to its normal height, where it remained till the experiment was concluded. The lowest point marked on the glass was equivalent to a direct pull of about 5,000 grains. The accompanying Figure 7 is a copy of the curve traced on the glass. Experiment 2. Contact through water having proved to be as effectual as actual mechanical contact, I wished to see if the power or force could affect the weight either through other portions of the apparatus or through the air. The glass vessel and iron stand, etc., were therefore removed, as an unnecessary complication, and Mr. Holmes' hands were placed on the stand of the apparatus at P, Figure 4. A gentleman present put his hand on Mr. Holmes' hands, and his foot on both Mr. Holmes' feet, and I also watched him closely all the time. At the proper moment the clock was again set going. The board descended and rose in an irregular manner, the result being a curve tracing on the glass, of which Figure 8 is a copy. Figure 8. Figure 9. Figure 10. Experiment 3. Mr. Home was now placed 1 foot from the board, AB, on one side of it. His hands and feet were firmly grasped by a bystander, and another tracing, of which Figure 9 is a copy, was taken on a moving glass plate. Experiment 4. Tried on an occasion when the power was stronger than on the previous occasions. Mr. Home was now placed 3 feet from the apparatus, his hands and feet being tightly held. The clock was set going when he gave the word, and the end, B, of the board soon descended, and again rose in an irregular manner, as shown in Figure 10. The following series of experiments were tried with more delicate apparatus, and with another person, a lady, Mr. Home being absent. As the lady is non-professional, I do not mention her name. She has, however, consented to meet any scientific men whom I may introduce for purposes of investigation. Figure 11. Figure 12. A piece of thin parchment, A, figures 11 and 12, is stretched tightly across a circular hoop of wood. BC is a light lever turning on D. At the end, B, is a vertical needlepoint touching the membrane, A, and at C is another needlepoint, projecting horizontally and touching a smoked glass plate, EF. This glass plate is drawn along in the direction, HG, by clockwork, K. The end, B, of the lever is weighted so that it shall quickly follow the movements of the center of the disc, A. These movements are transmitted and recorded on the glass plate, EF, by means of the lever and needlepoint. C. Holes are cut in the side of the hoop to allow a free passage of air to the underside of the membrane. The apparatus was well tested beforehand by myself and others, to see that no shaking or jar on the table or support would interfere with the results. The line traced by the point, C, on the smoked glass was perfectly straight in spite of all our attempts to influence the lever by shaking the stand or stamping on the floor. Figure 13. Experiment V. Without having the object of the instrument explained to her, the lady was brought into the room and asked to place her fingers on the wooden stand at the points, LM, Figure 11. I then placed my hands over hers to enable me to detect any conscious or unconscious movement on her part. Presently percussive noises were heard on the parchment, resembling the dropping of grains of sand on its surface. At each percussion a fragment of graphite which I had placed on the membrane was seen to be projected upwards about 1-50th of an inch, and the end, C, of the lever moved slightly up and down. Sometimes the sounds were as rapid as those from an induction coil, whilst at others they were more than a second apart. 5 or 6 tracings were taken, and in all cases a movement of the end, C, of the lever was seen to have occurred with each vibration of the membrane. In some cases the lady's hands were not so near the membrane as LM, but were at NO, Figure 12. The accompanying Figure 13 gives tracings taken from the plates used on these occasions. Experiment 6. Having met with these results in Mr. Home's absence, I was anxious to see what action would be produced on the instrument in his presence. Accordingly I asked him to try, but without explaining the instrument to him. Figure 14. Figure 15. I grasped Mr. Home's right arm above the wrist and held his hand over the membrane, about 10 inches from its surface, in the position shown at P, Figure 12. His other hand was held by a friend. After remaining in this position for about half a minute, Mr. Home said he felt some influence passing. I then set the clock going, and we all saw the index, C, moving up and down. The movements were much slower than in the former case, and were almost entirely unaccompanied by the percussive vibrations then noticed. Figures 14 and 15 show the curves produced on the glass on 2 of these occasions. Figs. 13, 14, 15 are magnified. These experiments confirm beyond doubt the conclusion at which I arrived in my former paper. Namely, the existence of a force associated, in some manner not yet explained, with the human organization, by which force increased weight is capable of being imparted to solid bodies without physical contact. Now, however, having seen more of Mr. Home, I think I perceive what it is that this psychic force uses up for its development. In employing the terms vital force, or nervous energy, I am aware that I am employing words which convey very different significations to many investigators. But after witnessing the painful state of nervous and bodily prostration in which some of these experiments have left Mr. Home, after seeing him lying in an almost fainting condition on the floor, pale and speechless, I could scarcely doubt that the evolution of psychic force is accompanied by a corresponding drain on vital force. To witness exhibitions of this force it is not necessary to have access to known psychics. The force itself is probably possessed by all human beings, although the individuals endowed with an extraordinary amount of it are doubtless few. Within the last 12 months I have met in private families 5 or 6 persons possessing a sufficiently vigorous development to make me feel confident that similar results might be produced through their means to those here recorded, though less intense. These experiments continue to be the object of bitter and relentless criticism on the part of the recognized authorities in science and education in England. These persons absolutely refuse to recognize their value. Professor Crookes amused himself, at times, by replying to these fantastic attacks, but, naturally, without convincing his uncompromising opponents. It is unnecessary to reproduce these letters here. They can be found in the French edition of Crookes's researches. The learned chemist did better still, he continued his researches into the domain of the unknown, and got still more remarkable results, still more extraordinary, more inexplicable, more incomprehensible. His notes continue as follows. Like a traveler exploring some distant country, the wonders of which have hitherto been known only through reports and rumors of a vague or distorted character. So for 4 years have I been occupied in pushing an inquiry into a territory of natural knowledge which offers almost virgin soil to a scientific man. As the traveler sees in the natural phenomena he may witness the action of forces governed by natural laws, where others see only the capricious intervention of offended gods, so have I endeavored to trace the operation of natural laws and forces. Where others have seen only the agency of supernatural beings, owning no laws, and obeying no force but their own free will. The phenomena I am prepared to attest are so extraordinary and so directly oppose the most firmly rooted articles of scientific belief, amongst others, the ubiquity and invariable action of the force of gravitation, that, even now, on recalling the details of what I witnessed, there is an antagonism in my mind between reason, which pronounces it to be scientifically impossible, and the consciousness that my senses, both of touch and sight, and these corroborated, as they were, by the senses of all who were present, are not lying witnesses when they testify against my preconceptions. But the supposition that there is a sort of mania or delusion which suddenly attacks a whole roomful of intelligent persons who are quite sane elsewhere, and that they all concur to the minutest particulars in the details of the occurrences of which they suppose themselves to be witnesses, seems to my mind more incredible than even the facts they attest. The subject is far more difficult and extensive than it appears. 4 years ago I intended only to devote a leisure month or 2 to ascertain whether certain marvelous occurrences I had heard about would stand the test of close scrutiny. Having, however, soon arrived at the same conclusion as, I may say, every impartial inquirer, that there was something in it, I could not, as a student of nature's laws, refuse to follow the inquiry wheresoever the facts might lead. Thus a few months have grown into a few years, and, were my time at my own disposal it would probably extend still longer. My principal object will be to place on record a series of actual occurrences which have taken place in my own house, in the presence of trustworthy witnesses, and under as strict test conditions as I could devise. Every fact which I have observed is, moreover, corroborated by the records of independent observers at other times and places. It will be seen that the facts are of the most astounding character, and seem utterly irreconcilable with all known theories of modern science. Having satisfied myself of their truth, it would be moral cowardice to withhold my testimony because my previous publications were ridiculed by critics and others who knew nothing whatever of the subject, and who were too prejudiced to see and judge for themselves whether or not there was truth in the phenomena. I shall state simply what I have seen and proved by repeated experiment and test. Except where darkness has been a necessary condition, as with some of the phenomena of luminous appearances, and a few other instances, everything recorded has taken place in the light. In the few cases where the phenomena noted have occurred in darkness I have been very particular to mention the fact. Moreover, some special reason can be shown for the exclusion of light, or the results have been produced under such perfect test conditions that the suppression of one of the senses has not really weakened the evidence. I have said that darkness is not essential. It is, however, a well-ascertained fact that when the force is weak a bright light exerts an interfering action on some of the phenomena. The power possessed by Mr. Home is sufficiently strong to withstand this antagonistic influence, consequently, he always objects to darkness at his séances. Indeed, except on 2 occasions, when, for some particular experiments of my own, light was excluded, everything which I have witnessed with him has taken place in the light. I have had many opportunities of testing the action of light on different sources and colors, such as sunlight, diffused daylight, moonlight, gas, lamp, and candlelight, electric light from a vacuum tube, homogeneous yellow light, etc. The interfering rays appear to be those at the extreme end of the spectrum. Professor Crookes next proceeds to classify the phenomena observed by him, going from the more simple to the more complex and giving in rapid review under each head, a sketch of some of the facts. In the abridgment of his report which follows I eliminate what has already been fully demonstrated elsewhere in this book. First class, the movement of heavy bodies with contact, but without mechanical exertion. This movement has been fully proved in this volume. Second class, the phenomena of percussive and other allied sounds. An important question here forces itself upon the attention. Are the movements and sounds governed by intelligence? At a very early stage of the inquiry, it was seen that the power producing the phenomena was not merely a blind force, but was associated with or governed by intelligence. Thus the sounds to which I have just alluded will be repeated a definite number of times. They will come loud or faint, and in different places at request. And by a prearranged code of signals, questions are answered, and messages given with more or less accuracy. The intelligence governing the phenomena is sometimes manifestly below that of the medium. It is frequently in direct opposition to the wishes of the medium. When a determination has been expressed to do something which might not be considered quite right, I have known urgent messages given to induce a reconsideration. The intelligence is sometimes of such a character as to lead to the belief that it does not emanate from any person present. Third class, the alteration of weights of bodies. Experiments which have been already described. Fourth class, movements of heavy substances when at a distance from the medium. The instances in which heavy bodies, such as tables, chairs, sofas, etc., have been moved, when the medium has not been touching them, are very numerous. I will briefly mention a few of the most striking. My own chair has been twisted partly round, whilst my feet were off the floor. A chair was seen by all present to move slowly up to the table from a far corner, when all were watching it. On another occasion an armchair moved to where we were sitting, and then moved slowly back again, a distance of about 3 feet, at my request. On 3 successive evenings a small table moved slowly across the room, under conditions which I had specially prearranged, so as to answer any objection which might be raised to the evidence. I have had several repetitions of the experiment considered by the Committee of the Dialectical Society to be conclusive, viz. The movement of a heavy table, in full light, the chairs turned with their backs to the table, about a foot off, and each person kneeling on his chair, with hands resting over the back of the chair, but not touching the table. On one occasion this took place when I was moving about so as to see how everyone was placed. Fifth class, the rising of tables and chairs off the ground, without contact with any person. We need not recur to these matters. Sixth class, the levitation of human beings. The most striking cases of levitation which I have witnessed have been with Mr. Home. On 3 separate occasions have I seen him raised completely from the floor of the room. Once sitting in an easy chair, once kneeling on his chair, and once standing up. On each occasion I had full opportunity of watching the occurrence as it was taking place. There are at least 100 recorded instances of Mr. Holmes rising from the ground, in the presence of as many separate persons, and I have heard from the lips of the 3 witnesses to the most striking occurrence of this kind, the Earl of Dunraven, Lord Lindsay, and Captain C. Wynne, their own most minute accounts of what took place. To reject the recorded evidence on this subject is to reject all human testimony whatever, for no fact in sacred or profane history is supported by a stronger array of proofs. 7th class, movement of various small articles without contact with any person. As in the case of the 6th class, this is well known to my readers. 8th class, luminous appearances. These, being rather faint, generally require the room to be darkened. I need scarcely remind my readers again that, under these circumstances, I have taken proper precautions to avoid being imposed upon by phosphorized oil or other means. Moreover, many of these lights are such as I have tried to imitate artificially, but cannot. Under the strictest test conditions, I have seen a solid self-luminous body, the size and nearly the shape of a turkey's egg, float noiselessly about the room, at one time higher than anyone present could reach standing on tiptoe, and then gently descend to the floor. It was visible for more than 10 minutes, and before it faded away it struck the table 3 times with a sound like that of a hard solid body. During this time the medium was lying back, apparently insensible, in an easy chair. I have seen luminous points of light darting about and settling on the heads of different persons. I have had questions answered by the flashing of a bright light a desired number of times in front of my face. I have seen sparks of light rising from the table to the ceiling, and again falling upon the table, striking it with an audible sound. I have had an alphabetic communication given by luminous flashes occurring before me in the air, whilst my hand was moving about amongst them. I have seen a luminous cloud floating upwards to a picture. Under the strictest test conditions, I have more than once had a solid, self-luminous, crystalline body placed in my hand by a hand which did not belong to any person in the room. In the light, I have seen a luminous cloud hover over a heliotrope on a side table, break a sprig off, and carry it to a lady. And on some occasions I have seen a similar luminous cloud visibly condense to the form of a hand and carry small objects about. 9th class, the appearance of hands, either self-luminous or visible by ordinary light. During a séance in full light a beautifully formed small hand rose up from an opening in a dining table and gave me a flower. It appeared and then disappeared 3 times at intervals, affording me ample opportunity of satisfying myself that it was as real in appearance as my own. This occurred in the light in my own room, whilst I was holding the medium's hands and feet. On another occasion, a small hand and arm, like a baby's, appeared playing about a lady who was sitting next to me. It then patted my arm and pulled my coat several times. At another time, a finger and thumb were seen to pick the petals from a flower in Mr. Holmes' buttonhole, and lay them in front of several persons who were sitting near him. A hand has been repeatedly seen by myself and others playing the keys of an accordion, both of the medium's hands being visible at the same time, and sometimes being held by those near him. The hands and fingers do not always appear to me to be solid and lifelike. Sometimes, indeed, they present more the appearance of a nebulous cloud partly condensed into the form of a hand. This is not equally visible to all present. For instance, a flower or other small object is seen to move, one person present will see a luminous cloud hovering over it, another will detect a nebulous-looking hand, whilst others will see nothing at all but the moving flower. I have more than once seen, first an object move, then a luminous cloud appear to form about it, and, lastly, the cloud condense into shape and become a perfectly formed hand. At this stage the hand is visible to all present. It is not always a mere form, but sometimes appears perfectly lifelike and graceful, the fingers moving, and the flesh apparently as human as that of any in the room. At the wrist, or arm, it becomes hazy, and fades off into a luminous cloud. To the touch, the hand sometimes appears icy cold and dead, at other times, warm and lifelike, grasping my own with the firm pressure of an old friend. I have retained one of these hands in my own, firmly resolved not to let it escape. There was no struggle or effort made to get loose, but it gradually seemed to resolve itself into vapor, and faded in that manner from my grasp. 10th class, direct writing. The learned chemist cites some remarkable examples obtained by him. We need not speak of them in this book. 11th class, phantom forms and faces. These are the rarest of the phenomena I have witnessed. The conditions requisite for their appearance appear to be so delicate, and such trifles interfere with their production, that only on very few occasions have I witnessed them under satisfactory test conditions. I will mention two of these cases. In the dusk of the evening, during a séance with Mr. Home at my house, the curtains of a window about 8 feet from Mr. Home were seen to move. A dark, shadowy, semi-transparent form, like that of a man, was then seen by all present standing near the window, waving the curtain with his hand. As we looked, the form faded away, and the curtain ceased to move. The following is a still more striking instance. As in the former case, Mr. Home was the medium. A phantom form came from a corner of the room, took an accordion in its hand, and then glided about the room playing the instrument. The form was visible to all present for many minutes, Mr. Home also being seen at the same time. Coming rather close to a lady who was sitting apart from the rest of the company, she gave a slight cry, upon which it vanished. 12th class, special instances which seem to point to the agency of an exterior intelligence. It has already been shown that the phenomena are governed by an intelligence. It becomes a question of importance as to the source of that intelligence. Is it the intelligence of the medium, of any of the other persons in the room, or is it an exterior intelligence? Without wishing at present to speak positively on this point, I may say that whilst I have observed many circumstances which appear to show that the will and intelligence of the medium have much to do with the phenomena, I have observed some circumstances which seem conclusively to point to the agency of an outside intelligence, not belonging to any human being in the room. Space does not allow me to give here all the arguments which can be adduced to prove these points, but I will briefly mention one or two circumstances out of many. I have been present when several phenomena were going on at the same time, some being unknown to the medium. I have been with Miss Fox when she has been writing a message automatically to one person present, whilst a message to another person on another subject was being given alphabetically by means of raps. And the whole time she was conversing freely with a third person on a subject totally different from either. Perhaps a more striking instance is the following. During a séance with Mr. Home, a small lath, which I have before mentioned, moved across the table to me, in the light, and delivered a message to me by tapping my hand, I repeating the alphabet, and the lath tapping me at the right letters. The other end of the lath was resting on the table, some distance from Mr. Home's hands. The taps were so sharp and clear, and the lath was evidently so well under control of the invisible power which was governing its movements, that I said, "Can the intelligence governing the motion of this lath change the character of the movements? And give me a telegraphic message through the Morse alphabet by taps on my hand?" I have every reason to believe that the Morse code was quite unknown to any other person present, and it was only imperfectly known to me. Immediately I said this, the character of the taps changed, and the message was continued in the way I had requested. The letters were given too rapidly for me to do more than catch a word here and there, and consequently I lost the message. But I heard sufficient to convince me that there was a good Morse operator at the other end of the line, wherever that might be. Another instance. A lady was writing automatically by means of the planchette. I was trying to devise a means of proving that what she wrote was not due to unconscious cerebration. The planchette, as it always does, insisted that, although it was moved by the hand and the arm of the lady, the intelligence was that of an invisible being who was playing on her brain as on a musical instrument, and thus moving her muscles. I therefore said to this intelligence, "Can you see the contents of this room?" "Yes," wrote the planchette. "Can you see to read this newspaper?" said I, putting my finger on a copy of the Times, which was on a table behind me, but without looking at it. "Yes," was the reply of the planchette. "Well," I said, "if you can see that, write the word which is now covered by my finger, and I will believe you." The planchette commenced to move. Slowly and with great difficulty the word, however, was written. I turned round and saw that the word, however, was covered by the tip of my finger. I had purposely avoided looking at the newspaper when I tried this experiment, and it was impossible for the lady, had she tried, to have seen any of the printed words, for she was sitting at one table, and the paper was on another table behind. My body intervening. 13th class, miscellaneous occurrences of a complex character. Professor Crookes here cites two examples of the transference of matter through matter, a bell passing from neighboring room into that in which the séance was being held, and a flower separating from a bouquet and passing through the table. The spare at my disposal will not permit me to give more details here, but all my readers must appreciate, as I do, the importance of these experiments of the eminent chemist. I will especially call attention to the proofs they afford of the presence of a mind or intelligence, other than that of the experimenters, to the formation of hands and spirit forms, and to the passage of matter through matter. These experiments date from the years 1871 to 1873. During the last mentioned year, a new medium, endowed with particularly remarkable powers, appeared in London, namely, Miss Florence Cook, who was born in 1856, and was, therefore, 17 in 1873. Since the preceding year, 1872, she had often seen the apparition by her side of a young girl. This spectral form had taken a liking to her, and told her she was called Katie King in the other world, and had been a lady called Annie Morgan during one of her lives on earth. Some observers told marvelous stories of these apparitions, which they also saw, among them being William Harrison, Benjamin Coleman, Mr. Luxmore, Dr. Sexton, Dr. Gully, the Prince of Say and Wittgenstein, who have all published accounts of them which breathe an air of sincere belief. Professor Crookes got in touch with this new medium in December, 1873. In The Spiritualist, a journal edited by Mr. Harrison, at whose home several sittings had taken place, there appeared in the numbers for February and March, 1874, 2 letters from Professor Crookes. A few extracts from these letters here follow. I have reason to know that the power at work in these phenomena, like love, laughs at locksmiths. The séance of which you speak and at which I was present, was held at the house of Mr. Luxmore, and the cabinet was a back drawing-room separated from the front room in which the company sat by a curtain. The usual formality of searching the room and examining the fastenings having been gone through, Miss Cook entered the cabinet. After a little time the form of Katie appeared at the side of the curtain, but soon retreated, saying her medium was not well, and could not be put into a sufficiently deep sleep to make it safe for her to be left. I was sitting within a few feet of the curtain close behind which Miss Cook was sitting, and I could frequently hear her moan and sob, as if in pain. This uneasiness continued at intervals nearly the whole duration of the séance, and once, when the form of Katie was standing before me in the room, I distinctly heard a sobbing, moaning sound, identical with that which Miss Cook had been making at intervals the whole time of the séance, come from behind the curtain where the young lady was supposed to be sitting. I admit that the figure was startlingly lifelike and real, and, as far as I could see in the somewhat dim light, the features resembled those of Miss Cook. But still the positive evidence of one of my own senses that the moan came from Miss Cook in the cabinet, whilst the figure was outside, is too strong to be upset by a mere inference to the contrary, however well supported. Your readers, sir, know me, and will, I hope, believe that I will not come hastily to an opinion, or ask them to agree with me on insufficient evidence. It is perhaps expecting too much to think that the little incident I have mentioned will have the same weight with them that it had with me. But this I do beg of them, let those who are inclined to judge Miss Cook harshly suspend their judgment until I bring forward positive evidence which I think will be sufficient to settle the question. Miss Cook is now devoting herself exclusively to a series of private séances with me and 1 or 2 friends. The séances will probably extend over some months, and I am promised that every desirable test shall be given to me. These séances have not been going on many weeks, but enough has taken place to thoroughly convince me of the perfect truth and honesty of Miss Cook, and to give me every reason to expect that the promises so freely made to me by Katie will be kept. William Crookes. Here is the second letter from the cautious investigator. In a letter which I wrote to this journal early in February last, speaking of the phenomena of spirit forms which have appeared through Miss Cook's mediumship, I said, let those who are inclined to judge Miss Cook harshly suspend their judgment until I bring forward positive evidence which I think will be sufficient to settle the question. In that letter I described an incident which, to my mind, went very far towards convincing me that Katie and Miss Cook were 2 separate material beings. When Katie was outside the cabinet, standing before me, I heard a moaning noise from Miss Cook in the cabinet. I am happy to say that I have at last obtained the absolute proof to which I referred in the above-quoted letter. On March 12, during a séance here, after Katie had been walking amongst us and talking for some time, she retreated behind the curtain which separated my laboratory, where the company was sitting, from my library which did temporary duty as a cabinet. In a minute she came to the curtain and called me to her, saying, "Come into the room and lift my medium's head up, she has slipped down." Katie was then standing before me clothed in her usual white robes and turban headdress. I immediately walked into the library up to Miss Cook, Katie stepping aside to allow me to pass. I found Miss Cook had slipped partially off the sofa, and her head was hanging in a very awkward position. I lifted her onto the sofa, and in so doing had satisfactory evidence, in spite of the darkness, that Miss Cook was not attired in the Katie costume, but had on her ordinary black velvet dress, and was in a deep trance. Not more than 3 seconds elapsed between my seeing the white-robed Katie standing before me and my raising Miss Cook onto the sofa from the position into which she had fallen. On returning to my post of observation by the curtain, Katie again appeared, and said she thought she would be able to show herself and her medium to me at the same time. The gas was then turned out and she asked for my phosphorus lamp. After exhibiting herself by it for some seconds, she handed it back to me, saying, "Now come in and see my medium." I closely followed her into the library, and by the light of my lamp saw Miss Cook lying on the sofa just as I had left her. I looked round for Katie, but she had disappeared. I called her, but there was no answer. On resuming my place, Katie soon reappeared, and told me that she had been standing close to Miss Cook all the time. She then asked if she might try an experiment herself, and taking the phosphorus lamp from me she passed behind the curtain, asking me not to look in for the present. In a few minutes she handed the lamp back to me, saying she could not succeed, as she had used up all the power, but would try again another time. My eldest son, a lad of 14, who was sitting opposite me, in such a position that he could see behind the curtain, tells me he distinctly saw the phosphorus lamp apparently floating about in space over Miss Cook, illuminating her as she lay motionless on the sofa, but he could not see anyone holding the lamp. I pass on to a séance held last night at Hackney. Katie never appeared to greater perfection, and for nearly 2 hours she walked about the room, conversing familiarly with those present. On several occasions she took my arm when walking, and the impression conveyed to my mind that it was a living woman by my side, instead of a visitor from the other world, was so strong that the temptation to repeat a recent celebrated experiment became almost irresistible. Feeling, however, that if I had not a spirit, I had at all events a lady close to me, I asked her permission to clasp her in my arms, so as to be able to verify the interesting observations which a bold experimentalist has recently somewhat verbosely recorded. Permission was graciously given, and I accordingly did, well, as any gentleman would do under the circumstances. Mr. Volkman will be pleased to know that I can corroborate his statement that the ghost, not struggling, however, was as material a being as Miss Cook herself. Katie now said she thought she would be able this time to show herself and Miss Cook together. I was to turn the gas out, and then come with my phosphorus lamp into the room now used as a cabinet. This I did, having previously asked a friend who was skillful at shorthand to take down any statement I might make when in the cabinet, knowing the importance attaching to first impressions, and not wishing to leave more to memory than necessary. His notes are now before me. I went cautiously into the room, it being dark, and felt about for Miss Cook. I found her crouching on the floor. Kneeling down, I let air enter the lamp, and by its light I saw the young lady dressed in black velvet, as she had been in the early part of the evening, and to all appearance perfectly senseless. She did not move when I took her hand and held the light quite close to her face, but continued quietly breathing. Raising the lamp, I looked around and saw Katie standing close behind Miss Cook. She was robed in flowing white drapery as we had seen her previously during the séance. Holding one of Miss Cook's hands in mine, and still kneeling, I passed the lamp up and down so as to illuminate Katie's whole figure. and satisfy myself thoroughly that I was really looking at the veritable Katie whom I had clasped in my arms a few minutes before, and not at the phantasm of a disordered brain. She did not speak, but moved her head and smiled in recognition. 3 separate times did I carefully examine Miss Cook crouching before me, to be sure that the hand I held was that of a living woman, and 3 separate times did I turn the lamp to Katie and examine her with steadfast scrutiny, until I had no doubt whatever of her objective reality. At last Miss Cook moved slightly, and Katie instantly motioned me to go away. I went to another part of the cabinet, and then ceased to see Katie, but did not leave the room till Miss Cook woke up, and 2 of the visitors came in with a light. Before concluding this article I wish to give some of the points of difference which I have observed between Miss Cook and Katie. Katie's height varies. In my house I have seen her 6 inches taller than Miss Cook. Last night, with bare feet, and not tiptoeing, she was 4.5 inches taller than Miss Cook. Katie's neck was bare last night. The skin was perfectly smooth both to touch and sight, whilst on Miss Cook's neck is a large blister, which under similar circumstances is distinctly visible and rough to the touch. Katie's ears are unpierced, whilst Miss Cook habitually wears earrings. Katie's complexion is very fair, while that of Miss Cook is very dark. Katie's fingers are much longer than Miss Cook's, and her face is also larger. In manners and ways of expression there are also many decided differences. After the observations summarized in these 2 letters Professor Crookes continued his experiments at his own home, for a space of 2 months. The result of all is embodied in the following statements made by Crookes himself. During the week before Katie took her departure she gave séances at my house almost nightly, to enable me to photograph her by artificial light. 5 complete sets of photographic apparatus were accordingly fitted up for the purpose, consisting of 5 cameras, 1 of the whole plate size, 1 half plate, 1 quarter plate, and 2 binocular stereoscopic cameras, which were all brought to bear upon Katie at the same time on each occasion on which she stood for her portrait. 5 sensitizing and 5 fixing baths were used, and plenty of plates were cleaned ready for use in advance, so that there might be no hitch or delay during the photographic operations, which were performed by myself, aided by 1 assistant. My library was used as a dark cabinet. It has folding doors opening into the laboratory. 1 of these doors was taken off its hinges, and a curtain suspended in its place to enable Katie to pass in and out easily. Those of our friends who were present were seated in the laboratory facing the curtain, and the cameras were placed a little behind them, ready to photograph Katie when she came outside, and to photograph anything also inside the cabinet, whenever the curtain was withdrawn for the purpose. Each evening there were 3 or 4 exposures of plates in the 5 cameras, giving at least 15 separate pictures at each séance. Some of these were spoilt in the developing, and some in regulating the amount of light. Altogether, I have 44 negatives, some inferior, some indifferent, and some excellent. Katie instructed all the sitters but myself to keep their seats and to keep conditions. But for some time past she has given me permission to do what I liked, to touch her, and to enter and leave the cabinet almost whenever I pleased. I have frequently followed her into the cabinet, and have sometimes seen her and her medium together, but most generally I have found nobody but the entranced medium lying on the floor, Katie and her white robes having instantaneously disappeared. During the last 6 months Miss Cook has been a frequent visitor at my house, remaining sometimes a week at a time. She brings nothing with her but a little hand bag, not locked. During the day she is constantly in the presence of Mrs. Crookes, myself or some other member of my family, and, not sleeping by herself, there is absolutely no opportunity for any preparation even of a less elaborate character than would be required for enacting Katie King. I prepare and arrange my library myself as the dark cabinet, and usually, after Miss Cook has been dining and conversing with us, and scarcely out of our sight for a minute, she walks directly into the cabinet, and I, at her request, lock its second door, and keep possession of the key all through the séance. The gas is then turned out, and Miss Cook is left in darkness. On entering the cabinet, Miss Cook lies down upon the floor, with her head on a pillow, and is soon entranced. During the photographic séance, Katie muffled her medium's head up in a shawl to prevent the light falling upon her face. I frequently drew the curtain on one side when Katie was standing near, and it was a common thing for the 7 or 8 of us in the laboratory to see Miss Cook and Katie at the same time, under the full blaze of the electric light. We did not on these occasions actually see the face of the medium because of the shawl, but we saw her hands and feet, we saw her move uneasily under the influence of the intense light, and we heard her moan occasionally. I have one photograph of the two together, but Katie is seated in front of Miss Cook's head. During the time I took an active part in these séances, Katie's confidence in me gradually grew, until she refused to give a séance unless I took charge of the arrangements. She said she always wanted me to keep close to her, and near the cabinet, and I found that after this confidence was established, and she was satisfied I would not break any promise I might make to her, the phenomena increased greatly in power. And tests were freely given that would have been unobtainable had I approached the subject in another manner. She often consulted me about persons present at the séances, and where they should be placed, for of late she had become very nervous. In consequence of certain ill-advised suggestions that force should be employed as an adjunct to more scientific modes of research. One of the most interesting of the pictures is one in which I am standing by the side of Katie. She has her bare foot upon a particular part of the floor. Afterwards I dressed Miss Cook like Katie, placed her and myself in exactly the same position, and we were photographed by the same cameras, placed exactly as in the other experiment, and illuminated by the same light. When these two pictures are placed over each other, the two photographs of myself coincide exactly as regards stature, etc., but Katie is half a head taller than Miss Cook, and looks a big woman in comparison with her. In the breadth of her face, in many of the pictures, she differs essentially in size from her medium, and the photographs show several other points of difference. But photography is as inadequate to depict the perfect beauty of Katie's face as words are powerless to describe her charms of manner. Photography may, indeed, give a map of her countenance. But how can it reproduce the brilliant purity of her complexion, or the ever-varying expression of her most mobile features, now overshadowed with sadness when relating some of the bitter experiences of her past life? Now smiling with all the innocence of happy girlhood when she had collected my children round her and was amusing them by recounting anecdotes of her adventures in India. Round her she made an atmosphere of life. The very air seemed lighter from her eyes. They were so soft and beautiful, and rife with all we can imagine of the skies. Her overpowering presence made you feel it would not be idolatry to kneel. Having seen so much of Katie lately, when she has been illuminated by the electric light, I am enabled to add to the points of difference between her and her medium which I mentioned in a former article. I have the most absolute certainty that Miss Cook and Katie are two separate individuals so far as their bodies are concerned. Several little marks on Miss Cook's face are absent on Katie's. Miss Cook's hair is so dark a brown as almost to appear black. A lock of Katie's, which is now before me, and which she allowed me to cut from her luxuriant tresses, having first traced it up to the scalp and satisfied myself that it actually grew there, is a rich golden auburn. One evening I timed Katie's pulse. It beat steadily at 75, whilst Miss Cook's pulse a little time after was going at its usual rate of 90. On applying my ear to Katie's chest I could hear a heart beating rhythmically inside, and pulsating even more steadily than did Miss Cook's heart when she allowed me to try a similar experiment after the séance. Tested in the same way, Katie's lungs were found to be sounder than her medium's, for at the time I tried my experiment Miss Cook was under medical treatment for a severe cough. This mysterious being, this strange Katie King, had announced, from the time of her first appearances, that she would be able to show herself in this way for only 3 years. The end of this period was now approaching. When the time came for Katie to take her farewell I asked that she would let me see the last of her. Accordingly when she had called each of the company up to her and had spoken to them a few words in private, she gave some general directions for the future guidance and protection of Miss Cook. From these, which were taken down in shorthand, I quote the following: Mr. Crookes has done very well throughout, and I leave Florrie with the greatest confidence in his hands, feeling perfectly sure he will not abuse the trust one place in him. He can act in any emergency better than I can myself, for he has more strength. Having concluded her directions, Katie invited me into the cabinet with her, and allowed me to remain there to the end. After closing the curtain she conversed with me for some time, and then walked across the room to where Miss Cook was lying senseless on the floor. Stooping over her, Katie touched her, and said, "Wake up, Florrie, wake up. I must leave you now." Miss Cook then woke and tearfully entreated Katie to stay a little time longer. "My dear, I can't, my work is done." "God bless you," Katie replied, and then continued speaking to Miss Cook. For several minutes the two were conversing with each other, till at last Miss Cook's tears prevented her speaking. Following Katie's instructions, I then came forward to support Miss Cook, who was falling onto the floor, sobbing hysterically. I looked round, but the white-robed Katie had gone. As soon as Miss Cook was sufficiently calmed, a light was procured and I led her out of the cabinet. One word more about this astonishing phenomenon. The medium Home, employed, as we have seen, in the first experiments of Professor Crookes, gave it to me as his personal opinion that Miss Cook was only a skillful trickster, and had shamefully deceived the eminent scientist, and as for mediums, why, there was only one absolutely trustworthy, and that was himself, Daniel Dunglass Home. He even added that the fiancé of Miss Cook had given striking proofs of her extreme cantankerousness. He who has observed at close hand the rivalries of mediums, which are as strongly marked as those of doctors, actors, musicians and women, will not, it seems to me, find in this talk of Home any intrinsic value whatever. But I must confess that this matter of Katie King is really so extraordinary that I am forced to try every possible explanation before admitting its truth. This is also the opinion of Mr. Crookes himself. In order to convince myself, says he, I was constantly on my guard, and Miss Cook readily assisted me in all my investigations. Every test that I have proposed she has at once agreed to submit to with the utmost willingness. She is open and straightforward in speech, and I have never seen anything approaching the slightest symptom of a wish to deceive. Indeed, I do not believe she could carry on a deception if she were to try, and if she did she would certainly be found out very quickly, for such a line of action is altogether foreign to her nature. And to imagine that an innocent schoolgirl of 15 would be able to conceive and then successfully carry out for 3 years so gigantic an imposture as this, and in that time would submit to any test which might be imposed upon her, would bear the strictest scrutiny, would be willing to be searched at any time, either before or after a séance, and would meet with even better success in my own house than at that of her parents. Knowing that she visited me with the express object of submitting to strict scientific tests, to imagine, I say, the Katie King of the last 3 years to be the result of imposture does more violence to one's reason and common sense than to believe her to be what she herself affirms. It will perhaps not be superfluous to round out these accounts of William Crookes by giving an extract from the journal The Spiritualist of the 29th of May, 1874. From the beginning of the mediumship of Miss Cook, the spirit Katie King or Annie Morgan, who had produced the greater portion of the physical part of the manifestations, had announced that she would not be able to be with her medium longer than 3 years, and that after that time she would say good-bye to her forever. The end of that period came last Thursday, but before leaving her medium, she gave her friends 3 more séances. The last took place on Thursday, the 21st of May, 1874. Among the spectators was Professor William Crookes. At 7:23 in the evening Professor Crookes led Miss Cook into the dark cabinet, where she lay down upon the floor, her head resting on a cushion. At 7:28 Katie spoke for the first time, and at 7:30 she showed herself outside of the curtain in her full form. She was dressed in white, short sleeves and bare neck. She had long light auburn hair of a rich tint, falling in curls on each side of her head and down her back to her waist. She wore a long white veil which was not drawn down over her face more than once or twice during the sitting. The medium wore a light blue merino robe. During almost the whole of the séance, Katie remained standing before us. The curtain of the cabinet was drawn aside and all could distinctly see the medium lying asleep, having her face covered with a red shawl, in order to shield it from the light. Katie spoke of her approaching departure and accepted a bouquet which Mr. Tapp had brought her, as well as a bunch of lilies offered by Mr. Crookes. She asked Mr. Tapp to untie the bouquet and to put the flowers before her on the floor. She then sat down in the Turkish style and asked all to sit around her in the same way. Then she divided the flowers and gave to each a little bouquet tied up with a blue ribbon. She then wrote letters to some of her friends, signing them Annie Owen Morgan, saying that was her true name during her life on earth. She also wrote a letter to her medium, and chose for her a rosebud as a goodbye gift. Katie then took the scissors, cut off a lock of her hair and gave some of it to all of us. She then took Mr. Crookes' hand and made the tour of the room, pressing the hand of each of us in turn. She then sat down again and cut off several pieces of her robe and of her veil for remembrances. Seeing such holes in her robe, she being seated all this while between Mr. Crookes and Mr. Tapp, someone asked her if she could repair the damage, as she had done on previous occasions. She then held the cut part of the robe in the light, gave one rap upon it, and instantly that part was whole and unblemished as before. Those near her touched and examined the stuff, with her permission. They affirmed that there was neither hole nor scam, nor anything added at the very place where an instant before they had seen holes several inches in diameter. She next gave her last instructions to Mr. Crookes. Then, seeming fatigued, she added that her force was disappearing, and repeated her goodbye to everyone in the most affectionate manner. All present thanked her for the wonderful manifestations which she had given them. While she was directing toward her friends a last grave and pensive look, she let fall the curtain, and it hid her from our view. We heard her waking up the medium, who begged her with tears to remain a little longer. But Katie said, "It is impossible, my dear, my mission is accomplished, God bless you." And we heard the sound of a kiss. The medium then came out among us wholly exhausted and in a state of deep dismay. Such are the experiments of Sir William Crookes. I have restricted myself to relating his own personal observations, as set forth by himself. The story of Katie King is truly one of the most mysterious, the most incredible, to be found in the whole history of spiritualistic research, and is at the same time one of the cases that have been most scrupulously studied by the experimental method, including photography. The medium, Miss Florence Cook, married in 1874 Mr. L.G. Corner, and, from that time on, her contributions to psychical research almost ceased. I have several times been assured that she also had been caught in the very act of cheating. Always that feminine hysteria. But the investigations of Crookes were conducted with such care and competence, that it is very difficult to refuse our credence. Besides, this scientist was not the only one to study the mediumship of Florence Cook. Among other works that may be consulted on this subject is one containing a large number of proofs and testimonies, as well as several photographs, alluded to above. 68. These recorded cases, or testimonies, form a collection of records, the study of which is most instructive. The study of the great chemist surpassed the rest, to be sure, but it does not diminish the intrinsic value of the others. All the observations agree and mutually confirm each other. As to the explanation of the phenomena, Crookes thinks that we cannot discover it. Was this apparition what it claimed to be? There is nothing to prove it. Might it not be a double of the medium, a product of her psychic force? The learned chemist did not change his opinion, as has been claimed, about the authenticity of the phenomena studied by him. In an address delivered at a meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, held at Bristol in 1898, and of which he was president, he expressed himself as follows. No incident in my scientific career is more widely known than the part one took many years ago in certain psychic researches. 30 years have passed since I published an account of experiments tending to show that outside our scientific knowledge there exists a force exercised by intelligence differing from the ordinary intelligence common to mortals. This fact in my life is, of course, well understood by those who honored me with the invitation to become your president. Perhaps among my audience some may feel curious as to whether I shall speak out or be silent. I elect to speak, although briefly. To enter at length on a still debatable subject would be to insist on a topic which, as Wallace, Lodge and Barrett have already shown, though not unfitted for discussion at these meetings, does not yet enlist the interest of the majority of my scientific brethren. To ignore the subject would be an act of cowardice I feel no temptation to commit. To stop short in any research that bids fair to widen the gates of knowledge, to recoil from fear of difficulty or adverse criticism, is to bring reproach on science. There is nothing for the investigator to do but to go straight on, to explore up and down, inch by inch, with the taper, his reason, to follow the light wherever it may lead, even should it at times resemble a will-o'-the-wisp. I have nothing to retract. I adhere to my already published statements. Indeed, I might add much thereto. I regret only a certain crudity in those early expositions, which, no doubt justly, militated against their acceptance by the scientific world. My own knowledge at that time scarcely extended beyond the fact that certain phenomena new to science had assuredly occurred, and were attested by my own sober senses, and, better still, by automatic record. I was like some two-dimensional being who might stand at the singular point of a Riemann's surface, and thus find himself in infinitesimal and inexplicable contact with a plane of existence not his own. I think I see a little farther now. I have glimpses of something like coherence among the strange elusive phenomena, of something like continuity between those unexplained forces and laws already known. This advance is largely due to the labors of another association of which I have also this year the honor to be president, the Society for Psychical Research. And were I now introducing for the first time these inquiries to the world of science, I should choose a starting point different from that of old. It would be well to begin with telepathy. With the fundamental law, as I believe it to be, that thoughts and images may be transferred from one mind to another without the agency of the recognized organs of sense. That knowledge may enter the human mind without being communicated in any hitherto known or recognized ways. Although the inquiry has elicited important facts with reference to the mind, it has not yet reached the scientific stage of certainty which would entitle it to be usefully brought before one of our sections. I will therefore confine myself to pointing out the direction in which scientific investigation can legitimately advance. If telepathy take place, we have two physical facts: the physical change in the brain of A, the suggester, and the analogous physical change in the brain of B, the recipient of the suggestion. Between these two physical events there must exist a train of physical causes. Whenever the connecting sequence of intermediate causes begins to be revealed, the inquiry will then come within the range of one of the sections of the British Association. Such a sequence can only occur through an intervening medium. All the phenomena of the universe are presumably in some way continuous. And it is unscientific to call in the aid of mysterious agencies when with every fresh advance in knowledge it is shown that ether vibrations have powers and attributes abundantly equal to any demand, even to the transmission of thought. It is supposed by some physiologists that the essential cells of nerves do not actually touch, but are separated by a narrow gap which widens in sleep while it narrows almost to extinction during mental activity. This condition is so singularly like that of a Branly or Lodge coherer as to suggest a further analogy. The structure of brain and nerve being similar, it is conceivable there may be present masses of such nerve coherers in the brain whose special function it may be to receive impulses brought from without through the connecting sequence of ether waves of appropriate order of magnitude. Röntgen has familiarized us with an order of vibrations of extreme minuteness compared with the smallest waves with which we have hitherto been acquainted, and of dimensions comparable with the distances between centers of the atoms of which the material universe is built up. And there is no reason to suppose that we have here reached the limit of frequency. It is known that the action of thought is accompanied by certain molecular movements in the brain, and here we have physical vibrations capable from their extreme minuteness of acting directly on individual molecules, while their rapidity approaches that of the internal and external movements of the atoms themselves. Confirmation of telepathic phenomena is afforded by many converging experiments, and by many spontaneous occurrences only thus intelligible. The most varied proof, perhaps, is drawn from analysis of the subconscious workings of the mind, when these, whether by accident or design, are brought into conscious survey. Evidence of a region below the threshold of consciousness has been presented, since its first inception, in the Proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research. And its various aspects are being interpreted and welded into a comprehensive whole by the pertinacious genius of F. W. H. Myers. A formidable range of phenomena must be scientifically sifted before we effectually grasp a faculty so strange, so bewildering, and for ages so inscrutable, as the direct action of mind on mind. An eminent predecessor in this chair declared that, by an intellectual necessity be crossed the boundary of experimental evidence, and discerned in that matter, which we, in our ignorance of its latent powers, and notwithstanding our professed reverence for its Creator, have hitherto covered with opprobrium, the potency and promise of all terrestrial life. I should prefer to reverse the apothegm, and to say that in life I see the promise and potency of all forms of matter. In old Egyptian days a well-known inscription was carved over the portal of the temple of Isis, I am whatever hath been, is, or ever will be, and my veil no man hath yet lifted. Not thus do modern seekers after truth confront nature, the word that stands for the baffling mysteries of the universe. Steadily, unflinchingly, we strive to pierce the inmost heart of nature, from what she is to reconstruct what she has been, and to prophesy what she yet shall be. Veil after veil we have lifted, and her face grows more beautiful, august, and wonderful, with every barrier that is withdrawn. It would be difficult to find truer thought better expressed. It is the language of true science, and is also the expression of the highest philosophy. Chapter 10. Sundry Experiments and Observations. Abundant testimony as to the existence of a hitherto little explored psychic realm has doubtless been given in the preceding pages. Mediumistic phenomena proclaim the existence of unknown forces. It is almost superfluous to heap up in this place a still greater number of recorded instances. However, these facts are so extraordinary, so incomprehensible, so hard to believe, that a mere increase in the number of cases is not without value, especially when they are furnished by men of incontestable skill and learning. The old law proverb testis unis, testis nullus, one witness is no witness, is applicable here. We must not verify once, we must verify 100 times, such apparently scientific extravagances, in order to make sure they are not delusions, but sober facts. In short, the whole subject is so curious, so strange that the investigator of these mysteries is never surfeited. Hence, in addition to what has already been given, I shall select and present in this place, out of the immense collection of observations which I have for a long time been making, those which most strike the attention and give added confirmation to what has preceded. In addition to the experiments of Crookes, it is fitting to add in this place those of the great English naturalist, Alfred Russel Wallace, also a member of the Royal Society of London, President of the English Anthropological Society, and well known as the scientist, who at the same time with Darwin, June, 1858, gave to the world the theory of the variation of species by natural selection. He himself gives the following account 69 of his studies in this matter of the mysterious psychic force. It was in the summer of 1865 that I first witnessed any of the phenomena of what is called spiritualism, in the house of a friend, a skeptic, a man of science, and a lawyer, with none but members of his own family present. Sitting at a good-sized round table, with our hands placed upon it, after a short time slight movements would commence, not often turnings or tiltings, but a gentle intermittent movement, like steps, which after a time would bring the table quite across the room. Slight but distinct tapping sounds were also heard. The following notes made at the time were intended to describe exactly what took place. July 22, 1865. Sat with my friend, his wife, and 2 daughters at a large loo table, by daylight. In about half an hour some faint motions were perceived, and some faint taps heard. They gradually increased, the taps became very distinct, and the table moved considerably, obliging us all to shift our chairs. Then a curious vibratory motion of the table commenced, almost like the shivering of a living animal. I could feel it up to my elbows. These phenomena were variously repeated for 2 hours. On trying afterwards, we found the table could not be voluntarily moved in the same manner without a great exertion of force, and we could discover no possible way of producing the taps while our hands were upon the table. On other occasions we tried the experiment of each person in succession leaving the table, and found that the phenomena continued the same as before, both taps and the table movement. Once I requested one after another to leave the table. The phenomena continued, but, as the number of sitters diminished, with decreasing vigor, and, just after the last person had drawn back, leaving me alone at the table, there were 2 dull taps or blows. As with a fist on the pillar or foot of the table, the vibration of which I could feel as well as hear. Some time before these observations I had met a gentleman who had told me of most wonderful phenomena occurring in his own family, among them the palpable motion of solid bodies when no person was touching them or near them. And he had recommended me to go to a public medium in London, Mrs. Marshall, where I might see things equally wonderful. Accordingly, in September, 1865, I began a series of visits to Mrs. Marshall, generally accompanied by a friend, a good chemist and mechanic, and of a thoroughly skeptical mind. 1. A small table, on which the hands of 4 persons were placed, including my own and Mrs. Marshall's, rose up vertically about a foot from the floor, and remained suspended for about 20 seconds, while my friend, who was sitting looking on, could see the lower part of the table with the feet freely suspended above the floor. 2. While sitting at a large table, with Miss T on my left and Mr. R on my right, a guitar which had been played in Miss T's hand slid down onto the floor, passed over my feet and came to Mr. R, against whose legs it raised itself up till it appeared above the table. I and Mr. R were watching it carefully the whole time, and it behaved as if alive itself, or rather as if a small invisible child were by great exertions moving it and raising it up. These 2 phenomena were witnessed in bright gaslight. 3. A chair, on which a relation of Mr. R's sat, was lifted up with her on it. Afterwards, when she returned to the table from the piano, where she had been playing, her chair moved away just as she was going to sit down. On drawing it up, it moved away again. After this had happened 3 times, it became apparently fixed to the floor, so that she could not raise it. Mr. R then took hold of it, and found that it was only by a great exertion he could lift it off the floor. This sitting took place in broad daylight, on a bright day, and in a room on the first floor with 2 windows. However strange and unreal these few phenomena may seem to readers who have seen nothing of the kind, I positively affirm that they are facts which really happened just as I have narrated them. And that there was no room for any possible trick or deception. In each case, before we began, we turned up the tables and chairs, and saw that they were ordinary pieces of furniture, and that there was no connection between them and the floor, and we placed them where we pleased before we sat down. Several of the phenomena occurred entirely under our own hands, and quite disconnected from the medium. They were as much realities as the motion of nails towards a magnet, and, it may be added, not in themselves more improbable or more incomprehensible. The mental phenomena which most frequently occur are the spelling out of the names of relatives of persons present, their ages, or any other particulars about them. They are especially uncertain in their manifestation, though when they do succeed they are very conclusive to the persons who witness them. The general opinion of skeptics as to these phenomena is, that they depend simply on the acuteness and talent of the medium in hitting on the letters which form the name, by the manner in which persons dwell upon or hurry over them. The ordinary mode of receiving these communications being for the person interested to go over a printed alphabet, letter by letter, loud taps indicating the letters which form the required names. I am going to choose some of our experiments which show how impossible it is to accept this explanation. When I first received a communication myself I was particularly careful to avoid giving any indication, by going with steady regularity over the letters, yet there was spelt out correctly, first, the place where my brother died, Para. Then his Christian name, Herbert, and lastly, at my request, the name of the mutual friend who last saw him, Henry Walter Bates. On this occasion our party of 6 visited Mrs. Marshall for the first time, and my name as well as those of the rest of the party, except one, were unknown to her. That one was my married sister, whose name was no clue to mine. On the same occasion a young lady, a connection of Mr. R.'s, was told that a communication was to be made to her. She took the alphabet, and instead of pointing to the letters one by one, she moved the pencil smoothly over the lines with the greatest steadiness. I watched her, and wrote down the letters which the taps indicated. The name produced was an extraordinary one, the letters being Thomas Doe Thacker. I thought there must be an error in the latter part. But the names were Thomas Doe Thacker, the lady's father, every letter being correct. A number of other names, places, and dates were spelt out on this occasion with equal accuracy. But I give only these two, because in these I am sure no clue was given by which the names could have been guessed by the most preternaturally acute intellect. On another occasion, I accompanied my sister and a lady who had never been there before to Mrs. Marshall's, and we had a very curious illustration of the absurdity of imputing the spelling of names to the receiver's hesitation and the medium's acuteness. She wished the name of a particular deceased relative to be spelled out to her, and pointed to the letters of the alphabet in the usual way, while I wrote down those indicated. The first three letters were YRNO, said she, that's nonsense. We had better begin again. Just then an E came, and, thinking I saw what it was, I said, please go on, I understand it. The whole was then spelt out thus, Yernikofich. The lady even then did not see it, till I separated it thus, Erna Cockfedge, or Henry Jeffcock, the name of the relative she had wanted, accurately spelt backwards. Another phenomenon, necessitating the exertion both of force and intellect, is the following. The table having been previously examined, a sheet of note paper was marked privately by me, and placed with a lead pencil under the center foot of the table, all present having their hands upon the table. After a few minutes, taps are heard, and, on taking up the paper, I find written on it, in a free hand, William. On another occasion, a friend from the country, a total stranger to the medium, and whose name was never mentioned, accompanied me. And, after receiving what purported to be a communication from his son, a paper was put under the table, and in a few minutes there was found written on it, Charlie T. Dodd, the correct name. In these cases it is certain there was no machinery under the table, and it simply remains to ask if it were possible for Mrs. Marshall to slip off her boots, seize the pencil and paper with her toes, and write on it a name she had to guess at, and again put on her boots without removing her hands from the table, or giving any indication whatever of her exertions. It was in November, 1866, that my sister discovered that a lady living with her had the power of inducing loud and distinct taps and other curious phenomena. And I now began a series of observations in my own house, the most important of which I shall briefly narrate. When we sat at a large loo table without a cloth, with all our hands upon it, the taps would generally commence in a few minutes. They sound as if made on the underside of the leaf of the table, in various parts of it. They change in tone and loudness, from a sound like that produced by tapping with a needle or a long fingernail, to others like blows with a fist or slaps with the fingers of a hand. Sounds are produced also like scraping with a fingernail, or like the rubbing of a damp finger pressed very hard on the table. The rapidity with which these sounds are produced and are changed is very remarkable. They will imitate, more or less exactly, sounds which we make with our fingers above the table. They will keep good time to a tune whistled by one of the party. They will sometimes, at request, play a very fair tune themselves, or will follow accurately a hand tapping a tune upon the table. Of course, the first impression is that someone's foot is lifting up the table. To answer this objection, I prepared the table before our second trial without telling any one, by stretching some thin tissue paper between the feet an inch or two from the bottom of the pillar, in such a manner that any attempt to insert the foot must crush or tear the paper. The table rose up as before, resisted pressure downwards, as if it was resting on the back of some animal, sunk to the floor, and in a short time rose again, and then dropped suddenly down. I now with some anxiety turned up the table, and, to the surprise of all present, showed them the delicate tissue stretched across altogether uninjured. Finding that this test was troublesome, as the paper or threads had to be renewed every time, and were liable to be broken accidentally before the experiment began, I constructed a cylinder of hoops and laths, covered with canvas. The table was placed within this as in a well, and, as it was about 18 inches high, it kept the feet and dresses of the ladies away from the table. The ladder rose without the least difficulty, the hands of all the group being held above it. A small center table suddenly moved up of its own accord to the table by the side of the medium, as if it had gradually got within the sphere of a strong attractive force. Afterwards, at our request, it was thrown down on the floor without any person touching it, and it then moved about in a strange lifelike manner, as if seeking some means of getting up again, turning its claws first on one side and then on the other. On another occasion, a very large leather armchair which stood at least 4 or 5 feet from the medium, suddenly wheeled up to her, after a few slight preliminary movements. It is, of course, easy to say that what I relate is impossible. I maintain that it is accurately true. And that no man, whatever be his attainments, has such an exhaustive knowledge of the powers of nature as to justify him in using the word impossible, with regard to facts which I and many others have repeatedly witnessed. We evidently have here facts similar to those which I observed in my experiments with Eusapia and with other mediums. Alfred Russel Wallace continues his account by the citation of cases analogous to those which have been described in this work. Then sums up the experiments of Crookes, of Varley, Morgan, and other English scientists, does me the honor of citing my letter to the Dialectical Society which I have printed above. Passes in review the history of spiritualism, and declares that, 1. The facts are incontestable, and that, 2. In his opinion, the best explanatory hypothesis is that of spirits, or the souls of the disembodied, the theory of the unconscious being evidently inadequate. Such is also the opinion of the electrician Cromwell Varley. Neither he nor Wallace believes that there is anything supernatural in the phenomena. Discarnate spirits are in nature, as well as the incarnate. The triviality of the communications ought not to astonish us, if we consider the myriads of trivial and fantastic human beings who every day become ghosts and are the same beings the day after their death that they were the day before. Professor Morgan, the brilliant author of the Budget of Paradoxes, an excellent piece of work, and highly complimented by the London Athenaeum, in 1865, expresses the same opinion in his work on Mind, 1863. Not only does he think that the facts are incontestable, but he also believes that the hypothesis that explains the facts by intelligences exterior to ourselves is the only satisfying one. He relates, among other things, that, in one of the séances attended by him, a friend of his, a very skeptical person, was making a little fun of the spirits, whereupon, while they were all standing, a dozen experimenters of them, around the dining-room table, and forming the chain above it, without contact, the heavy table began to move of its own accord, and, dragging along the whole group, made a rush at the skeptic, and pinned him against the back of the sofa, until he cried, "Hold! Enough!" Still, does that constitute proof of an independent spirit? Was it not an expression of the collective thought of the company? And, likewise, in the experience which Wallace has just cited, were not the dictated names latent in the brain of the questioner? And was not the little center table, in its climbings acting under the physical and psychical influences of the medium? Whatever may be the explanatory hypothesis, the facts are undeniable. We have here, before all, a group of substantial English scientists of the first rank, in whose opinion the denial of the phenomena is a sort of madness. French scientists are a little more belated than their neighbors. Nevertheless, I have already called attention to some of them during the course of this work. I should have taken pleasure in adding the names of the lamented Pierre Curie and of Professor d'Arsonval, if they had published the experiments they made with Eusapia during July, 1905, and March and April, 1906. At the General Institute of Psychology. Among the most judicious of experimenters in psychical phenomena I ought also to mention M. J. Maxwell, a doctor of medicine and, a very different function, Advocate General at the Court of Appeals in Bordeaux. The reader may have already noticed, page 173, the part which this investigator, at once a magistrate and a scientist, took in the experiments made at El Agnilas in 1895. Eusapia is not the only medium with whom he studied, and his acquaintance with our subject is supported by the best of documentary evidence. It is fitting that I present to the reader at this point the most characteristic facts and the essential conclusions set forth in his work. Point 70. The author has made a special examinations of raps. Raps, coups fraps. The contact of hands is not necessary to obtain raps. With certain mediums I have very readily obtained them without contact. When one has succeeded in obtaining raps with contact, one of the surest means of continuing to thus obtain them, is to keep the hands resting on the table for a certain time, then to lift them very slowly. Keeping the palms turned downward toward the table, the fingers loosely opened, but not held stiffly. It rarely happens under such circumstances, that the raps do not continue to make themselves heard, at least for some time. I need not add that the experimenters should not only avoid touching the table with their hands, but even with any other part of their bodies, or their clothes. The contact of garments with the table may be sufficient to produce raps which have in them nothing supernormal. It is necessary therefore to exercise great care that the dresses of ladies do not come in contact with the legs of the table. When the necessary precautions are used, the raps sound in a very convincing way. In the case of certain mediums, the energy set free is powerful enough to act at a distance. I once happened to hear raps upon a table which was almost 6 feet from the medium. We had had a very short sitting and had left the table. I was reclining in an easy chair. The medium, standing, was conversing with me, when a series of raps was made upon the table which we had just left. It was broad daylight in midsummer, about 5 o'clock in the evening. The raps were forcible and lasted for several minutes. I have often observed facts of this kind. I happened once, while traveling, to meet an interesting medium. He did not allow me to use his name, but I may say that he is an honorable man, well informed, occupying an official position. I obtained with him lively raps in restaurants and in railway lunch counters. He did not suspect that he possessed this latent faculty before he had experimented with me. To have observed the raps produced under these conditions would have been sufficient to convince anyone of their authenticity. The unusual noise made by these raps attracted the attention of persons present and gave us much annoyance. The result surpassed our expectations. It is to be noted that the more we were confused with the noise made by our raps, the more frequent they became. One would have said that some waggish creature was producing them and amusing himself with our embarrassment. I also obtained fine raps upon the floors of museums before the pictures of the old masters. The most common are those made, with contact, upon the table or upon the floor, next, those made at a distance upon various articles of furniture. More rarely, I have heard them on the garments of the sitters or of the medium, or upon the coverings of pieces of furniture. I have heard them on sheets of paper laid on the experiment table, in books, in walls, in tambourines, in small wooden objects, especially in a planchette used for automatic writing. I noticed very curious raps in the case of a writing medium. When she had automatic writing, the raps were produced with extreme rapidity at the end of her pencil, but the pencil itself did not tap the table. Several times and very carefully I put my hand on the end of the pencil opposite the point, without the latter leaving for a single moment the paper on the table. The raps sounded in the wood, not on the paper. In this case, of course, the medium held the pencil. The raps occur even when I place my finger on the upper end of the pencil and when I press its point against the paper. You feel the pencil vibrating, but it is not displaced. Inasmuch as these raps are very resonant, I calculated that it would be necessary to give a pretty strong blow in order to produce them artificially. The necessary movement requires a lifting of the point from 2 to 5 millimeters, according to the intensity of the raps. Now the point does not seem to be displaced. Furthermore, when the writing is going on, these raps take place with great rapidity, and the examination of the writing does not show any place where a stop occurred. The text is continuous, no trace of tapping is perceptible in it, no thickening of the strokes can be perceived. Observations made under such conditions seem to me to exclude the possibility of fraud. I have observed that these raps occur, without apparent cause, as far as 9 feet from the medium. They manifest themselves as the expression of an activity and of a will distinct from those of the observers. Such is the appearance of the phenomenon. A curious fact results from all this, that not only do the raps occur as the product of an intelligent action, but they also usually agree to perform as often as asked, and to produce definite rhythms, for example, certain airs. In like manner they imitate the raps made by the experimenters, upon demand of the latter. The different raps frequently respond to each other, and it is one of the prettiest experiments in which one can take part to hear these blows, now slight and muffled, now sharp and abrupt, or again soft and gentle, sounding simultaneously upon the table, the floor, and the framework and coverings of the furniture. I had the good fortune to be able to study these curious rappings at close range, and I believe I have reached certain conclusions. The first, and the best attested, is that the raps are closely connected with the muscular movements of the sitters. I will sum up my observations on this point as follows. 1. Every muscular movement, even a feeble one, is generally followed by a rap. 2. The intensity of the raps did not seem to me to be proportional to the muscular movement made. 3. The intensity of the raps did not seem to me to vary in proportion to their distance from the medium. The following are the facts upon which my conclusions rest. I frequently observed that when we had raps that were feeble and occurred only at intervals, an excellent means of producing them was to form the chain upon the table, the hands resting upon it, and the observers putting their fingers in light contact. One of them, without breaking the chain, a feat he accomplished by holding in the same hand the right hand of his neighbor on the left and the left hand of his neighbor on the right, moved his released hand in circular sweeps or passes over the table, at the level of the circle formed by the opened hands of the observers. After having made this movement 4 or 5 times, always in the same direction, that is to say, after having thus traced 4 or 5 circles over the table, the experimenter brought his hand over toward the center at a variable height and moved it down towards the table. Then he abruptly arrested this movement at a distance of 7 or 8 inches from the top. The abrupt stoppage of his hand was tallied by a rap in the wood. It is an exceptional case when this process does not yield taps, that is to say, when there is a medium in the circle capable, even feebly, of producing them. The same experiment can be made without touching the table, but forming around it a kind of closed chain. One of the operators then acts as in the preceding case. I have no need to recall to the minds of my readers that with certain mediums, raps are produced without any movement being made. Almost all mediums can obtain them in this way by keeping perfectly quiet and having patience. But one would say that the execution of the movement acts as a determining cause. It seems as if the accumulated energy received a kind of stimulus. Levitations. One day we improvised an experiment in the afternoon, and I remember that I observed a very interesting levitation made under these circumstances. It was about 5 o'clock in the evening, at any rate it was broad daylight, in the salon at El Agnilas. We took our places about the table, standing. Eusapia took the hand of one of us and placed it on the corner of the table, at her right. The table thereupon rose up to the height of our foreheads, that is to say, the top of the table rose at least as high as 5 feet above the floor. Such experiments were very convincing, for it was impossible for Eusapia, the circumstances being such as they were, to lift the table by a normal act. It is enough to suppose that she merely touched the corner of the table, to find out how heavy a weight she would have had to lift if she had made a muscular movement. Besides, she had not a sufficient grip on the table to lift it. Evidently, the conditions of the experiment being such, she could not make use of one of the fraudulent processes mentioned by her critics, such as straps or hooks of any kind. The phenomenon is undeniably authentic. The breathing seems to have a very great influence. In the way things take place, it seems as if the sitters released, by breathing, an amount of motor energy comparable to that which they release when rapidly moving their limbs. There is something in this very curious and difficult to explain. The more complete analysis of the facts allows us to think that the liberation of the energy employed depends upon the contraction of the muscles and not upon the movement made. The thing which reveals this peculiarity is easy to observe. When we are forming the chain about the table, we can set up a movement without contact by mutually pressing our hands together with a certain force, or by pressing the feet hard upon the floor. The first of these means is much the better of the two. The arms have only made an insignificant movement, and one can say that the muscular contraction is almost the only physiological phenomenon observable. Yet it suffices. All these authenticated experiments tend to show that the agent which determines movements without contact has some connection with our organism, and probably with our nervous system. Conditions of the experiments. We must never lose out of our sight the relative importance of the moral and intellectual status of the group of experimenters. That is one of the most difficult things to seize and comprehend. But when the force is abundant, the simple manifestation of the will is sometimes able to determine the movement. For example, upon a desire to that effect being expressed by the sitters, the table moves in the way it is requested to do. The phenomena occur as if this force were guided by an intelligence distinct from that of the experimenters. I hasten to say that I regard that only as a probability, and that I think I have observed a certain resemblance between these personifications and the secondary personalities of somnambulists. In this apparent bond between the indirect will of the sitters and the phenomena there is a problem the solution of which has so far completely escaped me. I suspect that this bond has nothing supernatural about it, and I realize that the spiritualistic hypothesis is a poorer explanation and inadequate to meet the facts, but I cannot formulate any satisfactory explanation. Close observations of the relations existing between the phenomena and the will of the sitters brings out other discoveries also. I mean, in the first place, the bad effect which disagreement among the experimenters produces. It sometimes happens that one of them expresses the desire to perceive a certain phenomenon. If the thing is slow in taking place, the same experimenter, or another one, will ask for a different spectacle. Sometimes different sitters will ask for several contradictory things at the same time. The confusion which reigns in the collective thought manifests itself in the phenomena, which themselves become confused and vague. 71. However, things do not happen absolutely as if the phenomena were directed by a will which is only the shadow or the reflex of that of the sitters. It sometimes happens that they show great independence, and flatly refuse to yield to the desires expressed. Forms and Phantoms. At Bordeaux, in 1897, the room where we held our sittings was lighted by a very large window. The outside Venetian blinds of this window were closed. But when the gas was lighted in a little building which formed an adjunct to the kitchen, in the corner of the court near the garden, a feeble light penetrated the room and dimly illuminated the window panes. The window itself formed in this way a bright background upon which certain dark forms were perceived by a part of the experimenters. We all saw these forms, or rather this form, for it was always the same one that appeared, a long bearded profile, with a very high arched nose. This apparition said it was head of John, a personification who always appears with Eusapia. 72. This is a very extraordinary phenomenon. The first idea which presents itself to the mind is that this is a case of collective hallucination. But the care with which we observed this curious phenomenon, and, it seems needless for me to add, the calmness with which we experimented, renders this hypothesis very unlikely. The supposition of fraud is still less admissible. The head, which we saw was of life size, measuring say 16 inches from the forehead to the end of the beard. It is impossible to understand how Eusapia could have hidden in her pockets or under her clothes any kind of a cardboard profile. Nor can one understand any better how, unknown to us, she could have taken out this paper figure, mounted it upon a stick, or upon a wire, and so operated with it. Eusapia had not gone into a trance, she herself sometimes saw the profile which appeared, and, thoroughly awake and conscious, took pleasure in assisting in the phenomena which she was producing. The feeble light which the illumined window shed was sufficient to enable us to see her hands being carefully held by the controllers on the right and on the left. It would have been impossible for her to manipulate these objects. In fact, however, the profile observed seemed to form at the top of the cabinet, at the height of about 3.5 feet above Eusapia's head. It descended rather slowly and so took its place above and in front of her. Then at the end of some seconds it disappeared, only to reappear some time afterwards in the same circumstances. Every time, we carefully assured ourselves of the relative immobility of the hand and arms of the medium. Hence I regard the prodigy which I am relating as one of the most certain I ever verified, so incompatible was the hypothesis of fraud with the conditions under which we observed. I am persuaded that these facts will one day, soon perhaps, receive the stamp of scientific approval as subjects of study. They will do this in spite of the obstacles which obstinate infatuation and the fear of ridicule pile in the way. The intolerance of certain beings matches that of certain dogmas. Catholicism, for example, considers psychic phenomena as the work of the devil. Is it worthwhile at the present time to combat such a theory? I do not think it is. But this question is foreign to the psychic facts themselves. So far as my experience permits me to judge, these phenomena are entirely natural. The devil does not show his claws in them. If the tables should announce that they were Satan himself, there would be nothing on the face of things which would lead us to believe they were speaking the truth. If called on to prove his power, this grandiloquent Satan would turn out, I fear, to be a sorry thaumaturgist. The religious prejudice which proscribes these experiments as supernatural is as little justified as the scientific prejudice which only sees in them fraud and imposture. Here again the old adage of Aristotle finds its application: equity lies between the two extremes of opinion. It is evident that these experiments of Dr. Maxwell are in accord with all the preceding ones. The results ascertained mutually confirm each other. Apropos of mediums who produce physical or material effects, I should also like to mention here the one who was very specially examined at Paris, in 1902, by a group of men composed in large part of former pupils of the Polytechnic School. They held a dozen séances in July and August. This group was composed of M.A. de Roches, Tayton, Lemerle, Backel, de Fontenay, and Derriex. The medium was Auguste Politi, of Rome. He was 47 years old. Several very remarkable table levitations were observed and photographed by these gentlemen during their sittings. I reproduce here, PL 13, one of these photographs, taken by M. de Fontenay, which he kindly allows me to use. It is undoubtedly one of the most beautiful that has been obtained, and one of the most striking. All the hands that form the chain are carefully held away from the table. It seems to me that not to recognize the value of this photograph as a record would be to deny the evidence itself. It was taken instantaneously by a flash of magnesium light. The eyes of the medium had been bandaged, that the light might not give him a nervous shock. This same medium was studied at Rome, in February, 1904, by a group composed of Professor Milesi, of the University of Rome, M. Joseph Squanquirillo, Mr. and Mrs. Franklin Simmons, American travelers passing through Rome, and M. and Madame Cartoni. They declare that they heard scales very well executed upon the piano, which was an upright one, at quite a distance from the sitters. Yet none of the sitters knew how to play on the piano, while Professor Milesi's deceased sister, who was called upon to manifest herself, was a very good pianist. Another musical phenomenon was produced: a mandolin placed on the lid of the piano, began of its own accord to play, balancing itself in the air until it went and fell down, playing all the while, between the hands of the experimenters who formed the chain. Plate 13. Instantaneous photograph. Taken by M. de Fontenay of table levitation. Produced by the medium Auguste Politi. Later, at intervals, the piano was lifted in its turn, falling back noisily. It must be remarked that two men scarcely sufficed to lift this piano, even by one of its sides. After the sitting, it was ascertained that the instrument had been displaced about 1.5 feet. But here follows a resume of the phenomena observed with this medium. In every séance, very vigorous raps were obtained in the table around which were grouped the experimenters and the medium, they together forming the chain, while the lamp with red light was on the table itself. If we wish to produce rap so sharp and strong, says M.C. Kocha, the reporter of these seances, we had to rap with all our might on the table with some solid object. While the kind of raps which were produced in the seances with Politi seemed to issue from the interior of the table with loud sounds like explosions. But now the table begins to be shaken. The white curtain of the cabinet which was behind the medium, at a distance of 20 inches, swelled out and floated in every direction, as if a violent wind had inflated it from the other side. We heard a chair moving with a gliding motion over the floor. It had been placed there before the beginning of the sitting and was now thrown violently over. During the course of the fifth sitting it came clear out of the cabinet, in the presence of everybody, and did not stop until it got near the medium. These phenomena took place by the red light of a photographic lamp. In the complete darkness which attended the third séance an extraordinary thing occurred, so much the more extraordinary because we had taken special measures to forestall any attempt at fraud. The medium was held by two sitters who, being very skeptical, had taken their places on his right and on his left, and were holding his hands and his feet. At a certain moment the medium ordered the operators to lift their hands from the table and not to hinder its movements, above all, not to break the chain. Whereupon a great uproar was heard in the cabinet. The medium calls for light, and, to the great amazement of all of us, we discover that the table, which was rectangular in form and did not weigh less than 39 pounds, was found turned upside down upon the floor of the cabinet. The controllers declared that the medium had not stirred. It is to be remarked. 1. That the table must have been lifted high enough to pass over the heads of the sitters. 2. That it must have passed above the group forming the chain. 3. That as the opening in the curtains of the cabinet only measured 37 inches across, and the table, on its shortest side, 30 inches, there only remained free 7 inches for passing through this opening. 4. That the table must have come forward endwise, then moved around lengthwise, it was 3 feet long, and turned upside down, resting on the floor. That the whole of this difficult maneuver was executed in a few seconds in complete darkness and without any of the sitters having touched the table in the slightest degree. 73. Luminous phenomena were also obtained. Lights appeared and disappeared in the air. Some of them gave the outline of a curve. They did not show any radiation. In the fifth séance, everybody was able to testify to the appearance of 2 luminous crosses, about 4 inches in height. At the last séance, the tambourine fringed with bells, which had been rubbed with phosphorus, went circling around the whole room, and in such a way that all its movements could be followed. During almost all the sittings, mysterious touchings were noticed, among others, those produced by an enormous hairy hand. In the first, fourth and fifth séances there were materializations. Prof. Italo Palmarini believed that he recognized his daughter, who had been dead 3 years. He felt himself embraced, everybody heard the sound of a kiss. The same manifestation took place in the fifth séance. Professor Palmarini believed that he still recognized the person of his daughter. At the opening of each séance the medium was searched, and was then placed in a kind of big sack, made to order for this purpose, and fastened at the neck, the wrists, and the feet. Another medium, the Russian Sambor, was the object of numerous experiments at St. Petersburg during a period of 6 years. 1897 to 1902, it will be interesting also to give a summing up in this place of the report about this man published by M. Petrovo Solivovo. 74. In the first séances a large folding screen placed behind the medium was observed to be vigorously shaken. The medium's feet and hands were carefully held. A table in a neighboring chamber moved of its own accord. In a metal cone placed on the table, enclosing a bit of paper and a lead pencil, and then riveted up, there was found, when it was unriveted, a ribbon. And a phrase written on the paper in script that had to be read in a looking-glass, écriture en miroir. Other cases of the passage of matter through matter were tried, none of which succeeded. But further on the reports relate the following experiments. In the month of February, 1901, one of Sambor's séances took place at my house, in my study. against the windows of which I had hung curtains of black calico in such a way that the room was plunged in the deepest darkness. The medium occupied a place in the chain. Next to the medium were M.J. Lomatsk on his right, myself on his left. Sambor's hands and feet were faithfully held the whole time in a way that gave perfect satisfaction. The phenomena soon began to develop. I do not intend to take the time here to describe them, but I wish to mention a remarkable case of the passage of matter through matter. M. Lomatsk, controller on the right, declares that someone is pulling his chair from under him. So, redoubling our attention, we continue to hold the medium. M. Lomatska's chair is soon positively lifted up, so that he is obliged to stand. Some time after, he declares that someone is trying to hang the chair on the hand with which he is holding Sambor. Then the chair suddenly disappears from the arm of M. Lomatsk, and at the same moment I feel a light pressure upon my left arm. I do not mean the one which was in contact with the medium, but with my neighbor on the left M. Weber, after which I feel that something heavy is hanging from my arm. When the candle was lighted, we all saw that my left arm had been passed through the back of the chair. In this way the chair was nicely balanced upon that one of my arms which was not in contact with Sambor, but with my neighbor on the left. I had not let go of the hands of my neighbors. Such an observation as this needs no commentary, says the reporter of this occurrence, M. Petrovo Solovovo. The fact is simply incomprehensible. I give here some other phenomena which were observed in May, 1902. 1. A cedar apple, an old copper coin which was found to be a Persian coin of 1723, and an amateur photographic portrait of a young woman in mourning unknown to anybody present were found, coming from nobody knew where, nor in what way, upon the table about which we were seated. 2. Several different objects in the room were transported to the table by the mysterious force, such, for example, as a thermometer, which had been hung on the wall behind the piano at a distance of from 1/2 to 7 feet from the medium. A large lantern placed upon the piano somewhere between 2 and 4 feet behind the medium, several piles of music books which had rested on the same piano, a framed portrait. And, finally, the candlesticks, the candle, and the different parts of a candlestick belonging to the piano. 3. Several times a bronze bell placed on the table was lifted into the air by the mysterious force and noisily rung. On the request of the sitters it was once carried over to the piano, against which it struck a sounding blow, and from there again over to the table. 4. Unoccupied chairs had been placed behind the medium. One of them was several times lifted and placed noisily on the table in the midst of the sitters, and without having run against any of them. When upon the table, this chair several times moved about, fell over, and picked itself up. 5. One of these same chairs was found to be hung by the back upon the joined hands of the medium and M. de Pogenpol. Before the beginning of that part of the séance which witnessed this phenomenon, a strip of cloth, slipped over the sleeves of the medium, had been several times tightly twisted around the wrists of M. de Pogenpol. 6. At the request of the sitters, the mysterious force several times stopped the playing of the music box. It stood on the table around which we were seated, after which it began to play again. 7. A sheet of paper and a lead pencil, placed on the table, were thrown on the floor, and everybody distinctly heard the pencil moving over the paper with a heavy pressure and, with a sharp tap, putting a period at the end of what had been written. After this the pencil was laid on the table. 8. 5 of the experimenters declared that they had been touched by some mysterious hand. 9. Twice the mysterious force drew sounds from the piano. The first time, this took place when the lid of the piano was open. The second time, the sounds were heard after the lid had been locked with a key, the key remaining on the table in the midst of the circle of experimenters. At first the unknown force began to play a melody on the high notes, and 2 or 3 times produced trills. Then chords on the bass notes were heard at the same time with the melody, and, when the piano was playing, the music box also began to play, both performances lasting several minutes. 10. During all the phenomena which have just been described, the medium, Sambor, seemed sunk in a profound trance, and remained almost motionless. The phenomena were not accompanied by any bustle or confusion. His hands and his feet were all the time controlled by his neighbors. M. de Poggenpoel and Loris Mellico several times saw something long, black, and slender detaching itself from him during the phenomena and moving toward the objects. I will add, in closing, says M. Petrovo Solivovo, that this medium was accused of cupidity and intemperance. These seances were the last he gave. He died a few months afterward. But, to tell the truth, I have a tender spot in my heart for the late M. Sambor. This little Russian, a former telegraph operator, polished and humanized by the 6 or 7 winters that he had passed in St. Petersburg, can it be that blind nature had chosen this man to be the intermediary between our world and the doubtful beyond? Or, at least, another world of beings whose precise nature, begging the pardon of the spirits, would be an enigma to me, provided I positively believed in them. It is with that word, doubt, alas. Is not doubt the most certain result of mediumistic experiments, that I end this report? To this whole series of varied observations and experiments we could still add many more. In 1905 MM. Charles Richet and Gabriel Delaine held some famous séances in Algiers. But it is not impossible that fraud may have crept into their experiments, in spite of all the precautions taken by them. The photographs of the phantom Bienboa have an artificial look. In 1906, the American medium, Miller, gave in Paris several séances in which it really seems as if true apparitions were manifested. I cannot say anything personally about it, not having been present. Among other experimenters, there were 2 very competent ones, who studied this medium, namely, G. Delaine and G. Mary. The first concludes that the apparitions were what they represented themselves to be, see Revue Scientifique et Morale du Spiritisme, that is to say, the spirits of the departed. The second, on the other hand, declares in L'Echo du Merveilleux, that, until there is fuller information, we must be satisfied with not comprehending. It is not within the scope of my plan to discuss in this particular place, apparitions, or materializations. We may ask ourselves whether the fluid which certainly emanates from the medium may not produce a kind of condensation able to furnish to the most interested observer of the manifestation the elusive vision of an unreal personality which, besides, only lasts, as a general thing, for a few seconds. Is it a mélange or combination of fluids? But it is not yet time to make hypotheses. Chapter 11. My general inquiry respecting observations of unexplained phenomena. A certain number of my readers perhaps remember the general inquiry that I instituted in the course of the year 1899 respecting observation of the unexplained phenomena of telepathy, manifestations of the dying, premonitory dreams, etc. An inquiry published in part in my work L'inconnu et les problèmes psychiques. I received 4,280 replies composed of 2,456 no and 1824 yes. Among the latter there are 1,758 letters with more or less of detail. A large number of these were not presented in such a shape that their claims could be discussed. But I was able to use 786 of the most important of them. They were classified, the essential matters transcribed, and summed up in the work of which I have just spoken. The most striking thing in all these accounts is the loyalty, conscientiousness, the frankness, and the sensitive refinement of the narrators, who are anxiously concerned to say only what they know, and as they know it, without adding or subtracting anything. In doing this, each becomes the servant of truth. These 786 letters, transcribed, classified, and numbered, contained 1,130 different facts or observations. My examination of the instances recorded in the letters reveals several kinds of subjects which may be classified as follows. Manifestations and apparitions of the dying. Manifestations of the living, in health. Manifestations and apparitions of the dead. Clairvoyance. Premonitory dreams. Forecast of the future. Dreams that give information of the dead. Meetings foreseen by presentiment. Presentiments realized. Doubles of the living. Communications of thought at a distance, telepathy. Instinctive presentiments of animals. Calls heard at great distances. Movements of objects without apparent cause. Bolted doors opening of themselves. Haunted houses. Spiritualistic experiments. Since my first publication of these documents, I have received many new ones. More than 1,000 are today crowded into my manuscript library. They contain about 1,500 observations which seem to me to be sincere and authentic. The doubtful ones have been eliminated. These narratives emanate as a general thing from persons who are filled with astonishment and are extremely desirous of receiving, if possible, an explanation of these strange events, often very affecting. All the narratives which I have been able to verify have been found to be fundamentally accurate, sometimes modified afterwards, as respects their mere form, by a memory more or less confused. In Lincoln, I published a portion of these narratives. But I excluded from that work 75 phenomena not properly included within the limits of its main plan, which was to show the existence of unknown faculties of the soul. I excluded, I say, movements of objects without apparent cause, bolted doors opening of themselves, haunted houses, spiritualistic experiments. That is to say, the very cases studied in the present work, in which I hope to be able to publish them. But space fails me. In my desire to offer to my readers a set of records as complete as possible, for the purpose of giving them a firmly based opinion, I have been swamped by the abundance of material, and can only rescue a few of the most interesting specimens of them for presentation here. First of all, I select the following communication as having a certain intrinsic value. It was sent me by my regretted friend Victorin Joncières, the well-known composer of music. I was on a tour of inspection of the music schools of the provinces, he says, and happened to be in a city which I cannot name to you for the reasons which I gave. I was coming out of the branch establishment of our conservatory, after having examined the piano class there, when I was addressed by a lady who asked me what I thought of her daughter, and whether I judged that she ought to enter upon an artistic career. After a rather long conversation, in the course of which I promised to go to hear the young artist, I found myself engaged to go the same evening, for I was leaving the next day, to the house of one of their friends, a high official in the state service, to take part in a spiritualistic séance. The master of the house received me with extreme cordiality, recalling the promise I had given him to keep secret his name and that of the city in which he lived. He presented his niece, the medium, to whom he attributes the phenomena which take place in his house. It was, in fact, after the young girl's mother had died, and she came to live with him, that the strange occurrences began to take place. They began with unusual noises in the walls, and in the floors, with the displacement of articles of furniture that moved without being touched, and with the warblings of birds. M.N. at first believed that it was a piece of foolery planned either by one of his own family or by one of his clerks. However, in spite of the most vigilant watching, he could not discover any trickery, and he finally came to the conclusion that the phenomena were produced by invisible agents, with whom he believed he could communicate. He soon obtained raps, direct writing, the mysterious appearance of flowers, etc. After this account, he led me into a large room with bare walls, in which several persons had assembled, among whom were his wife and a professor of natural philosophy at the Lyceum, altogether, a dozen of experimenters. In the middle of the room there was a big oak table, upon which were placed paper, a pencil, a small harmonica, a bell, and a lighted lamp. "The spirit announced to me a little while ago that he would come at 10 o'clock, said the gentleman to me. We have a good hour before us. I am going to utilize it by reading to you the minutes of our meetings for a year past." He laid on the table his watch, which showed 5 minutes to 9, and covered it with a handkerchief. For a whole hour he applied himself to reading what seemed to be very improbable stories, but I was longing to see some of the wonders. Suddenly a loud cracking sound was heard in the table. M.N. lifted the handkerchief which covered the watch. It was just 10 o'clock. "Art thou there, spirit?" said he. Nobody was touching the table, and on his recommendation, we formed the chain about it, holding each other by the hand. A vigorous rap was heard. The young niece placed her 2 fingers against the edge of the table and asked us to imitate her. Thereupon this extremely heavy table rose up well above our heads, in such a way that we were obliged to stand on tiptoe in order to follow it in its ascent. It hung poised for some moments in the air and then slowly descended to the floor and came to a stop without noise. Then M.N. went to look up a large design for a church window. He put it on the table and placed beside it a glass of water, a box of colors, and a camel's hair brush. Then he put the lamp out. He lighted it again at the end of 2 or 3 minutes. The sketch, still damp, was painted in 2 colors, yellow and blue, and not a single brush mark had passed beyond the traced lines of the sketch. Even if we admit that some one of the sitters might have been able to play the role of spirit, how, in the darkness of the room, could he have so handled the brush as to precisely follow the lines of the design? I will add that the door was closely shut, and that, during the very short space of time in which the performance took place, I heard nothing but the sound of the water splashing in the glass. Raps were next struck in the table, corresponding to the letters of the alphabet. The spirit announced that he was going to produce a special phenomenon in order to convince me personally. By his order the light was again extinguished. The harmonica then played a little sprightly motif, in 6/8. Scarcely had the last note sounded when M.X. lighted the lamp. Upon a sheet of music paper which had been placed near the harmonica, the theme was written very correctly in pencil. It would have been impossible for any one of the company, in the complete darkness of the room, to write down these notes upon the ruled staff lines. 13 freshly cut daisies lay scattered over the table. "Hello," says M.X. "These are daisies from the flower pot at the end of the passageway." As I said a moment ago, the door of the room where we were met had remained closed, and no one had stirred. We went into the passageway, and, on noticing the stems denuded of their flowers, we could see very plainly that the daisies came from the place indicated. Scarcely had we entered the room, when the bell on the table rose up to the very ceiling, ringing as it went, but fell abruptly back as soon as it touched it. On the next day, before my departure, I went to pay a visit to M.X. He received me in his dining hall. Through the large open window a beautiful June sun flooded the room with its brilliant light. While we were conversing in a desultory way, a piece of military music rang out in the distance. "If there is a spirit here," said I, smiling, "it ought by rights to accompany the music." At once rhythmic taps, in exact harmony with the double-quick time, were heard in the table. The crackle of sounds in it died away little by little in a decrescendo very skillfully timed to the last vanishing blare of the bugles. "Give us a fine tattoo to finish," said I, when the sounds had completely ceased. The reply was a series of sounds like the heavy roll of drums, given with such force that the table trembled on its legs. I put my hand on it and very plainly felt the vibrations of the wood as it was struck by the invisible force. I asked if I might inspect the table. It was turned upside down in my presence, and I examined it, as well as the floor, very carefully. I discovered nothing. Besides, M.X. could not, foresee that, during my visit, a military band would pass by, and that I should ask the table to accompany it by imitating the drum. I afterwards returned to the city where these things occurred and was present at other very curious séances. I should be enchanted, my dear master and friend, as I have said to you, to be your guide there some day. But this high functionary absolutely insists on his incognito. These remarkable observations by my friend Joncières evidently have their value, and belong here, in the train of all the preceding ones. I give a few others below which we owe to an attentive and skeptical observer, M. Castex de Grange, subdirector of the National School of Fine Arts at Lyons, upon whose veracity and sincerity not the least shadow of suspicion can rest, any more than in the preceding instances. I owe to his kindness a large number of interesting letters, and I will ask his permission to cite from them the most important passages. The following is dated the 18th of April, 1899. For the second time, I affirm upon my honor that I will tell you nothing that is not strictly true, and usually easy to verify. In spite of the calling I follow, I am not at all gifted with imagination. I have lived much in the company of physicians, men from the nature of their profession little given to credulity. And, whether it is in consequence of my natural disposition, or by reason of the principles which I absorbed in this kind of company, I have always been very skeptical. This is, indeed, one of the reasons why I abandoned my psychical experiments. I reached the most stupefying results, and yet it was impossible for me to get to believe myself. I was thoroughly convinced that I was not seeking to deceive myself or to deceive others, and, not being able to surrender myself to the evidence, I was always seeking some other reason than the one given by the believers. That made me suffer, and I stopped. I here end this preamble, and am going to unfold to you the course of my observations. I was acquainted with a company of people, who were occupied with spiritualism and with turning tables, and had made them the butt of my wit. 76 a little. For, although not bitter or severe, I never neglected to play a good practical joke on them when occasion served. It seemed to me that these worthy people, who were, moreover, very sincere, were all a little cracked, maboles, if I may be allowed so uncouth, or fin de siècle, an expression. One day I was visiting them. The drawing-room was lighted by 2 large windows. I began, as usual, by some pleasantries. Their reply was in the shape of an invitation to me to take part in the experiments. But, said I, if I take a seat at your table it will not turn any more, because I shall not push it. Come all the same. Well, I declare upon my honor that, just for a joke, I tried it. I had scarcely put my hands on the table when it made a rush at me. I said to the person facing me, "Don't push so hard." But, dear sir, I was not pushing. I put the center table back in its place, but the same thing occurred again, once, twice, thrice. I began to get impatient and said, "What you are doing is not very clever. If you want to convince me, don't push." He replied to me, "Nobody is pushing, only you probably have so much fluid in you that the table is attracted toward you. Perhaps you could make it go, by yourself." "Oh, if I myself could make it go, that would be different." "Try it." They all moved back. I remained alone face to face with the table. I took hold of it, lifted it, thoroughly examined it. There was no trick about it. I made every body go behind me. I was facing the windows, and had my eyes open, I assure you. I stretched my arms out as far as possible, in order to have a good view, only placing the ends of my fingers on the table. In a little less than 2 minutes it began to rock to and fro. I confess that I felt a little foolish, not wishing to surrender. "Yes, perhaps it moves," said I. "It is possible that an unknown fluid is acting upon it, at any rate, it does not come toward me, and just now someone was pushing it." "No," said one of the sitters, "nobody was pushing it, but, although you are highly charged with fluid, the assistance of another person is needed for the production of the phenomenon. You are not enough by yourself. Will you allow one of us to put a hand upon yours, without touching the table?" "Yes." Someone put a hand on mine and I watched. The table at once began to move, and came and pressed against me. They all cried out, and claimed that they had caught a medium in me. I was not very much flattered with the title, which I considered as synonymous with lunatic. "You ought to try to write," said someone to me. "What do you mean by that?" "Why, see here. You take paper and pen, let your arm lie passive, and have the wish in your mind that some unknown person or force shall cause you to write." I tried it. At the end of 5 minutes, my arm felt as if it were wrapped in a woolen blanket. Then, in spite of myself, my hand began to trace at first mere strokes, then O's, A's, letters of all sorts, as a schoolboy learning to write would do. Then, all of a sudden, came the notorious word attributed to Cambronne at Waterloo. I assure you, my dear sir, that I am never in the habit of using this coarse and dirty term, and that there was no autosuggestion, or unconscious act of my own, in the case. I was absolutely stupefied by the occurrence. I continued these experiments at my own home. One day, when I was seated at my writing desk, I felt the weird seizure in my arm. I let my arm remain passive. The unknown wrote. Your friend Araud is coming to see you. He is at this moment in such and such an omnibus office in the suburbs. He is asking the price of tickets and the hour of departure. This Araud is chief of the Bureau of Police, Prefecture of the Rhône. In fact, a half-hour afterwards, Araud made his appearance. I told him what had taken place. It is a good thing for you that you are living in the 19th century, said he to me. A few hundred years ago you would not have escaped death at the stake. 2. On another occasion the phenomenon occurred again, and this time also I was at my writing desk. Your friend Dollard is coming to see you. An hour afterward, sure enough he came. I told him how it happened that I was waiting for him. Although he was very incredulous by nature, yet, for all that, this fact set him to thinking. The next day saw his reappearance. Can you get a reply to a question I am going to ask you, said he. Don't ask, I replied, think it. We will try. I must here tell you parenthetically that I had known of Dollard for 30 years. He was my comrade at the Beaux-Arts. I knew that he had lost an elder brother, that he had been married, and had had the misfortune to lose, one by one, all the members of his family. That was all I knew about them. I took the pen and the invisible wrote, the sufferings of your sister Sophia have just ended. Now Dollard had mentally asked what had become of the spirit of a sister named Sophia, whom he had lost 42 years ago, and about whom I had never heard a word spoken. 3. My principal at the School of Fine Arts in Lyons, a former architect of the city of Paris, was M. Haydeen. This M. Haydeen had an only daughter, who some years ago had married another architect, in Paris. The woman became enceinte. One day when I was thinking of anything but her, the same thing occurred as before. The invisible wrote. Madame Forget is going to die. Madame Forget was not at all ill, apart from her being in a delicate situation. The next day morning, M. Haydeen said to me that his daughter was in her pains, and the same evening he told me that his wife had just set out for Paris to be with her. The next day I received instructions to assume his duties. Madame Haydeen had telegraphed to her husband to come to her. Her daughter was taken with puerperal fever. When the father got there he found only a corpse. 4. I had a cousin named Poncet, since dead, who was formerly an apothecary, at Beaune, Côte d'Or. I had never been at his apartments. One day he came to Lyons to see our aunt, she who had the vision about which I spoke to you. We conversed about these extraordinary psychical occurrences. He was incredulous. Well then, said he, try to find for me a thing which has no particular market value, but which I laid great store by, because it belonged to my deceased wife. I had a little packet of laces that she was very fond of, and I can't put my hand on it. The unknown wrote, it is in the middle drawer of the secretary in the chamber, behind a package of visiting cards. My cousin wrote to his servant at Beaune, without giving her any hint of our experiment, send by post a little packet which you will find in such a place, behind a package of visiting cards. The laces arrived by return mail. You will notice, my dear sir, that, during the experiments, I was by no means asleep or in a state of trance, and that I was conversing in my usual manner. 5. One of my childhood friends, M. Laloge, at the present time a dealer in coffees and chocolates at Saint-Étienne, lawyer, had as his professor, as well as I, an excellent man whom we most highly esteemed, and who was named Tholin.77. M. Tholin, after having directed the education of the children of the Prince of Oldenburg, uncle of the present Emperor of Russia, had returned to France and entered the Nice Observatory. We had the misfortune to lose him shortly after. Laloge had a photograph of him but had lost it. He came and begged me to try to find it. The unknown wrote, the photograph is in the upper drawer of the secretary in the chamber. Laloge had 2 rooms, one which he called the salon, and another called the chamber. There is some mistake, said he. I have turned everything topsy-turvy in the place you mention and have found nothing. In the evening, having to search for some object in the drawer, he saw in the middle of a package of letter paper a little dark end of something sticking out. He pulled it forth. It was the photograph. 6. Camille Bellin, No. 50, Avenue de Noailles at Lyons, had 3 young children whose education he had entrusted to a young governess. This person left when the children entered college, and, some time after, she married a very fine man, whose name I have unfortunately forgotten, but which I can easily find again if there is any need of it. This young woman came on her wedding trip to visit her old employer. I was invited to go and pass a day with them at the chateau of my friend Bellin. During the course of this visit, we talked of spiritualistic phenomena. And the newly married man, a highly educated veterinary doctor, joked me about my so-called mediumship. I, of course, laughed about it and we parted the best kind of friends. Some days afterward, I received a letter from my friend. He had himself received a letter from the young lady, who was in a great state of mind. She had lost her wedding ring, and was in despair. She begged my friend to ask me to recover it for her. The mysterious force wrote, "The ring slipped from her finger while she was asleep. It is on one of the cleats which hold up the mattress of the bed." I transmitted the dispatch. The husband put his hands between the wood of the bed and the mattress. The wife did the same thing. Nothing was found. Some days afterwards, having decided to change the arrangement of their apartments, they moved their bed into another room. Of course they had to lift up the mattress, in order to get it into the other chamber. The ring was upon one of the cleats. They had not found it when they were hunting for it, because it had slipped under the mattress, which did not adhere to the cleat in that particular place. 7. One of my friends, named Boucot, who lived at 15 Quai de la Guillotière at Lyons, had lost a letter which he sadly wanted. He begged me to ask where it was. The invisible replied in writing, "He must remember that he has an oven in his garden." Before showing it to him, I began to laugh, saying that it was a joke and had nothing to do with his request. As he insisted that it did, I read it to him. "Why yes," he said to me, "that agrees very well. My tenant farmer had just had his bread baked. I had heaps of papers which I wanted to get rid of, to burn up. My letter must have been burned in the pile which I reduced to ashes." 8. One evening, in an assembly composed of a score of persons, a lady dressed in black greeted my entrance with a little nervous laugh. After the customary introductions, this lady spoke to me as follows. "Sir, would it be possible to ask your spirits to reply to a question I am going to ask you? In the first place, madam, I have no spirits at my disposal. But I should be a lackwit indeed if I said yes. You, of course, don't suppose that I am unintelligent enough not to find some kind of an answer. And, consequently, if any spirits, as you so kindly call them, should happen to respond, you would not be convinced, and you would be right. Write your request. Put it in an envelope there on the table and we will try. You see that I am not in a somnambulistic state, and you must believe that it is wholly impossible for me to know the contents of what you are going to enclose in it." So said, so done. At the end of 5 minutes I assure you I was very much embarrassed. I had written a reply, but it was such that I did not dare to communicate it. But here it is. You are in a very bad way, and, if you persist, you will be severely punished. Marriage is something sacred, it should never be regarded as a question of money. After some oratorical precautions, I decided to read her this reply. The lady blushed up to the roots of her hair and stretched out her hands to seize her envelope. "Pardon me, madam," I replied, putting my hand upon it. "You began by making fun of me. You wished a reply. It is only just, since we are making an experiment, that we know what the request was." I tore open the envelope. Behold its contents. "Will the marriage take place that I am trying to bring about between MX and MLLEZ? And, in that case, shall I get what I have been promised?" Notwithstanding this shameful exposure, the woman did not consider that she was beaten. She asked a second question under the same conditions. Reply, leave me alone. When I was living you abandoned me. Now don't bother me. Upon this, the lady got up and disappeared. I told you she was in mourning. This last request of hers was as follows: what has become of the soul of my father? Her father had been ill for 6 months. Persons who were present and who were stupefied at the results, told me that during his illness she had not paid him a single visit. 9. One day, shortly after I had lost one of my good friends, I was seated at my writing desk with my head resting on my hand, and I was thinking of what the hereafter might possibly be. If all the work that a man had done was to be irretrievably lost, and if the beyond existed, I was wondering what the life might be that one would lead there. All of a sudden, the phenomenon well known to me occurred, that weird seizure of the arm. Of course, I allowed my arm to remain passive, and here is what I read. You wish to know what our occupations are. We organize matter, we ameliorate the condition of the spirits, and, above all, we adore the Creator of your souls and ours. Arago. In all the communications which I have obtained, every time a word representing an idea of the Supreme Being, such as God, the All-Powerful, etc., came under my pen, the writing doubled in size, but immediately after resumed the same dimensions as before. 78 It would be very easy for me to give you still more numerous examples of the strange things that happened to me, but those I have given seem to me quite remarkable. I shall be happy if this true account can give you any assistance in your important researches. The letter which my readers have just perused contains a series of cases of such great interest that I lost no time in entering into regular correspondence with the author. And first I thought I ought to ask him about the conclusions which he himself had been able to draw from his personal experience. The following is an abstract of his replies. May 1, 1899. You ask me, my dear sir, the following questions. 1. Whether I have reached absolute conviction as to the existence of one or of several spirits. I am a person of absolute good faith. I examined myself as a surgeon would examine an invalid. I am a person of such good faith that I have long been seeking, without finding him, a skillful practitioner who would consent to study in my own person the phenomenon while it was taking place. To ascertain the state of my pulse, the warmth of the skin, etc., in a word, the apparent physical side. Furthermore, in my opinion there is no autosuggestion in this thing. And the proof is that I was absolutely ignorant of the things that I was writing mechanically, so mechanically that, when, by chance, my attention was called away, whether by reading or by conversation, and I forgot to look where my hand was going. When it approached the edge of the paper the writing would continue backward across the sheet in reversed letters and just as fast, so that I was obliged to turn the paper over in order by holding it to the light to read what was written on it. So then, if there is neither autosuggestion in it, nor a somnambulistic condition, I was completely awake and not at all hypnotized, then there must be external forces acting upon my senses, intelligent forces. This is my fixed and unalterable opinion. Now are these forces spirits? Do they belong to beings like ourselves? It is evident that this hypothesis would explain many things, but leave quite a number obscure. Since I several times discovered a mental state of the lowest kind among these beings, I have reached a conclusion that it is not absolutely necessary to think that they are men. We are told that there are stars which photography alone can reveal, and which, possessing a color imperceptible to our eye, are invisible to us. Then there are the gases through which a human body passes without experiencing resistance. Who will say then, that there are not around us invisible beings? And look at the instinct of the child, of the woman, of feeble beings in general. They fear darkness, isolation makes them afraid. This sentiment is instinctive, irrational. Is it not due to an intuitive perception of the presence of these invisible personages, or forces, against which they are helpless? That is pure hypothesis on my part, but after all it seems to me defensible. As to the number of the invisible beings, I believe they are legion. 2. You ask me whether I have been able to establish their identity. I answer that they sign some name or other, choosing in preference names of illustrious persons, in whose mouths they sometimes put the most stupid sort of expressions. Furthermore, the writing frequently ceases abruptly, as if an electric current has just been interrupted, and that without any appreciable reason. Then the writing changes, and sometimes sensible things end in absurdities, etc. How explain this tangle of contradictions? I was so chafed and fretted by these incoherent results that I had for a long time abandoned the study of psychic forces, when your alluring researches came to wake in me my old self. If the unconscious doubling of the personality of the individual, his externalization, can, in an extreme case, be sometimes admitted, it seems to me that there are cases in which this explanation becomes possible. But I will explain. If, as respects the facts which happened to me personally, and the authenticity of which I affirm to you upon my honor, there are some in which this externalization could have been possible, there are others in which it seems to me impossible. Yes, strictly speaking, I might have been able, without suspecting it, to externalize myself, or, rather, unknown to myself, to be influenced by my friend Dollard when, in my own presence, he mentally asked me what had become of the soul of a deceased sister of whose name and very existence I was ignorant. Yes, the same thing may, strictly speaking, explain the responses I made to the lady who questioned me on the subject of a marriage and her father. Although it would in that case be necessary to suppose that she dictated to me the words that I was writing. Yes, my friend Bocard, who was hunting letters, might, at the moment when he was asking me about them, have thought of that oven, of the existence of which I was ignorant. Yes, all of that is, in the last analysis, possible, although it would need a large amount of goodwill to admit it. Yes, once more I say, and always with much goodwill, a table may be under the unconscious domination of a musician present and dictate a musical phrase. But, as it stands, it is difficult to admit the same phenomenon in the case of Victor Hugo, whose curious séances you have just described to the public. Why, just look at this great poet who, when he is asked by the table to put one or more questions in verse, and, not feeling that he is man enough, in spite of his genius, to improvise something passable, asks for a breathing spell to prepare his questions, and brings them in next day. And yet you would wish that, on this same next day, a part of himself should perform its functions, unknown to himself, and compose illico, without any preparation, verses at least as fine as those which he took an entire day to create. Verses of a pitiless logic and more profound than his own. Yet let us admit even that. You see, dear sir, that I have all the goodwill possible, and that I have the most profound respect for the scientific method. But can you explain by externalization the case of finding a lost object when one is even ignorant of the way in which the apartment is arranged where it has been lost? Or the ability to know, 2 days in advance, of the death of a person about whom one was not thinking at all? A possible coincidence, you will tell me, but at least very strange. And those inverted dictations? And those in which we are obliged to skip every other letter? No, I believe that we need not give ourselves so much trouble and rack our brains, for it seems to me that it is like looking for midday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It would require the labor of all the devils to explain how this phenomenon can take place in our nature without the knowledge of the proprietor. I do not like to see a part of my personality scampering away, and then housing itself again without my knowing anything about it. As to what concerns the production of this externalization in a way which I may call voluntary, when a person who feels himself dying thinks intensely about those whom he loves and whose absence he deplores, yes, it may be that his will, even unknown to himself, suggesting the absent person produces the phenomena of telepathy. But, in the phenomena of which we are speaking, that explanation seems to me more than doubtful. I find much more simple the explanation that the phenomena are caused by the presence and the action of an independent being, a spirit, phantasm, or elemental. In fine, what are we all seeking? The proof of the survival of the ego, of the individuality after death. To be or not to be, it is all in that. For I frankly confess to you, if I am going to dissolve away again into the great all, I should just as soon be annihilated. That is perhaps a weakness, but it cannot be helped. I hold above everything else to my individuality, Not that I set a great value on it, but the feeling is instinctive, and I believe that at bottom everybody is of this opinion. This then is the goal or end, which at all epochs has powerfully interested man and interests him still today. One of the weightiest proofs of the survival of the individual being that I have ever met with is, in my opinion, the vision which my aunt had several days after the death of a friend of hers who, in order to give her a proof of the reality of her apparition, inspired in her by mental suggestion the power of seeing her in the dress she had on in her coffin, a costume which my aunt had never seen. This is one of the fine and rare arguments in favor of the survival of the soul, so far as my experience goes. Many things are explained by this survival, above all, what is apparently the frightful injustice of this world. To these important observations of M. Castex-Desgrange, I should like to add those of a distinguished scientist, who has also for a long time now devoted himself to the analysis and synthesis of these phenomena. I mean M. Goupil. Some of his studies are yet in manuscript form, and I am indebted to this savant for permission to use them. Others have been reprinted in a curious brochure, Pour et contre, Tours, 1893. But in citing such a large number of instances and experiments, I am abusing the kindness of my readers, even the most curious and the most eager for knowledge. However, I will at least point out the conclusions drawn by M. Goupil from his personal experiences. They are to be found in the work of which I have just spoken, and are as follows. Table-turning séances yield very insignificant results, regarded as pure science obtained from the spirits. But they are not lacking in interest from the point of view of the analysis of the facts and of the science to be established in accordance with the causes and the laws which govern these phenomena. I believe that I can draw the conclusion from these phenomena that two theories, the reflex and the spiritualistic, may be drawn from the facts. It seems to me impossible to maintain that an intelligent agent other than that of the experimenters is not operative in them. What is this intelligence? I believe it is very hazardous to express a confident opinion on this point in view of the incongruity of all these communications. It is also undeniable that the intellects of the operators enter into the phenomena to a great extent, and that in many cases they alone seem to act. I should perhaps be sufficiently near the truth if I gave the following definition of the phenomenon. Functions external to the animistic principle of the operators, and above all of the medium, and governed by their intellects. But sometimes associated with an intellect unknown and relatively independent of man. Experimenters have maintained that communications obtained from the so-called spirits through mediums never show more intellectual capacity than is possessed by the most intelligent person among the sitters. This assertion is generally justified, but it is not absolute. I will mention, in connection with this point, some séances which took place at my house. The medium was Madame G., whose life I had been familiar with for 27 years, day by day, and consequently had an intimate acquaintance with her character, her manners, temperament and education. The communications which were obtained through mediumistic writing in these séances extended over a period of more than 15 months. Madame G. had the sense of a kind of mental, rather than auricular, psychical rather than physical, audition which dictated to her what she had to write in bits of sentences one after another. And this impression was accompanied by a strong desire to write, somewhat like the intense longing that a woman with child experiences. If this medium gave her attention to the sense of the writing during the composition, the current of power was shut off, and everything resumed the state of ordinary composition. Her condition was that of a clerk writing unconcernedly and mechanically under the dictation of a superior. It resulted from this that the writings, executed at the maximum speed of the subject, and generally without retardation or stoppage after the questions, were in one long string, without punctuation or paragraphs, and full of mistakes in spelling. Resulting from the fact that the medium was acquainted with the sense of the writing only when she had read it over, at least in the case of rather long communications. The gist or substance of the writings seems very frequently to be drawn from our ideas, our conversation, our reading, or our thoughts, but there are certain plainly marked exceptions. While Madame G. was writing, I applied myself to other occupations, calculations, music, etc., or I walked up and down in the room, but I only examined the replies when she had stopped writing. Nothing indicated that the physical and physiological condition of the medium during these writings was in any way different from that of her ordinary condition. Madame G. could interrupt her writing at will and apply herself to other occupations or make responses about things unconnected with the séance, and it never happened that she found herself short of an answer. There is no parallelism between these writings and the mental endowments of Madame G, either in promptness of repartee, in breadth of view, or in philosophic depth. In 1890 I bought Flammarion's Uranie, which Madame G did not read until 1891. I found in it doctrines absolutely similar to those which I had deduced from my experiments and from our communications. Anyone who should compare these mediumistic writings with the philosophical works of the French astronomer would be led to believe that Madame G had previously read them. Psychic phenomena have this peculiarity, that identical assertions are made in far distant places through mediums who have never known each other, a fact which would tend to demonstrate that. Running through many declarations which apparently contradict each other, there is a certain uniformity of action on the part of the intelligent occult power. In 1890 I also read the work of Dr. Antoine Cross, The Problem, in which I also found astonishing agreements between the ideas of this author and those of our unknown inspirer, among others this, that man himself creates his paradises and becomes that to which he has aspired. We should always seek the simplest explanation of the facts, without desiring to find the occult in them, and above all without looking for spirits everywhere, but also without wishing, under any circumstances, to reject the intervention of unknown agents and deny the facts when they cannot be explained. It is rather curious to remark that if we compare the dictations given by the tables and the other so-called mediumistic phenomena with observations made in conditions of natural or hypnotic somnambulism, we find the same phases of incoherence. Hesitation, error, lucidity and supernormal excitation of the faculties. On the other hand, the supernormal excitation of the faculties neither explains the cases of prediction nor the citation of unknown facts. In the case of many telepathic or other phenomena, every explanation limps that excludes the intervention of external intelligences. But it is still impossible to formulate a theory. There exists a gap to be filled by new discoveries. 79. I will add to these conclusions two short extracts from a letter which M. Goupil wrote me on the 13th of April, 1899, and from another one on the 1st of June, in the same year. 1. Replying to the request which you addressed to your readers, I will say that I have never observed telepathic cases, but that I have for a long time been experimenting with the phenomena called spiritualistic, of which I was a simple analyst. I have come to no conclusions as to explanatory theories. However, I consider it probable that there exists powerful intelligences other than human that intervene under certain circumstances. My opinion is based upon a large number of very curious personal occurrences. In my opinion, we have not in these phenomena the appearance of simple coincidences, but of circumstances willed, foreseen, and produced by an intelligent X. 2. Of the ensemble, of all that I have seen, there is simultaneously the reflex action of the experimenters and an independent personality. This hypothesis seems to me true, while I should make at the same time this reservation, that the personality or spirit is not a finished being, with limitations of form, such as an invisible man would have, going, coming and executing commissions for human beings. I have glimpses of a grander and vaster system. Take a handful of the ocean, and you have water. Take a handful of the atmosphere, and you have air. Take a handful of space, and you have mind. That is the way I interpret it. That is why mind is always present, ready to respond when it finds in any place a stimulus that incites it, and an organism which permits it to manifest itself. Let us confess that the problem is complex and that it is good to compare all the hypotheses. 80. From the numerous papers and documents laid out at this moment upon my writing desk, I can only select a small number for insertion here, although they all have their special interest. One is overwhelmed by the richness and vastness of the material. However, out of the material acquired in the course of the inquiry of which I spoke above, let me give here one piece which I should regret not to be able to include within the compass of the present work. The former governess of the poet Alfred de Musset, Madame Martlet, née Adèle Collin, who still lives in Paris and who has just been present, in 1906, at the unveiling of the statue of the poet, although his death dates from the year 1857, has given the following account, which may be added here to that of movements without contact. An inexplicable occurrence which my sister, Madame Charlot, and myself witnessed impressed us most deeply. It took place at the time of the last sickness of M. de Musset. I shall never forget the emotion we felt that evening, and I still have the minutest incidents of the strange occurrence stamped on my memory. My master, who had taken no rest during all the previous night, had toward the end of the day, fallen into a doze in a large easy-chair. My sister and I had entered the chamber on tiptoe, in order not to trouble this precious rest of his, and we sat quietly down in a corner where we were concealed by the curtains of the bed. The invalid could not perceive us, but we saw him very well, and I sorrowfully contemplated that suffering face which I knew I could not much longer look upon. And still, even now, when I recall the features of my master, I see them as they appeared to me on that evening, the eyes closed, his finely shaped head resting upon the easy chair, and his long, thin, pale hands, the paleness of the dead already upon them, crossed upon his knees in a contracted and shriveled way. We remained motionless and silent, and the chamber, lighted only by a feeble lamp, seemed wrapped in shadows and was filled with that peculiar mournful atmosphere that characterizes the chamber of the dying. Suddenly we heard a deep sigh. The invalid had waked up and I saw his looks go toward the bell cord that hung near the fireplace some steps from the easy-chair. He evidently wanted to ring, and I do not know what feeling it was that held me nailed to my place. Still I did not move, and my master, having a horror of solitude and believing that he was alone in his chamber, rose up, stretched out his arm with the evident intention of calling someone. But, already fatigued by this effort, he fell back into the chair without having taken a step. It was at this moment that we had an experience that terrified us. The bell, which the sick man had not touched, rang, and instinctively, at the same moment, my sister and I seized each other's hands, each anxiously interrogating the face of the other. "Did you hear? Did you see?" He did not move from his chair. At this moment the nurse entered and innocently asked, "Did you ring, sir?" This event put us into an extraordinary state of mind, and if I had not had my sister with me I should have believed that it was an hallucination. But both of us saw, and all three of us heard. It is a good many years now since all that took place, but I can still hear the ominous and mournful sound of that bell ringing in the silence of the chamber. This account, also, seems not to be devoid of value. There are undoubtedly several ways of explaining it. The first is that which occurs to everybody. The Frenchman, born malign, says Boileau, does not mince matters, and, apropos of this story of de Musset, simply exclaims in his language, always flashy and devoid of literary distinction, "What a fine piece of rot!" And that is all there is to it. A few may reflect for a moment more, and not admit that there is necessarily any invention on the part of the governess, and may think that she, as well as her sister, believed that de Musset had not touched the bell cord, while in reality he touched it with the ends of his fingers. But these ladies can answer that the distance between the hand of the poet and the cord was too great, that the cord was inaccessible in that position, and that it was that very thing which impressed them, and without which there would have been no story to tell. We may also suppose that the bell was rung by some external force impinging on it, although the cord was not pulled. We may still further suppose that, in the restlessness of these hours of distress, the waiting woman came in without having heard anything, and that the coincidence of her arrival with the gesture of de Musset surprised the two watchers, who afterward thought that they had heard the bell. However, to sum up the whole thing, while we may regard the occurrence as inexplicable, we may yet admit its truth as narrated. This seems to me the most logical view, and the more so that the gentle poet had, several times in his life, given other proofs of possessing faculties of this kind. I will add here one more instance of the movement of objects without contact which is not without value. It was published by Dr. Cowes in the Annales des Sciences Psychiques, for the year 1893. The views stated are also worthy of being summed up here. The observers, Dr. and Mrs. Elliot Cowes, speak out of their own personal experience. It is a principle of physics that a heavy body can only be put in motion by the direct application of a mechanical force sufficient to overcome its inertia, and orthodox science maintains that the idea of action at a distance is an erroneous idea. The authors of the present study assert, on the contrary, that heavy bodies may be, and frequently are, put in motion without any kind of direct application of mechanical force, and that action at a distance is a well-established fact in nature. We offer proofs of these propositions based on a series of experiments undertaken for this purpose. We often repeated these experiments, during more than 2 years, with results that were convincing not only to ourselves but to many other witnesses. We do not understand how the scientific world has been able to accept the idea that the expression, action at a distance, is a false one. Unless those who see an error in the assertion attach to these words a special meaning of which we are ignorant. It is certain that the Sun acts at a distance upon the Earth and the other planets of the solar system. It is certain that a piece of anything thrown into the air falls back in consequence of the attraction of gravitation, and that, too, at no matter what distance. The law of gravitation, so far as we know it, is universal, and it is not yet proved that there exists a ponderable, or otherwise palpable, medium which serves to transmit the force. 81. We go a little farther, even, and declare that, probably, all action of matter is an action at a distance, especially since, so far as our knowledge goes, there are not in the whole universe 2 particles of matter in absolute contact. And, consequently, if they act the one upon the other, it must be at some distance, this distance being infinitely small and entirely inappreciable to our senses. We therefore maintain that the law of movement at a distance is a universal mechanical law and that the idea that it does not exist is a kind of a paradox, simply a hair-splitting quibble. The 2 authors of this study sometimes experimented together, sometimes separately, more often with 1 or more additional experimenters, sometimes with 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8. They witnessed at different times, in full light, the vigorous and even violent movements of a large table which nobody touched directly or indirectly. The persons mentioned were all friends of theirs, living, like them, in the city of Washington, and all sincerely desirous of knowing the truth of the matter. There was no professional medium. The scene opens in a little parlor in our house, they write. In the center of the room is a large heavy oak table in marquetry, which weighs about 100 pounds. The top is oval and measures 4 feet and a half by 3.5. It has only a single support, in the middle, branching off into 3 legs, or feet, with casters. Above it is the chandelier, several burners of which are lighted and give sufficient light for the ladies to read and work by the table. Dr. Cowes is seated in his easy chair, in a corner of this large room, at a distance from the table, reading or writing by the light of 2 other burners. The ladies express the wish to see if the table will do something, as they say. The cloth is removed. Mrs. C, seated in a low rocking chair, places her hands on the table. Mrs. A, also seated in a low easy chair, does the same, facing her at the opposite side of the table. Their hands are opened and placed upon the upper surface of the table. In this position, they cannot lift the table by themselves with their hands. That is an entire impossibility. Neither can they push it by leaning on it in order to make it rise on the opposite side, except by muscular effort easily observed. Neither can they lift the table unaided with their knees, since these are at least a foot away from the top and since moreover their feet never leave the floor. Finally, they cannot lift the table by means of their toes slipped under a foot of the table, because the table is too heavy. Under these conditions, and beneath the full light of at least 4 gas jets, the table habitually began to crack or snap, and produced divers strange noises quite different from those which could be obtained by leaning upon it. These noises soon showed, if I may so say, some reason in their incoherence, and certain definite strokes or rappings came to represent yes and no. According to an arranged code of signals, we were able to enter into a conversation with an unknown being. Then the table was generally polite enough to do what it was asked. One side or another of it tipped as we wished. It went from one side or the other according as we requested. Under these circumstances we made the following experiments. The two ladies removed their hands from the table and drew back their chairs, while still remaining seated in them at a distance of 1 or 2 feet. Dar. Cows from his armchair saw distinctly above and beneath the table. The feet of the ladies were from 12 to 36 inches distant from the feet of the table. Their heads and their hands were still farther off. There was no contact with it. Even their dresses were not within a foot or 2 of it. Under these conditions, the table lifted one of its feet and let it fall heavily back. It lifted 2 feet to a height of from 2 to 6 inches, and, when they fell back, the blow was heavy enough to make the floor shake, and make the glass globes of the chandelier tinkle. Besides these energetic, even violent movements, the table displayed its power by means of raps or balancings. Its yes or its no's were commonly rational, sometimes in agreement with the ideas of the one who put the question, sometimes in persistent opposition to those ideas. Sometimes the invisible agent affirmed that he was a certain person, and maintained that individuality during an entire séance. Or possibly this character was dropped, so to speak, or at least ceased to appear, and another person, or another being, took its place, with different ideas and opinions. Thereupon, the raps or the movements also differed. Finally the inanimate table, which was supposed to be inert, took on for the moment all the appearance of a living being possessing an intelligence as keen as that of an ordinary person. It expressed itself with as much will and individuality as our friends caused it to do by their voices and their gestures. And yet, during this whole time no one of the 3 persons present touched the table, the 2 ladies being at a distance of 2 or 3 feet, and Dr. Cowes 7 to 10 feet, in a corner of the room, which was lighted by 4 gas jets. There was no other person present that one could see. If this was not a case of telekinesis, or movement of objects without contact, absolutely different from ordinary and normal mechanical movement, we can certainly no longer put trust in our senses. These observations of Dr. and Mrs. Elliot Cowes are all as positively accurate and authentic as the occurrence of an earthquake, the falling of a fireball from the sky, a chemical combination, an experiment with an electrical machine. The skeptics who smile at them and say that everything is fraud are persons in whom the sense of logic is wanting. As to the explanation to be given of them, that is a different question from that of the pure and simple authentication of the facts. Those to whom these descriptions of phenomena and experiments appeal, adds the narrator, must take particular notice that the authors of this study, although they have had occasion to speak of conversations held with the table and to mention special tones of voice, and intelligible messages imparted by pieces of inert wood, categorically refuse to approach the question of the source or origin of the intelligence thus manifested. That is an entirely different question, with which we do not meddle. The single, or at least the principal, object of the publication of this study is to establish the truth of movement without contact. But, having very plainly verified the fact and established it by proofs in our possession, it might perhaps be expected of us that we offer some explanation of the extraordinary things that we vouch for. We respectfully reply that we are both too old and perhaps too wise to claim to explain anything. When we were younger, and fancied that we knew everything, we could explain everything, at least to our own satisfaction. Now that we have lived long enough, we have discovered that every explanation of a thing raises at least 2 new questions, and we do not feel any desire to stumble against new difficulties. For these multiply in geometrical ratio, in proportion to the extent and accuracy of our researches. We hold to this principle, that nothing is explained so long as there still remains an explanation to be sought. Under these conditions, we shall do better to recognize the inexplicability of these psychical mysteries, before, rather than after, futile theories about them. There you have what is absolutely reasonable, whatever may be said of it. And now, after these innumerable verifications of facts, and after all these professions of faith, shall I myself, have the courage, the pretension, the the pride or the simplicity of mind, to start in search of the much desired information. Whether we find it or not, the facts nevertheless exist. It was the object of this book to convince my readers of this, readers who should give to the subject their close attention, be possessed of unbiased judgment and good faith, and have the eyes of the spirit wide open and free from all weakness. Chapter 12. Explanatory Hypotheses, Theories and Doctrines, Conclusions of the Author. It is quite in the fashion, as a general thing, to profess absolute skepticism regarding the phenomena which form the subject of the present work. In the opinion of 3/4 of the citizens of our planet, all unexplained noises in haunted houses, all displacements without contact of bodies more or less heavy, all movements of tables, pianos, or other objects produced in the experiments styled spiritualistic, all communications dictated by raps or by unconscious writing, all apparitions, partial or total, of phantom forms, are illusions, hallucinations, or hoaxes. No explanation is needed. The only rational opinion is that all mediums, professional or not, are impostors, and the participators in a séance are imbeciles. Sometimes one of these eminent judges consents, not to cease tipping the wink and smiling in his royal competency, but to condescend to be present at a séance. If, as only too frequently happens, no response to the command of the will is obtained, the illustrious observer retires, firmly convinced that, by his extraordinary penetration, he has discovered the cheat and blocked everything by his clairvoyant intuition. He at once writes to the journals, shows up the fraud, and sheds humanitarian crocodile tears over the sad spectacle of men, apparently intelligent, allowing themselves to be taken in by impostures, detected by him at the first blush. This first and easy explanation, that everything in the manifestations is fraud, has been so often exposed, discussed, and refuted during the course of this work that my readers probably consider it, at least I hope they do, as entirely, absolutely, and definitely decided and thrown out of the ring. However, I advise you not to speak too freely of these things at table, or in a drawing room if you do not like to have people making fun of you, more or less discreetly. If you air your views in public, you will produce the same effect as those eccentric fellows of the time of Ptolemy, who dared to speak of the movement of the earth and excited such inextinguishable laughter in respectable society that the echoes ring with it still in Athens, Alexandria, and Rome. It is only a repetition of what took place when Galileo spoke of the spots on the sun, Galvani of electricity, Jenner of vaccine, Geoffroy and Fulton of the steamship, Chappe of the telegraph, Lebon of gaslighting, Stevenson of railways, Daguerre of photography, Boucher de Perdas of the fossil man, Mayer of thermodynamics, Wheatstone of the transatlantic cable, etc. If we could gather up all the sarcasms launched at the heads of these poor crazy wits, we should get a fine basket of venerable blunders, mouldy as a remainder biscuit after a voyage. So let us not speak too much of our mysteries, unless it amuses us, in our turn, to ask some questions of the prettiest dolls in the company. One of them inquired in my presence, yesterday evening, what the man named Lavoisier did, and whether he was dead. Another thought that Auguste Comte was a writer of songs and asked if any one knew one of them which would suit a mezzo-soprano voice. Another was astonished that Louis XIV had not built one of the 2 railway stations of Versailles nearer the palace. Moreover, on my balcony, a member of the Institute, who saw Jupiter shining in the southern sky at the meridian point, over one of the cupolas of the observatory, obstinately maintained in my presence that this luminary was the polar star. I did not dispute the point with him too long. There are not a few people who believe at once in the value of universal suffrage and in that of titles of nobility. Of course, we will not force these Janus-faced wise men to vote upon the admissibility of psychic phenomena into the sphere of science. But we will henceforth consider this admissibility as something granted, and, tossing back to the laughing skeptics, to the habitués of clubs and cliques, the general opinion of the world, of which I have just spoken, begin here our logical analysis. We have had under consideration during the course of this work several theories by scientific investigators which are worthy of attention. Let us first of all sum these up. In the opinion of Gasparin, these unexplained movements are produced by a fluid, emanating from us under the action of our will. Professor Thury thinks that this fluid, which he calls psychode, is a substance which forms a link between the soul and the body, but there may also exist certain wills external to ourselves, and of unknown nature, working side by side with us. The chemist Crookes attributes the phenomena to psychic force, this being the agent by which the phenomena are produced, but he adds that this force may well be, in certain cases, seized upon and directed by some other intelligence. The difference between the partisans of psychic force and those of spiritualism, he writes, consists in this: we maintain that it is not yet proved that there exists a directing agent other than the intelligence of the medium, and that presence and actions of the spirits of the dead are felt in the phenomena, while, on the contrary, the spiritualists accept as an article of faith, without demanding more proofs thereof, that these spirits are the sole agents in the production of the observed facts. Albert de Roches defines these phenomena as an externalization of motivity, and considers them to be produced by the fluidic double, the astral body, of the medium, a nerve fluid able to act and perceive at a distance. Lombroso declares that the explanation must be sought simply in the nervous system of the medium, and that we have in the phenomena transformation of forces. Dar. Ockrowicz affirms that he has not found proofs in favor of the spiritualistic hypothesis, any more than he has in favor of the intervention of external intelligences. And that the cause of the phenomena is a fluidic double detaching itself from the organism of the medium. The astronomer Porro is inclined to admit the possible action of unknown spirits, of living forms different from our own, not necessarily the souls of the dead, but psychical entities to be studied. In a recent letter he wrote me that the Theosophic doctrine appeared to him to approach the nearest to a solution. 82. Prof. Charles Richet thinks that the spiritualistic hypothesis is far from being demonstrated, that the observed facts relate to an entirely different order of causes, as yet very difficult to disentangle, and that in the present state of our knowledge no final conclusion can be agreed on. The naturalist Wallace, Professor Morgan, and the electrician Varley declare, on the other hand, that sufficient proof has been given them to warrant them in accepting without reserve the spiritualistic doctrine of disembodied souls. Prof. James H. Hislop, of the University of Columbia, who has made a special study of these phenomena, in the Proceedings of the London Society for Psychical Research, and in his work Science and a Future Life and Enigmas of Psychical Research, thinks that there are not yet enough severely critical verifications to warrant any theory. Dar. Grisset, a disciple of Pierre Janet, does not admit displacement of objects, or levitation, or the greater part of the facts described in this book as proved, and thinks what is called spiritualism is a question of medical biology. Of the physiopathology of the nervous centers, in which a celebrated cerebral polygon with a musical conductor named O, plays an automatic role of a very curious description. Dar. Maxwell concludes from his observations that the greater part of the phenomena, the reality of which cannot be doubted, are produced by a force existing in us, that this force is intelligent, and that the intelligence manifested comes from the experimenters. This would be a kind of collective consciousness. M. Marcel Mangin does not adopt this collective consciousness, and declares that it is certain that the being, in the séances, who asserts that he is a manifestation is the subconsciousness of the medium. The foregoing are some of the principal opinions. It would take a whole book to discuss in writing the proposed explanations, but that is not my object. My aim was to focus the question on what concerns the admissibility of the phenomena into the sphere of positive science. However, now that this is done, we cannot but ask ourselves, what conclusions may be drawn from all these observations? If we wish to obtain, after this mass of verifications, a satisfactory rational explanation, it seems to me we must proceed gradually, classify the facts, analyze them, and only admit them in proportion to their absolute and demonstrated certainty. We live in a very complex universe, and the most singular confusion has arisen among phenomena which are very distinct one from another. As I said in 1869, at the tomb of Allan Kardec, the causes in action are of several kinds, and are more numerous than one would suppose. Can we explain the observed phenomena, or at least any portion of it. It is our duty to try. For this purpose I shall classify them in the order of increasing difficulties. It is always advisable to begin with the beginning. May I hope that the reader will have got a clear idea in his mind of the experiments and observations set forth in the previous pages of this work. It would be a little insipid to refer every time to the pages where the phenomena have been described. 1. Rotation of the table, with contact of the hands of a certain number of operators. This rotation can be explained by an unconscious impulse given to the table. All that is necessary is that each one push a little in the same way, and the movement will take place. 2. Movement of the table, the hands of the experimenters resting upon it. The operators push and the table is led along without their knowing it, each one acting in a greater or less degree. They think they are following it, but they are really leading it along. We have in this only the result of muscular efforts, generally of a rather slight nature. 3. Lifting of the table on the side opposite to that upon which the hands of the principal actor are placed. Nothing is more simple. The pressure of the hands upon a center table with 3 legs suffices to produce the lifting of the leg the farthest removed, and thus to strike all the letters of the alphabet. The movement is less easy in the case of a table with 4 legs. But it can also be obtained. These 3 movements are the only ones, it seems to me, which can be explained without the least mystery. Still, the 3rd is only explicable in case the table is not too heavy. 4. Imparting life to the table. Several experimenters being seated around the table, and forming the chain with the desire of seeing it rise, the waves of a kind of vibrations, light at first, are perceived to be passing through the wood. Then balancings are noticed, some of which may be due to muscular impulses. But already something more is now mingled in the process. The table seems to be set in motion of itself. Sometimes it rises, no longer as if moved by a lever, or by pressure on one side, but under the hands, as if it were sticking to them. This levitation is contrary to the law of gravitation. Hence we have here a discharge of force. This force emanates from our organism. There is no sufficient reason to seek for anything else. Nevertheless, what we have detected is a thing of prime importance. 5. Rotation without contact. The table being in rapid rotation, we can remove our hands from it, and see it continue the movement. The velocity or momentum acquired may explain the momentary continuation of this movement, and the explanation given in the case of no may first suffice. But there is more in it than this. Rotation is obtained by holding the hands at a distance of some inches above the table, without any contact. A light layer of flour dusted over the table is found to be untouched by a single finger. Hence the force emitted by the operators must penetrate the table. The experiments prove that we have in us a force capable of acting at a distance upon matter, a natural force, generally latent, but developed in different degrees in different mediums. The action of the force is manifested under conditions as yet imperfectly determined. See pages 81, 248 etc. We can act upon brute matter, upon living matter, upon the brain and upon the mind. This action of the will is shown in telepathy. It is shown more simply still by means of a well-known experiment, at the theater, in church, when hearing music, a man accustomed to the exercise of will power, and sitting several rows of seats behind a woman, say, compels her to turn around in less than a minute. A force emanates from us, from our spirit, acting undoubtedly by means of ether waves, the point of departure of which is a cerebral movement. And there is nothing very mysterious in this. I bring my hand near a thermometer, and ascertain that something invisible is escaping from my hand, and, at a certain remove, making the column of mercury rise. This something else is heat, that is to say, aerial waves in movement. Then why might not other radiations emanate from our hands and from our whole being? But, nevertheless, there is a very important scientific fact to be established. This physical force is greater than that of the muscles, as I am going to prove. 6. Lifting of weights. A table is loaded with sacks of sand and with stones weighing altogether from 165 to 176 pounds. The table lifts each of its 3 legs several times in succession. But it succumbs under the load and is broken. The operators ascertain that their muscular force would not have sufficed to produce the observed movements. The will acts by a dynamic prolongation. 7. Liftings without contact. The hands forming the chain some inches above the side of the table which is to be lifted, and all wills being concentrated on the one idea, the lifting of each of the legs in succession takes place. The liftings are more readily obtained than rotations without contact. An energetic will seems to be indispensable. The unknown force passes from the experimenters to the table without any contact. If the table is dusted over with flour, as I said, not the slightest fingertouch is seen to be imprinted on it. The will of the sitters is in play. The table is ordered to make such and such a movement and it obeys. This will seems to be prolonged beyond the bodies of the operating experimenters in the shape of a force that is quite intense. This power is developed by action. The balancings prepare for the rising and the ladder for complete levitation. 8. Reducing the weight of the table or other objects. A quadrangular table is suspended by one of its sides to a dynamometer attached to a cord which is held above by some kind of a hook. The needle of the dynamometer, which, in a state of rest, indicates 35 kilograms, gradually descends to 3, 2, 1, 0 kilograms. A mahogany board is placed horizontally, and hung by one end to a spring balance. This balance, or scales, has a point which touches a pane of glass blackened by smoke. When this pane of glass is put in movement, the needle traces a horizontal line. During the experiments, this line is no longer straight, but marks reductions and increments of weight, produced without any contact of hands. In the experiments of Crookes we saw that the weight of a board increased almost 1¼ pounds. The medium places his hands upon the back of a chair and lifts the chair. 9. Augmentation of the weight of a table or other objects. Pressures exerted. The dynamometric experiments that we have just recalled themselves go to show this augmentation. I have more than once seen, in other circumstances, a table become so heavy that it was absolutely impossible for 2 men to lift it from the floor. When they succeeded in doing so, in a measure, by means of quick jerks, it still seemed to stick to the floor as if held by glue or india rubber, which immediately pulled it back to the floor after it had been slightly displaced. In all these experiments, there is proof of the action of an unknown natural force emanating from the chief experimenter or from the collective powers of the group, an organic force under the influence of the will. It is not necessary to suppose the presence of superhuman spirits. 10. The complete lifting up, or levitation of the table. As there may be confusion in applying the word lifting to a table which only rises on one side at a certain angle, while still touching the floor, it is expedient to apply the word levitation to the case in which it is completely separated from the floor. Generally, in levitation, it rises from 6 to 8 inches from the floor, for some seconds only, and then falls back. It moves up in a balancing, undulating, hesitating way, with effort, and then falls straight down. While resting our hands upon it, we have the sensation of a fluid resistance, as if it were in water, the kind of fluid sensation we experience when we bring a piece of iron into the field of force of a magnet. A table, a chair or other movable article sometimes rises, not merely a foot or so, but almost to the height of one's head, and even as high as the ceiling. The force brought into play is considerable. 11. Levitation of human bodies. This case is of the same order as the preceding. The medium may be raised with his chair and placed upon the table, sometimes in unstable equilibrium. He may also be lifted alone, without the chair. 83. In this case the unknown force does not seem to be simply mechanical, intention is mingled with the act, and ideas of precaution, which, however may proceed from the mentality of the medium himself, aided perhaps by that of the sitters. This fact seems to us to contravene known scientific laws. It is the same case as that of the cat which knows how to turn of itself, without any outside support or leverage, when it falls from a roof, and always falls on its feet. A fact contrary to the principles of mechanics taught in every university in the world. 12. Lifting of very heavy pieces of furniture. A piano weighing more than 750 pounds rises up off of its two front legs, and it is ascertained that its weight varies. The force with which it is animated arises from the proximity of a child 11 years old, but it is not the conscious will of this child which acts. A heavy oak dining table may rise so high that its underside can be inspected during the levitation. 13. Displacement of objects without contact. A heavy easy chair moves about of its own accord in the room. Heavy curtains reaching from the ceiling to the floor are forcibly swelled out as if by a gust of wind, and envelop as with a hood the heads of persons seated at a table, at a distance of 3 feet and more. A center table persists in the endeavor to climb upon the experiment table, and gets there. While a skeptical spectator is bantering the spirits, the table about which the experiments are taking place makes a move towards the incredulous person, drawing the sitters along with it, and pins him to the wall until he begs for mercy. As in the preceding cases, these movements may represent the expression of the will of the medium, and may not necessarily indicate the presence of a mind external to his own. Nevertheless. 14. Raps and tiptology. In tables, in pianos, and other pieces of furniture, in the walls, in the air, raps are heard, and their vibrations perceived by the touch. They somewhat resemble the sounds obtainable by tapping against a piece of wood with the joint of the bent finger. The question arises, whence come these noises? The question is asked aloud. They are repeated. The request is made that a certain number of strokes be rapped. The raps are heard. Well-known airs are accompanied by raps beaten in perfect time with them and identifiable as the counterpart of the airs. When bits of music are played, the accompaniment is rapped out. Things take place as if an invisible being were listening and acting. But how could a being without acoustic nerve and without a tympanum hear? The sonorous waves must strike something in order to be interpreted. Is this a mental transmission? These raps are made. Who makes them? And how? The mysterious force emits radiations of wavelengths inaccessible to our retina, but powerful and rapid, without doubt more rapid than those of light, and situated beyond the ultraviolet. Besides, light impedes their action. In proportion as we advance in the examination of the phenomena, the psychic, intellectual, mental element is more and more mingled with the physical and mechanical element. In the case we are considering, we are forced to admit the presence, the action, of a thought. Is this thought simply that of the medium, of the chief experimenter, or the resultant of the thoughts of all the sitters united? Since these raps or those made by the legs of the table, on being interrogated, dictate words and phrases and express ideas, there is something more in the matter than a simple mechanical action. The unknown force, the existence of which we have been obliged to admit in the preceding observations, is in this case at the service of an intelligence. The mystery grows complicated. It is owing to this intellectual element that I proposed, before 1865, see page 19, to give the name psychic to this force, a name proposed anew by Crookes in 1871. We saw also that, as early as the year 1855, Thury had proposed the name psychode and tectonic force. From this on, it would be impossible for us in our examination not to take into consideration this psychic force. Up to this point, Gasparin's fluid might suffice, just as unconscious muscular action sufficed for the first 3 classes of facts. But starting from this 14th class, the psychic order plainly manifests itself, and even in the preceding class we begin already to divine its presence. 15. Mallet blows. I have heard, as have all other experimenters, not only sharp light raps upon a table, like those of which I have just been speaking, but mallet blows, or blows of the fist upon a door, capable of knocking down a man if he had received them. Generally, these tremendous blows are a protestation against a denial on the part of one of the sitters. There is in them an intention, a will, an intelligence. They may also be due to the medium, who is indignant, or who is amusing himself or herself. The action is not muscular, for the hands and feet of the medium are held, and the rapping may occur some distance away from him or her. 16. Touchings. Fraud can explain those which take place within the reach of the medium's hands, for they only occur in the darkness. But they have been felt at a certain distance beyond this reach as if the hands of the medium were prolonged. 17. Action of invisible hands. An accordion in an open-work case, or cage, which keeps any other hand from touching it, is held in one hand by the end opposite the keys. Presently the instrument begins to lengthen and shorten of itself and plays various melodies. An invisible hand with fingers, or something like them, must therefore be acting. Experiment of Crookes with home. As the reader has seen, I repeated this experiment with Eusapia. Another time, a music box, the handle of which was turned by an invisible hand, played in perfect time with the music movements that Eusapia was making upon my cheek. An invisible hand forcibly snatched from my hand a block of paper which I was holding out with extended arm at the height of my head. Invisible hands removed from M. Schiaparelli's head his spectacles, furnished with a spring, which were firmly fastened behind his ears, and that so nimbly and with such light touch that he did not perceive it until afterwards. 18. Apparitions of hands. The hands are not always invisible. Sometimes semiluminous ones are seen to appear in the dim light, hands of men, hands of women, hands of children. Sometimes they have clear-cut outlines. They are generally firm and moist to the touch, sometimes icy cold. At times they melt away in the hand. For my part, one was never able to grasp one. It was always the mysterious hand that took mine, often feeling through a curtain, or sometimes by nude contact, or pinching my ear, or running its fingers through my hair with great rapidity. 19. Apparitions of heads. For my part, I have only seen two, the bearded silhouette at Montfort-le-Maury, and the head of a young girl with high-arched forehead, in my drawing-room. In the case of the first I had believed that there was a mask held at the end of a rod. But at my own home, there was no possibility of an accomplice, and at present I am not less sure of the first instance than of the other. Moreover, the testimony of other observers is so precise and so often given that it is imperative that it be classed with my own. 20. Phantoms. I have never seen any of these nor photographed them, but it seems to me impossible to be skeptical about that of Katy King, observed for 3 consecutive years by Crookes and others who experimented with the medium Florence Cook. One can scarcely doubt, also, the reality of the phantoms seen by the Committee of the Dialectical Society of London. We have seen that trickery plays a frequent role in this sort of apparitions. But, in the experiments just mentioned, the observations were really conducted with such perspicacity that they are safe from all objection, and have on them the stamp of a purely scientific character. These phantoms, like the heads and the hands mentioned, seem to be condensations of fluids produced by the powers of the medium, and do not prove the existence of independent spirits. When the hand is stretched out, the rubbing of a beard can be felt upon it. This happened to me, as well as to others. Did the beard really exist, or was it only a case of tactual and visual sensations? The case here immediately following pleads in favor of its reality. 21. Impressions of heads and of hands. The heads and the hands formed are sufficiently dense to leave a mold of their features and shape imprinted in the putty or the clay. Perhaps the most curious thing is that it is not necessary that these weird formations, these forces, be visible in order to produce impressions. We have seen a vigorous gesture imprint itself at a distance in clay. 22. Passing of matter through matter. Transfers, or the bringing in of objects. A book has been seen passing through a curtain. A bell has passed from a library room, locked with a key, into a drawing room. A flower has been seen passing perpendicularly downward through a dining room table. Some have thought they had ocular proof of the mysterious appearance of plants, of flowers, of fruits, and other objects, which, as the claim went, had passed through walls, ceilings, doors. The latter phenomenon took place several times in my presence. But I was never able to get certain proof of it under unimpeachable conditions, and I have ferreted out many a trick. The experiments of Zollner, a wooden ring entering into another wooden ring, a string tied at the two ends making a knot, etc. would, of course, be a thing of exceptional interest if the medium Slade had not the bad reputation of being just a skillful prestidigitator, a reputation probably only too well merited. I should think that there is good reason to suppose that the experiments of Crookes are authentic. Has space only 3 dimensions? We will set this question aside. 23. Manifestations directed by an intelligence. These have been already glimpsed in a certain number of the preceding cases. The forces in action here are of the psychical as well as the physical class. The question is to know whether the intellect of the medium and of the sitters is sufficient to explain everything. In all the cases I have previously mentioned, this intellect seemed to suffice, but only by attributing to it occult faculties of prodigious potency. In the present state of our knowledge, it is impossible for us to understand the way in which mind, conscious or unconscious, can lift a table, make raps in wood, form a hand or a head, stamp an imprint. The modus operandi is absolutely unintelligible to us. Future science will perhaps discover it. But all these actions never overpass the limits of man's capacities, and let us admit, the capacity required is not an extraordinary one. The hypothesis of spirits of another order than that of living human beings does not seem to be necessary. The hypothesis of the doubling of the psychic personality of the medium is the most simple. Is it sufficient to entirely satisfy us? Hard blows on the table like those of a fist, contrasting with gentle taps, may have this origin, in spite of appearance. It is the same with apparitions of the hands, of heads, of spectral forms. We cannot declare this origin of the phenomena to be impossible, and it is more simple than to assume that they are due to wandering spirits. The conveying of objects over the heads of the experimenters in complete darkness, without touching either chandelier or heads, is scarcely comprehensible. But do we understand any better how a spirit can have hands? And if it did, might it not amuse itself thus? Spectacles are taken from a face without the act being perceived, a handkerchief is removed from the neck, then snatched from between the teeth that are holding it. A fan is transferred from one pocket to another. Do latent faculties of the human organism suffice to explain these intentional actions? It is right for us neither to affirm nor to deny. I have thus passed in review the whole series of phenomena to be explained, at least all those within the limits of the plan of this work. A first, and obviously safe, conclusion is that man has in himself a fluidic and psychic force whose nature is still unknown, but which is capable of acting at a distance upon matter and of moving the same. This force is the expression of our will, of our desires, I mean as it appears in the first 10 cases of the preceding classifications. For the other cases we must add the unconscious, the unforeseen, wills different from our conscious wills. The force is at once physical and psychical. If the medium puts forth a force of 12 or 14 pounds to lift a table, his weight undergoes a corresponding increase. The hand which we see forming near him is able to grasp an object. The hand really exists, and is then reabsorbed. Might we not compare the force which brings it into existence with that building force of nature, which reproduces a claw for the lobster and a tail for the lizard? The intervention of spirits is not all indispensable. 84. In mediumistic experiments things happen as if an invisible being were present, able to transport the different objects through the air. Usually without striking against the heads of the persons who are sitting in various parts of the room in almost complete darkness. Capable also of acting upon a curtain like a strong wind, pushing it far out, able to fling this curtain over your head, giving you a capuchin hood or coiffure, and pressing strongly against your body, as if with 2 nervous arms. And touching you with a warm and living hand. I have perceived these hands in the most unmistakable way. The invisible being can condense itself sufficiently to become visible, and I have seen it passing in the air. To suppose that I, as well as other experimenters, was the dupe of an hallucination is an hypothesis which cannot be maintained for a single moment and would simply show that those who entertained the idea were far more likely to have an hallucination than we were. Or else that they entertained the most inexcusable prepossession and prejudice. We were in the best possible condition for observing and analyzing any phenomena whatever, and no skeptic will make us believe anything different on this point. There is certainly an invisible prolongation of the organism of the medium. This prolongation may be compared to the radiation which leaps from the lodestone to reach a bit of iron and put it into movement. We can also compare it with the effluvium which emanates from electrified bodies. 85. I also compared it some pages back to calorific waves. When a medium makes a gesture of striking the table with his closed fist, but stops short at a distance of from 8 to 12 inches, and when, at every gesture, a sonorous stroke of the fist echoes in the table, we see in that the proof of a dynamic prolongation of the arm of the medium. When she pretends to imitate on my cheek the rotation of the crank of a music box, and when this box keeps time with the imitated movement, stops when the fingers stop, plays the tune faster when the finger accelerates its circular tracings, goes slower when it goes slower, etc. We have here again proof of dynamic action at a distance. When an accordion plays of its own will, when a bell begins to ring of itself, when a lever indicates such and such a pressure, there is a real force in action. We must therefore admit, first of all, this prolongation of the muscular and nervous force of the subject. I am keenly sensible of the fact that this is a bold proposition, almost incredible, most strange and extraordinary. But after all the facts are there, and whether the matter irks us or not is a small matter. This prolongation is real, and only extends to a certain distance from the medium, a distance which can be measured, and which varies according to circumstances. But is it sufficient to explain all the observed phenomena? We are forced to admit that this prolongation, usually invisible and impalpable, may become visible and palpable, take, especially, the form of an articulated hand, with flesh and muscles, and reveal the exact form of a head or a body. The fact is incomprehensible, but after so many different observations, it seems to me impossible to see in this curious phenomenon only trickery or hallucination. Logic lays its laws upon us and commands our respect. A fluidic and condensable double has therefore the power of gliding momentarily out from the body of the medium, for his presence is indispensable. How can this double, this fluidic body have the consistency of flesh and of muscles? We do not understand it. But it would neither be wise nor intelligent to admit only that which we can comprehend. It must be remembered that, for the greater part of the time, we imagine we comprehend things because we can give an explanation of them, that is all. Now this explanation rarely has any intrinsic value. It is only a framework of words tacked together. Thus you fancy you understand why an apple falls from the top of the tree, because you say that the earth attracts it. This is pure simple-mindedness. For in what does the attraction of the earth consist? You know nothing about it, but you are satisfied, because the fact is a common one. When the curtain is inflated as if pushed out by a hand, and when you feel you are pinched in the shoulder by a hand at the moment the curtain touches you, you have the impression that you are the dupe of an accomplice hidden behind the curtain. There is someone there who is playing a practical joke on you. You draw aside the curtain. Nothing. Since it is impossible for you to admit a trick of any kind, because you, and you alone, hung that curtain between the two walls. And since you know that there is no person behind it because you are close by it and have not lost it out of your sight. And since the medium is seated near you with his, or her, hands and legs held, you are forced to admit that a temporarily materialized being has touched you. It is certain that these facts may be denied and that they are denied. Those who have not personally verified them are excusable. It is not a question of ordinary events which take place every day and which everybody can observe. It is evident, as a general proposition, that, if we admit only what we have ourselves seen, we shall not get very far. We admit the existence of the Philippine Islands without having been there, of Charlemagne and of Julius Caesar without having seen them, of total eclipses of the sun, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, etc. As facts of which we have not ourselves been eyewitnesses. The distance of a star, the weight of a planet, the composition of one of the heavenly bodies, the most marvelous discoveries of astronomy, do not excite skepticism, except in the minds of wholly uncultivated persons. Because people in general appreciate the value of astronomic methods. But undoubtedly, in these psychical matters, the phenomena are so extraordinary that one is excusable for not believing them. Nevertheless, if anyone will give himself the trouble to reason, he will positively be compelled to recognize that, in following on this trail, he is inevitably brought to a stand in face of the following dilemma: either the experimenters have been the dupes of the mediums, who have uniformly cheated, or else these stupefying facts actually exist. Now, since the first hypothesis is eliminated, we are forced to admit the reality of the occurrences. A fluidic body is formed at the expense of the medium, emerges from his organism, moves, acts. What is the intelligent force that directs this fluidic body and makes it act in such or such a way? Either it is the mind of the medium, or it is another mind that makes use of this same fluid. There is no escape from this conclusion. I may remark that the meteorological conditions, fine weather, agreeable temperature, cheerfulness, high spirits, favor the phenomena. That the medium is never wholly out of touch with the manifestations, and frequently knows what is going to take place, that the cause escapes the mental grasp and is fugitive and capricious. And that the apparitions fade away like a dream as silently as they are formed. Note also that, in important manifestations, the medium suffers, complains, groans, loses an enormous amount of force, exhibits an astonishing nervous energy, experiences hyperesthesia, and at the apogee of the manifestation, seems for an instant to be absolutely prostrated. And, in truth, why should not his mind as well as his fluidic force be haled out of his body and be exhausted in external work? The psychical force of a living human being is able, then, to create material phenomena, organs, spectral figures. But what is matter? My readers know that matter does not exist as it is perceived by our senses. These only give us incomplete impressions of an unknown reality. Analysis shows us that matter is only a form of energy. In the work called A Propos d'Eusapia Palladino, which sums up his experiments with this medium, M. Guillaume de Fontenay ingeniously tries to explain the phenomena by the dynamic theory of matter. It is probable that this explanation is one of those that make the nearest approach to the truth. According to this theory, the quality which seems to us characteristic of matter, solidity, stability, is no more substantial than the light which strikes our eyes, or the sound which enters our ears. We see. That is to say, we receive upon the retina rays which affect it. But around and on every side of the retina undulate countless other rays that leave no impression upon it. It is the same with the other senses. Matter, like light, like heat, like electricity, seems to be the result of a species of movement. Movement of what? Of the primitive monistic substance, quickened by manifold vibrations. Most assuredly, matter is not that inert thing that we commonly suppose. A comparison will aid in comprehending this. Take a carriage wheel. Place it horizontally on a pivot. While the wheel is motionless, let a rubber ball fall between its spokes. This ball will almost always pass through between the spokes. Now give a slight movement to the wheel. The ball will be pretty often hit by the revolving spokes, and will rebound. If we increase the rotation, the ball will now no longer pass through the wheel, which will have become for it a wholly impenetrable disc. We can try a similar experiment by arranging the wheel vertically and shooting arrows through it. A bicycle wheel will serve the purpose very well, owing to the slenderness of its spokes. When not in movement, the arrows will pass through it 9 times out of 10. In movement, it will produce in the arrows deviations more or less marked. With increase in the speed, it would be made impenetrable, and all the arrows would be broken as if against the steel plating of an armored ship. These comparisons allow us to understand how matter is really only a mode of motion, only an expression of force, a manifestation of energy. It will disappear, it must be borne in mind, on analysis, which ends by taking refuge in the intangible, invisible, imponderable, and almost immaterial atom. The atom itself, which was regarded as the basis of matter 50 years ago, has now disappeared, or rather has been metamorphosed and reappears as a hypothetical, impalpable vortex. I will allow myself to repeat here what I have said 100 times elsewhere: the universe is a dynamism. The difficulty we have in explaining to ourselves apparitions, materializations, when we try to apply to them the ordinary conception of matter, is considerably lessened the moment we conceive that matter is only a mode of motion. Life itself, from the most rudimentary cell up to the most complicated organism, is a special kind of movement, a movement determined and organized by a directing force. According to this theory, momentary apparitions would be less difficult to accept and to comprehend. The vital force of the medium might externalize itself and produce in a point of space a vibratory system which should be the counterpart of itself, in a more or less advanced degree of visibility and solidity. These phenomena can with difficulty be reconciled with the old hypothesis of the independent and intrinsic existence of matter. They better fit that of matter as a mode of motion, in a word, simple movement, giving the sensation of matter. There is, of course, only one substance, the primitive substance, which antedates the original nebula, the womb from which all bodies in the universe have issued. The substances which the chemists take to be simple bodies, oxygen, hydrogen, azote, iron, gold, silver, etc., are mineral elements which have been gradually formed and differentiated, just as, later, the vegetable and animal species were differentiated. And not only is the substance of the world one, but it also has the same origin as energy, and these two forms are mutually interchangeable. Nothing is lost, nothing is created, everything is transformed. 86. The unique substance is immaterial and unknowable in its essence. We see and touch only its condensations, its aggregations, its arrangements, that is to say, forms produced by movement. Matter, force, life, thought, are all one. In reality, there is only one principle in the universe, and it is at once intelligence, force, and matter, embracing all that is and all that possibly can be. That which we call matter is only a form of motion. At the basis of all is force, dynamism, and universal mind, or spirit. Visible matter, which stands to us at the present moment for the universe, and which certain classic doctrines consider as the origin of all things, movement, life, thought, is only a word void of meaning. The universe is a great organism controlled by a dynamism of the psychical order. Mind gleams through its every atom. The environment or atmosphere is psychic. There is mind in everything, not only in human and animal life, but in plants, in minerals, in space. It is not the body which produces life, it is rather life which organizes the body. Does not the will to live increase the viability of enfeebled persons, just as the giving up of the wish to live may abridge life and even extinguish it? Your heart beats, night and day, whatever be the position of your body. It is a well-mounted spring. Who or what adjusted this elastic spring? The embryo is formed in the womb of the mother, in the egg of the bird. There is neither heart nor brain. At a certain moment the heart beats for the first time. Sublime moment. It will beat in the child, in the adolescent, in the man, in the woman, at the rate of about 100,000 pulsations a day, of 36,500,000 a year, of 1,825,000,000 in 50 years. This heart that has just been formed is going to beat 1,000 millions of pulsations, 2,000 millions, 3,000 millions, a number determined by its inherent force, then it will stop and the body will fall into ruins. Who or what wound up this watch once for all? Dynamism, the vital energy. What sustains the earth in space? Dynamism, the velocity of its movement. What is it in the bullet that kills? Its velocity. Everywhere energy, everywhere the invisible element. It is this same dynamism that produces the phenomena we have been studying. The question at present resolves itself into this: does this dynamism belong wholly to the experimenters? We have so little real knowledge of our mental nature that it is impossible for us to know what this nature is capable of producing, even in certain states of unconsciousness, in fact especially in these. The directing intelligence is not always the personal, normal, intelligence of the experimenters or of anyone whatever among them. We ask the entity what its name is, and it gives us a name which is not ours. It replies to our questions, and usually claims to be a discarnate soul, the spirit of a deceased person. But if we drive the question home, this entity finally steals away without having given us sufficient proofs of its identity. There results from this the impression that the medium, or principal subject of the experiment, has responded for himself, has reflected himself, without knowing it. Moreover, this entity, this personality, this spirit, has his individual will, his caprices, his cantankerousness, and sometimes acts in opposition to our own thoughts. He tells us absurd, foolish, brutal, insane things, and amuses himself with fantastic combinations of letters, real head-splitting puzzles. It astonishes and stupefies us. What is this being? Two inescapable hypotheses present themselves. Either it is we who produce these phenomena, or it is spirits. But mark this well, these spirits are not necessarily the souls of the dead. For other kinds of spiritual beings may exist, and space may be full of them without our ever knowing anything about it, except under unusual circumstances. Do we not find in the different ancient literatures, demons, angels, gnomes, goblins, sprites, specters, elementals, etc.? Perhaps these legends are not without some foundation in fact. Then we cannot but remark that, in our mediumistic studies and experiments, in order to succeed we always address an invisible being who is supposed to hear us. If this is an illusion, it dates from the very origin of spiritualism, from the raps produced unconsciously by the Fox sisters in their chambers at Hydesville and at Rochester in 1848. But once more, this personification may pertain to our own being or it may represent a mind external to ourselves. In order to admit the first hypothesis we must admit at the same time that our mental nature is not simple, that there are in us several psychic elements, and that one at least of these elements may act unknown to ourselves, make raps in a table, move any piece of furniture, lift a weight, touch us with a hand that seems real, play an instrument, create a spectral figure, read hidden words, answer questions, act with a personal will, and all this, I repeat, without our own knowledge. This is tolerably complicated, but it is not impossible. That there are in us psychic elements, obscure, unconscious, capable of acting outside of the sphere of our normal consciousness, this is something we can notice every night in our dreams. That is to say, during a quarter, or a third part of our life. Scarcely has sleep closed our eyes, our ears, all our senses, then our thoughts begin to work just the same as during the day, though without rational direction, without logic, under the most incoherent forms. Freed from our customary conceptions of space and time, in a world entirely different from the normal world. The physiologists and psychologists have for centuries been trying to determine the mechanism of the dream without having yet obtained any satisfactory solution of the problem. But the proved fact that we see sometimes, in our dreams, occurrences which take place at a distance, proves that we have in us unknown powers. Again, it is not rare for each of us to experience, sometimes, all our faculties being on the alert, the play of an interior power, distinct from our dominant reason. We are on the point of pronouncing words that are not a part of our habitual vocabulary, and ideas suddenly traverse and arrest the course of our thoughts. During the reading of a book which seemed interesting to us, our soul spreads her wings and flies to other realms, while our eyes continue in vain the mechanical act of reading. We are discussing certain projects in our mind, as if we were so many judges, and then, one would like to know in all simplicity, whence comes this distraction. In his tireless researches, the great investigator of psychic phenomena, Myers, to whom we owe synthetic studies upon the subliminal consciousness, reached the conviction, with Ribot, that the me is a coordination. These supernormal phenomena, writes this competent and learned inquirer, are due not to the action of the spirits of deceased persons, as Wallace believes, but, for the most part, to the action of an incarnate spirit. Either that of the subject himself or of some agent or other. 87. The word subliminal means what is beneath the threshold, limen, of the consciousness, the sensations, the thoughts, the memories, which remain at the bottom, and seem to represent a kind of sleeping me. I do not pretend to affirm, adds the author, that there always exists in us two me's correlative and parallel, I denote rather by the subliminal me that part of the me which ordinarily remains latent. And I admit that there may be not merely cooperation between these two quasi-independent currents of thoughts, but also changes of level and alternations of personality. 88 Medical observation, Felida, Alma, proves that there is in us a rudimentary supernormal faculty, something which is probably useless to us, but which indicates the existence, beneath the level of our consciousness, of a reserve of latent unsuspected faculties. 89. What is it that is active in us in telepathic phenomena? We may recall the case of Thomas Garrison, Society for Psychical Research, 8, p. 125, who, while sitting with his wife at a religious service, suddenly gets up in the middle of the sermon, goes out of the church, and, as if impelled by an irresistible impulse, walks 20 miles afoot to go to see his mother, whom he finds dead on his arrival, although he did not know that she was ill and although she was relatively young, 58 years. I have 100 observations similar to this in writing before me. It is not our normal habitual nature that is in action in such a case as this. There is probably in us, more or less sentient, a subconscious nature, and it is this which seems to be at work in mediumistic experiences. I am pretty much of the opinion Myers expresses in the following paragraph, 90. Spiritualists attribute the movement and the dictations at their seances to the action of disembodied intelligences. But if a table execute movements without being touched, there is no reason to attribute these movements to the intervention of my deceased grandfather, rather than to my own proper intervention. For if I do not see how I could have done it myself, it is not clear to me how the effect could have been produced by the action of my grandfather. As for dictations, the most plausible explanation seems to me to be for us to admit that they do not come from the conscious me, but from that profound and hidden region where fragmentary and incoherent dreams are elaborated. This explanatory hypothesis is held, with an important modification, by a distinguished savant to whom also we owe long and patient researches into the obscure phenomena of normal psychology, I mean Dr. Gellie, who thus sums up his own conclusions. A certain amount of the force, intelligence, and matter of the body may perform work outside of the organism, act, perceive, organize, and think without the collaboration of muscles, organs, senses and brain. It is nothing less than the uplifted subconscious portion of our being. It constitutes, in truth, an externalizable subconscious nature, existing in the me with the normal conscious nature. 91. This subconscious nature does not seem to depend upon the organism. It is probably anterior to it, and will survive it. It seems to be superior to it, endowed with powers and acquirements very different from the powers and acquirements of the normal, supernormal, and transcendent consciousness. Assuredly, there is in this view of the case more than one mystery still, were it only the feat of performing a material act at a distance, and that, not less strange, of apparently having nothing to do with that kind of an act. The first rule of the scientific method is first to seek explanations in the known before having recourse to the unknown, and we should never fail to comply with this rule. But if this method of sailing does not bring us to port, it is our duty to confess it. I very much fear that that is what is the matter here. We are not satisfied. The explanation is not clear, and is floating a little too much at random in the waves, and the wavering uncertainty, of the hypothesis. At the point at which we have now arrived in this chapter of explanations we are precisely in the position of Alexander Aksakoff when he wrote his great work, Animism and Spiritualism, in reply to the book of Dr. von Hartmann on spiritualism. Hartmann claimed to explain all of these psychical phenomena by the following hypothesis. A nervous force producing, outside of the limits of the human body, mechanical and plastic effects. Duplicate hallucinations of this same nervous force, and producing also physical and plastic effects. A latent somnambulistic consciousness, capable, the subject being in his normal state, of reading in the intellectual background of another man, his present and his past, and being able to divine the future. Aksakoff tried to see if these hypotheses, the last of which is a pretty bold one, are sufficient to explain everything, and he concludes that they are not. That is also my opinion. There is something else. This something else, this residue at the bottom of the crucible of experiment, is a psychic element, the nature of which remains still wholly hidden from us. I think that all the readers of this book will share my conviction. Anthropomorphic hypotheses are far from explaining everything. Besides, they are only hypotheses. We must not hide from ourselves that these phenomena introduce us into another world, into an unknown world, one that is still to be explored in its whole extent. As to beings different from ourselves, what may their nature be? Of this we cannot form any idea. Souls of the dead. This is very far from being demonstrated. The innumerable observations which I have collected during more than 40 years all prove to me the contrary. No satisfactory identification has been made. Point 92. The communications obtained have always seemed to proceed from the mentality of the group, or, when they are heterogeneous, from spirits of an incomprehensible nature. The being evoked soon vanishes when one insists on pushing him to the wall and having the heart out of his mystery. And then my greatest hope has been deceived, that hope of my 20th year, when I would so gladly have received celestial light upon the doctrine of the plurality of worlds. The spirits have taught us nothing. Nevertheless, the agents seem sometimes to be independent. Crookes mentions having seen Miss Fox write automatically a communication for one of her sitters while another communication upon another subject was given to her for a second person by means of the alphabet and by raps. And all the while she was chatting with a third person upon another subject totally different from the other two. Does this remarkable fact prove with certainty the action of a spirit other than that of the medium? The same scientist mentions that, during one of his seances, a little rod crossed the table, in full light, and came and rapped his hand, giving him a communication by following the letters of the alphabet spelled out by him. The other end of the rod rested on the table at a certain distance from the hand of the medium home. This case seems to me, as well as to Crookes, more conclusively in favor of an exterior spirit, so much the more since the experimenter having asked that the raps be given by the Morse telegraphic code, another message was thus rapped out. I also remember that the learned chemist mentions that the word, however, hidden by his finger, upon a newspaper, and unknown even to himself, was rapped out by a little rod. Wallace also mentions a name written upon a piece of paper fastened by him under the central leg of the experiment table, Joncières, a watercolor correctly painted in complete darkness, and a musical theme written with a pencil, M. Castex de Grange, the announcement of a death, and the place where a lost object might be found. We have also seen sentences dictated either backwards or in such a way that every other letter only must be read to get the sense, or else by strange combinations showing the action of an unknown intellect. We have 1,000 examples of this kind. But if the mind of the medium may liberate itself and appear in an extranormal state, why might it not be this mind which acts? Do we not have several distinct personalities in our dreams? If they could dynamically appear, would they not act somewhat in this way? We ought not to lose sight of the fact that these phenomena are of a mixed character. They are at once physical and psychical, material and intellectual, are not always produced by our conscious will, and are rather the subject of observation than experiment. It is expedient to insist on this characteristic. I one day, January 31, 1901, heard E. Duclos, member of the Institute, director of the Pasteur Institute, expressed the following confused idea, an idea held by so many physicists and so many chemists. In a company which was yet quite competent to discuss these phenomena, there is no scientific fact except a fact which can be reproduced at will. 93. What a singular reasoning! The witnesses of the fall of a meteor bring us an aerolite which has just fallen from the sky and been dug up, all hot, from the hole it had made in the ground. Error. Illusion. We ought to reply, we shall only believe when you repeat the experiment. They bring to us the body of a man killed by a stroke of lightning, stripped of his clothes, and shaved as if with a razor. Impossible, we ought to reply. Pure invention of your deluded senses. A woman sees appear before her, her husband, who has just died nearly 2,000 miles away. We are asked to believe that this is not so, and will not be so until the apparition appears a second time. This confusion between observation and experiment is a very strange thing as coming from cultivated men. In psychical phenomena there is a voluntary, capricious, incoherent, intellectual element. I repeat, we must learn to comprehend that everything cannot be explained and resign ourselves to waiting for an extension of our knowledge. There is intelligence, thought, psychism, mind, in these phenomena. There is still more in certain communications. Can the observations be confirmed and justified by assuming the mind of the living merely as the active agents? Yes, perhaps, but only by attributing to us unknown and supernormal faculties. Yet it must be remembered that this is only an hypothesis. The spiritualistic hypothesis of communication with the souls of the dead remains also as a working hypothesis. That souls survive the destruction of the body I have not the shadow of a doubt. But that they manifest themselves by the processes employed in seances, the experimental method has not yet given us absolute proof. I add that this hypothesis is not at all likely. If the souls of the dead are about us, upon our planet, the invisible population would increase at the rate of 100,000 a day, about 36 millions a year, 3,620 millions a century, 36 billions in 10 centuries, etc. Unless we admit reincarnations upon the earth itself. How many times do apparitions, or manifestations occur? When illusions, autosuggestions, hallucinations, are eliminated, what remains? Scarcely anything. Such an exceptional rarity as this pleads against the reality of apparitions. We may suppose, it is true, that all human beings do not survive their death, and that, in general, their psychical entity is so insignificant, so wavering, so ineffectual, that it almost disappears in the ether, in the common reservoir. In the environment, like the souls of animals. But thinking beings who have the consciousness of their psychical existence do not lose their personality, but continue the cycle of their evolution. It would seem natural therefore to see them manifest themselves under certain circumstances. Persons condemned to death, in consequence of judicial errors, and executed, should they not return to protest their innocence? Would it not be reasonable to suppose that persons put to death in such a way that violence was not suspected would return to accuse the assassins? Knowing the characters of Robespierre, of Saint-Just, of Fouquier-Tinville, I should like to have seen them revenge themselves a little on those who triumphed over them. The victims of '93, should they not have returned to disturb the sleep of the conquerors? Out of the 20,000 citizens shot by fusillades during the time of the Commune of Paris, I should like to have seen a dozen unceasingly harassing the Honorable M. Theirs, who was really too puffed up and vainglorious over his having first permitted the organization of that insurrection and then punished it. Why do not children whose death is lamented by their parents ever come to console them? Why do our dearest attachments seem to disappear forever? And how about last wills and testaments stolen away, and the last will of the dead ignored and their intentions purposely misinterpreted? It is only the dead that do not return, says an old proverb. This aphorism is not of absolute application, perhaps, but apparitions are rare, very rare, and we do not understand their precise nature. Are they actual apparitions of the dead? It is not yet demonstrated. Up to this day, I have sought in vain for certain proof of personal identity through mediumistic communications. And then one does not see why spirits, if they exist around us, should have need of mediums at all, in order to manifest themselves. They surely must form a part of nature, of the universal nature which includes all things. Nevertheless, it seems to me that the spiritualistic hypothesis should be preserved by the same right as those I have summed up in the immediately preceding pages, for the discussions have not eliminated it. 94. But why are their manifestations the result of the grouping of 5 or 6 persons around the table? That this should be a sine qua non is not a very likely thing either. It may be, it is true, that spirits exist around us, and that it is normally impossible for them to make themselves visible, audible, or tangible, not being able to reflect rays of light accessible to our retina, or to produce sonorous waves, or to effect touches. Therefore, certain conditions present in mediums might be necessary for their manifestation. Nobody has the right to deny this. But why so many puzzling incoherences and solecisms? I have on a bookshelf before me several thousand communications dictated by spirits. In the last analysis, a dim obscurity remains hanging over the causes. Unknown psychic forces, fugitive entities, vanishing figures. Nothing solid to grasp, even for the thought. These things do not yield us the consistency of a definition of chemistry or of a theorem in geometry. A molecule of hydrogen is a granite cliff in comparison. The greater part of the phenomena observed, noises, movement of tables, confusions, disturbances, raps, replies to questions asked, are really childish, puerile, vulgar, often ridiculous. And rather resemble the pranks of mischievous boys than serious bona fide actions. It is impossible not to notice this. Why should the souls of the dead amuse themselves in this way? The supposition seems almost absurd. We know that an ordinary man does not change his intellectual or moral value from day to day, and, if his spirit continues to exist after the death of his body, we may expect to find it such as it was before. But why so many oddities and incoherences? However these things may be, it behooves us not to have any preconceived idea, and our bounden duty is to seek to prove the facts as they present themselves to us. The unknown natural force brought into play for the lifting of a table is not the exclusive property of mediums. In different degrees it forms a part of all organisms, with different coefficients, 100 for organisms such as those of home, or Eusapia, 80 for others, 50 or 25 for less favored individuals. But I should hold it as certain that it never drops in any case to zero. The best proof of this is that, with patience, perseverance, and the exercise of the will, almost all the groups of experimenters who have seriously occupied themselves with these researches have succeeded in obtaining, not merely movements, but also complete levitations, raps, and other phenomena. The word medium scarcely has any longer a reason for being, since the existence of an intermediary between the spirits and us is not yet proved. But still the word may be preserved, logic being the rarest of things in grammar and in everything else that is human. The word electricity has had no connection for a long time with amber, lambda epsilon kappa tau rho omicron nu, nor the word veneration with the genitive case of Venus, veneris, nor the, at first astrological, term disaster with aster, star. Nor the word tragedy with goat song, tau rho gamma omicron, delta. But this does not hinder these words from being understood in their habitual sense. 95. As respects explanatory hypotheses, I repeat, the field is open to all. It is to be noted that communications dictated are closely related to the condition of mind, the ideas, the opinions, the beliefs, the knowledge, and even the literary culture, of the experimenters. They are like a reflection, or counterpart, of this ensemble of ideas and faculties. Compare the communications noted down in the house of Victor Hugo in Jersey, those of the Phalansterian Society of Eugene News, those of astronomical meetings, those of religious believers, Catholics, Protestants, etc. If the hypothesis were not so bold as to seem unacceptable to us, I should dare to think that the concentration of the thoughts of psychic experimenters creates a momentary intellectual being who replies to the questions asked and then vanishes. Reflection, reflex action. That is perhaps the true expression. Everybody has seen his image reflected in a mirror, and nobody is astonished by it. However, analyze the thing. The more you look at this optical being moving there behind the mirror, the more remarkable the image appears to you. Now suppose looking-glasses had not been invented. If we had not knowledge of those immense mirrors which reflect whole apartments and the visitors in them, if we had never seen anything of the kind. And if someone should tell us that images and reflections of living persons could thus manifest themselves and thus move, we should not comprehend, and should not believe it. Yes, the ephemeral personification created in spiritualistic seances sometimes recalls the image that we see in a mirror, which has nothing real in itself, but which yet exists and reproduces the original. The image fixed by the photograph is of the same kind, only durable. The potential image formed at the focus of the mirror of a telescope, invisible in itself, but which we can receive on a level mirror and study, at the same time enlarging it by the microscope of the eyepiece. Perhaps approaches nearer to that which seems to be produced by the concentration of the psychical energy of a group of persons. We create an imaginary being, we speak to it, and in its replies it almost always reflects the mentality of the experimenters. And just as with the aid of mirrors we can concentrate light, heat, ether waves, electric waves, in a focus, so, in the same way, it seems sometimes as if the sitters added their psychic forces to those of the medium, of the dynamogen, condensing the waves, and helping to produce a sort of fugitive being more or less material. The subconscious nature, the brain of the medium, or his astral body, the fluidic mind, the unknown powers latent in sensitive organisms, might we not consider these as the mirror which we have just imagined? And might this mirror also not receive and reproduce impressions, or influence, from a soul at a distance? But we must not generalize partial conclusions which we have already had much trouble in defining. I do not say that spirits do not exist, on the contrary, I have reasons for admitting their existence. Even certain sensations expressed by the animals, by dogs, by cats, by horses, plead in favor of the unexpected and impressive presence of invisible beings or agents. But, as a faithful servant of the experimental method, I think that we ought to exhaust all the simple, natural hypotheses, already known, before having recourse to others. Unfortunately, a large number of spiritualists prefer not to go to the bottom of things, or analyze anything, but to be the dupes of nervous impressions. They resemble certain worthy women who tell their beads while believing that they have before them Saint Agnes or Saint Philomena. There is no harm in that, says someone. But it is an illusion. Let us not be its dupes. If the elementals, the elementaires, the spirits of the air, the gnomes, the spectres of which Goethe speaks, following Paracelsus in this, exist, they are natural and not supernatural. They are in nature, for nature includes all things. The supernatural does not exist. It is then the duty of science to study this question as it studies all others. As I have already remarked, there are in these different phenomena several causes in action. Among these causes the ones that supposes the action to proceed from disembodied spirits, the souls of the dead, is a plausible hypothesis which ought not to be rejected without examination. It seems sometimes to be the most logical. But there are weighty objections to it, and it is of the highest importance to be able to demonstrate it with certainty. Its partisans ought to be the first to approve the severity of the scientific methods which we apply in our studies of the phenomena, for spiritualism will receive thereby so much the more solid a foundation and will have so much the more value. The illusions and the artless faith of simple souls cannot give it any more solid and substantial basis. The religion of the future will be the religion of science. There is only one kind of truth. Sometimes authors are made to say that which they have never said. For my part, I have had frequent proof of this, notably in the case of spiritualism. I should not be surprised if certain interpretations of the pages which precede should come to light, shaped into the opinion that I do not believe in the existence of spirits. Yet it will be impossible to find any affirmation of this kind in this work, or in any other published by me. What I say is that the physical phenomena studied in these pages do not prove the existence of spirits, and may probably be explained without them, that is, by unknown forces emanating from the experimenters, and especially from mediums. But these phenomena indicate, at the same time, the existence of a psychical atmosphere or environment. What is this environment? It is indeed very difficult to get a true idea of it, since we are not able to apprehend it by any of our senses. It is also very difficult not to admit it in view of the multitude of psychical phenomena. If we admit the survival of individual souls, what becomes of these souls? Where are they? It may be replied that the conditions of space and of time in which our material senses exist do not represent the real nature of space and time, that our estimates and our measures are essentially relative, that the soul, the spirit, the thinking entity, does not occupy space. Still, we may consider also that pure spirit does not exist, that it is attached to a substance occupying a certain point. We may also consider that all souls are not equal, that there is a superior and inferior class. That certain human beings are scarcely conscious of their existence. That superior souls, being self-conscious, as well after death as during life, preserve their entire individuality, have the power of continuing their evolution. Of voyaging from world to world and adding to their moral and intellectual growth by successive reincarnations. But the others, the unconscious souls, are they more advanced the day after death than the day before? Why should death bestow upon them any perfection? Why should it make a genius out of an imbecile? How could it make a good man out of a bad one? Why should it turn an ignoramus into a wise man? How could it make a shining light out of an intellectual nobody? These unconscious souls, that is to say, the multitude, do they not disappear at death into the surrounding ether, and do they not constitute a kind of psychic atmosphere, in which a subtle analysis can discover spiritual as well as material elements? If the psychic force performs an action in the existing order of things, it is as worthy of consideration as the different forms of energy in operation in the ether. Without, then, admitting the existence of spirits to be demonstrated by the phenomena, we feel that these do not all belong to a simply material order, physiological, organic, cerebral, but that there is something else involved. Something else inexplicable in the actual state of our knowledge. But a something else of the psychical order. Perhaps we shall be able to go a little farther, some day, in our independent impartial researches, guided by the experimental scientific method, denying nothing in advance, but admitting whatever is proved by sufficient observation. To sum up, in the actual state of our knowledge it is impossible to give a complete, total, absolute, final explanation of the observed phenomena. The spiritualistic hypothesis ought not to be dismissed. Still, we may admit the survival of the soul without necessarily admitting a physical communication between the dead and the living. But then all the observed facts leading up to the affirmation of this communication are worthy of the most serious attention of the philosopher. One of the chief difficulties in the way of these communications seems to be the condition itself of the soul freed from bodily senses. It would have other ways of perceiving. It would not see, hear, touch. How then can it enter into relation with our senses? There is a whole problem in that which is not to be neglected in the study of any psychical manifestations whatever. We take our ideas to be realities. This is a mistake. For example, to our senses the air is not a solid body, we pass through it without effort, while we cannot pass through an iron door. The converse is true of electricity, it passes through iron, and finds the air to be a solid impassable body. To the electrician, a wire is a canal leading electricity across the solid rock of the air. Glass is opaque to electricity and transparent to magnetism. The flesh is transparent to the X-rays, while glass is opaque, etc. We feel the need of explaining everything, and we are driven to admit only the phenomena of which we have had an explanation, but that does not prove that our explanations are valid. Thus, for example, if someone had affirmed the possibility of instantaneous communication between Paris and London, before the invention of the telegraph, people would have regarded the assertion as utopian. Later it would not have been admitted, except on condition of the existence of a wire between the two stations, and any communication without the medium of an electric wire would have been declared impossible. Now that we have wireless telegraphy we can apply this discovery to the explanation of the phenomena of telepathy. But it is not yet proved that this explanation is the true one. Why do we wish to explain these phenomena at all hazards? Because we naively imagine that we are able to do so in the present state of our knowledge. The physiologists who claim to see daylight in this matter are like Ptolemy persisting in accounting for the movements of the heavenly bodies by holding to the idea of the immobility of the earth. Or Galileo explaining the attraction of amber by the rarefaction of the surrounding air, or Lavoisier seeking, with the common people, the origin of aerolites in thunderstorms or denying their existence. Or Galvani, who saw in his frogs a special organic electricity. I put my physiologists in good company, surely, and they have nothing of which to complain. But who does not feel that this natural propensity to explain everything is not justified, that science progresses from age to age, that what is not known today will be known later, and that we ought sometimes to know how to wait. The phenomena of which we are speaking are manifestations of the universal dynamism, with which our five senses put us very imperfectly in relation. We live in the midst of an unexplored world, in which the psychical forces play a role still very insufficiently investigated. These forces are of a class superior to the forces usually analyzed in mechanics, in physics, in chemistry. They are of the psychical order, have in them something vital and a kind of mentality. They confirm what we know from other sources, that the purely mechanical explanation of nature is insufficient and that there is in the universe something else than so-called matter. It is not matter that rules the world, it is a dynamic and psychic element. What light will the study of these still unexplained forces shed upon the origin of the soul and upon the conditions of its survival? That is something that the future has to teach us. The truth that the soul is a spiritual entity distinct from the body is proved by other arguments. These arguments are not made for the purpose of injuring this doctrine. But while confirming it and while putting in clear light the application of psychic forces, they still do not solve the great problem by the material proofs that we should like to have. However, if the study of these phenomena has not yet yielded all that is claimed for it, nor all that it will in the future yield, we still cannot help recognizing that it has considerably enlarged the sphere of psychology. And that the knowledge of the nature of the soul and of its faculties has been once for all expanded under grander and deeper skies and wider horizons. There is in nature, especially in the domain of life, in the manifestation of instinct in vegetables and animals, in the general soul of things, in humanity, in the cosmic universe, a psychic element which appears more and more in modern studies. Especially in researches in telepathy, and in the observation of the unexplained phenomena which we have been studying in this book. This element, this principle, is still unknown to contemporary science. But, as in so many other cases, it was divined by the ancients. Besides the four elements fire, water, air and earth, the ancients admitted a fifth, belonging to the material order, which they named animus, the soul of the world, the animating principle, ether. Aristotle, writes Cicero, Tuscul. Quaest. I. 22, after having mentioned the four kinds of material elements, believes that we ought to admit a fifth kind from which the soul proceeds. For, since the soul and the intellectual faculties cannot reside in any of the material elements, we must admit a fifth kind, which had not yet received a name and which he styles entelechy, that is to say, eternal and continued movement. The four material elements of the ancients have been dissected by modern analysis. The fifth is perhaps more fundamental. Citing the philosopher Zeno, the same orator adds that this wise man did not admit this fifth principle, which might be compared to fire. But, from all the evidence, fire and thought are two distinct things. Virgil has written in the Aeneid, Book 6, these admirable verses which are known to everybody. Principio coelum ac terras campos que licentes. Lucentemque globum luni titaniac astra. Spiritus intus alit. Totamque infusa per artis. Mens agitat molem, iti magno se corpori missit. Martianus Capella, like all the authors of the first centuries of Christianity, mentions this directive force, also calling it the fifth element, and furthermore describes it under the name ether. A Roman emperor, well known to the Parisians, since it was in their city, in the palace built by his grandfather near the present Thermes, or old Roman baths, that he was proclaimed emperor in the year 360, Julian, called the apostate. Celebrates this fifth principle in his discourse in honor of the sun, the monarch, 96 styling it sometimes the solar principle, sometimes the soul of the world, or intellectual principle, sometimes ether, or the soul of the physical world. This psychical element is not confounded by the philosophers with God and providence. In their eyes, it is something which forms part of nature. One more word before closing. Human nature is endowed with faculties as yet little explored, that the observations made with mediums, or dynamigens, bring to light, such as human magnetism, hypnotism, telepathy, clairvoyance, and premonition. These unknown psychic forces are worthy of being embraced within the scope of scientific analysis. At present they have been almost as little studied as in the time of Ptolemy, and have not yet found their Kepler, and their Newton, yet fairly obtrude themselves upon our notice, and cry out to be examined. Many another unknown force will be revealed. The Earth and the planets were circling about the Sun in their harmonious orbits, while astronomical theories saw in them only a complicated whirl of 79 crystalline shells. Magnetism was encircling the Earth with its currents long before the invention of the mariner's compass, which reveals them to us. The waves of wireless telegraphy existed long before they were arrested in their flight. The sea was moaning along its shores ages before the ear of any being had come to hear it. The stars were darting their rays through the ether before any human eye had been raised to them. The observations set forth in this work prove that the conscious will, or desire, on the one hand, and the subliminal consciousness on the other hand, exert an influence, or perform work, beyond the limits of our body. The nature of the human soul is still a deep mystery to science and to philosophy. It seems rather remarkable that the conclusions drawn from my labors here are the same as those of my work The Unknown, which were founded upon the examination of the phenomena of telepathy, apparitions of the dying, communications at a distance, premonitory dreams, etc. Indeed, the following deductions were drawn at the close of that volume. 1. The soul exists as a real entity independent of the body. 2. It is endowed with faculties still unknown to science. 3. It is able to act at a distance, without the intervention of the senses. The conclusions of the present work concord with those of the former, and yet the subjects studied in this are entirely different from the subject matter of that. I may sum up the whole matter with the single statement that there exists in nature, in myriad activity, a psychic element the essential nature of which is still hidden from us. I shall be happy for my part, if I have helped to establish by these two works the above important principle, exclusively based upon the scientific verification of certain phenomena studied by the experimental method.